finish our discussion of the first part of the apology today, perhaps I should say a word about the past, as I discern it. There is first the proemion introduction, then the discussion of the first accusers, and then the discussion with Meletos, and then a final part of the apology of the defense. That goes till 34b, where it is explicitly said at the end of the defense, and then an epilogue. And then we have a new part in which the punishment is proposed. And finally, a speech after the condemnation. This speech after the condemnation is subdivided into an address to those who have condemned him and one to those who have acquitted him. So you can say it consists of 7 or 8 parts. And we are now discussing still the apology against the first accusers. I remind you of the most important point. The first accusers says that Socrates is an astronomer and a rhetorician, and that he teaches others astronomy and rhetoric. He refutes that by an appeal to the accusers. You know that I do not do that. You, the many. But then, he does something supererogatory by showing that he does not teach also in other kind. He does not teach others human and political virtue, meaning for pay. In this connection, the word sophist is used. It's very interesting. Sophist is not a sophist, but sophist does not have here a derogatory meaning. These men who teach for pay human and political virtue. Socrates even says that he encourages people to send their sons to the sophists. But this wisdom, too, he does not possess. Now, if we look at the discussion with some care, we see that Socrates does not truly refute the charge of the first accusers. He refutes only the assertion that he teaches these things for money. He teaches astronomy and rhetoric for money. That he teaches them publicly, because that, I say, he refutes it because anyone could have stood up and said, well, I know that you, my cousin or who else, went to take courses with you. Furthermore, we have seen that after the accusation is refuted, Socrates has to explain to the Athenians why did he become so famous, so notorious, so obnoxious. And then he tells the story of the oracle in Delphi. His comrade Chaerephon went there in order to ask the god who is older than Socrates. Now Chaerephon presupposed that Socrates was wise. But at that time, Socrates did not yet have that wisdom of which he speaks later. So that you must make a distinction between Socrates' pre-Delphic wisdom and his post-Delphic wisdom. And what that pre-Delphic wisdom was remains wholly obscure. We may imagine anything we please. Socrates does really not refute the charge that once upon a time he was like Aristophanes' Socrates. The only thing which he refutes clearly is that he had ever any dealings with fellows like Strauss. Because if the Strauss had been around, he could have easily stood up and said, you lie. I went to you, and so on. Now, we have to continue at this point, and because we are confronted with that question which Socrates himself raises. What is Socrates' wisdom? What is Socrates' distinction? Because a man who is merely lacking wisdom is not for this reason conspicuous, and is not for this reason likely to become the target of accusation. There is only one very little point which I thought I should mention to you. In his report about his conversation with Callias, about Callias' two sons, do you remember that? That is in 28. He says, Callias has two sons, yeah? I asked him for, he has two sons, Callias. If thy two sons were two cards or poles, there is always a dual in Greek, actually. A dual, and so that is emphasized. That's funny with the two sons. I mean, you can of course say, well, it was a historical fact that Callias did have two sons, and I'm sure that is so. But still, it is strange. Why two? I'll read to you a passage from the Laws, 666e to 667a, that's in the second book. The Athenian stranger speaking to Cretan and Strauss. Your polity is that of an army rather than that of city dwellers. And you keep your young people massed together like a herd of colts at grass. None of you takes his own colt, dragging him away from his fellows, in spite of his fretting and fuming, and puts a special groom in charge of him, and trains him by rubbing him down and stroking him and using all the means proper to child nursing, so that he may turn out not only a good soldier, but also able to manage a city and cities. You see, the Spartan education is mass education. Of course, not what we understand today by mass education, but of herds. This is, Callias is a true education is that of an individual, is a private tutor who cares for him alone. Callias' position is in between. He seeks a teacher, a tutor for his two sons. Therefore, and that is a symbol for the fact that the virtue which his children's sons are going to achieve are those of belonging to the virtue of a human being and of a citizen. The virtue of a human being simply would be that of the individual, that of the citizen, of a group. Two is in between. Now, let us begin at 21b9, at the moment where Socrates begins his examination of his fellow citizens.
I went to interview a man with a high reputation for wisdom, and felt that here, if anywhere, I should succeed in disproving the oracle and pointing out to my divine authority. You said that I was the wisest of men, but here is a man who is wiser than I am. Well, I gave a thorough examination to this person. I need not mention his name, but it was one of our politicians that I was studying when I had this experience. And in conversation with him, I formed the impression that although in many people's opinion, and especially in his own, he appeared to be wise, in fact he was not. That when I began to try to show him that he only thought he was wise and was not really so, my efforts were resented, both by him and by many of the other people present. However, I reflected as I walked away, well, I am certainly wiser than this man. It is only too likely that neither of us has any knowledge to boast of. But he thinks that he knows something which he does not know, whereas I am quite conscious of my ignorance. At any rate, it seems that I am wiser than he is to this small extent, that I do not think that I know what I do not know. After this, I went on to interview a man with an even greater reputation for wisdom, and I formed the same impression again. And here too I incur the resentment of the man himself and a number of others.
Yeah, many of them, yeah? Many others. So the first examination is then of apparently of the political man. There is one expression which is crucial. For neither of us, he says, seems to know anything noble and good. Anything noble and good. In other words, none is completely ignorant. For example, Clearly they know, each knows that the other is a human being and that they are the city of Athens, and so the word knowledge is here used in the widest sense, but they know nothing worthwhile, nothing noble and good. And one can also say this implies also they do not know what the noble and the good is. And that is the gravest implication, as will appear later. Let us read the immediate sequel where we left off. We cannot possibly read the whole.
From that time on, I interviewed one person after another. I realized with distress and alarm that I was making myself unpopular, but I felt compelled to put my religious...
May I say that I became hated? Unpopular is a euphemism.
But I felt compelled to put my religious duty first.
No. Nevertheless, it seemed to me necessary, the affair of the God, to esteem most highly the affair of the God.
Since I was trying to find out the meaning of the oracle, I was bound to interview everyone who had a reputation for knowledge. And by dog, gentlemen, for I must be frank with you, my honest impression was this. It seemed to me, as I pursued my investigation of the God's command, that the people with the greatest reputations were almost entirely deficient, while others who were supposed to be their inferiors were much better qualified in practical intelligence.
With a view to being sensible would be a better translation. Or with a view to conducting themselves sensibly. You see that the examination of the God, the critical examination of the oracle, turns into obeying an injunction of the God. And that is of very great importance. Namely, the injunction to find out the meaning of the oracle. And the whole quest of Socrates proves to be a vindication of the oracle. Starting with the distrust of the oracle, it culminates in a vindication of the oracle. Socrates proves to be the most sensible of these men. What does sensibility mean? Phronis is a Greek word. Prudence is a traditional translation of the word, the old sense of the word. Prudence, practical wisdom. Socrates has more practical wisdom than the others. So astronomers do not have, they are wise, they do not have practical wisdom. These men who can educate human beings, you remember, in civic and human virtue, they also have wisdom. Practical wisdom is a prudence. That is what Socrates has. In what does it consist? In what does Socrates' practical wisdom consist? Practical wisdom is that wisdom which we need for acting as sensible human beings. For that purpose we do not need astronomy or rhetoric. Now, in what does this practical wisdom consist in Socrates' case? Yes?
Accurate knowledge of what you know.
You are pointing in the right direction, but a simpler and more hard-hitting expression. Knowledge of his ignorance. Yeah, but how then can he live if he knows only that he's ignorant? How can he act? What guides him? What gives him guidance? What guides him? And he tells us in a way what guides him. The oracle. We have to take this. The oracle, not the oracle as completely self-evident, very far from it, the enigmatic character, the obscure character of the oracle, that guides him. We can perhaps put it as follows, taking a much later expression. Socrates has, in a way, faith in the oracle. And he tries to understand that oracle, that which was later on called by Augustine, faith seeking understanding of what was believed in. In Socrates suggests something of this kind, and we must see whether this works out. Now we come now to the second step. He turns now to other people. Well, there is one point which we must discuss. By the dog, that was a question which you raised last before class. What does this all mean? It was not a coinage of Socrates, it occurs in Aristotle. But what does it mean? I mean, it occurs more than once in Platonic writings, although not everywhere. It never occurs in Xenophon. What does it mean? What is that? After all, it is a strange oath, a colloquial oath, not belonging to elegant diction. Yes?
Was it an attempt to avoid using the name of a god?
Answer yourself.
Yes.
No,
No?
because he swears all the time by Zeus and by her. I think he swears in this very context somewhere by Zeus. Yeah? But he swears by Zeus all the time. No, that can't be true. There is in Gorgias 482b, there is a little explanation is given. By the dogs, the lord of the Egyptians. That gives us some indication. Who were the Egyptians? I mean, apart from being for the fact that they developed in the Nile Valley and built pyramids. The Egyptians were presented by Herodotus in his great work as men of excessive piety. They worshipped anything. And one could first say that is a part of the fact that Socrates has a kind of extreme piety that he worships everything. There is a funny passage in the dialogue Lysis, 211e, which I will read. One man wants to get possession of horses, another dogs, another money, and another honors. Of these things I reck little, but for the possession of friends I have quite a passionate longing, and would rather obtain a good friend than the best quail or cock in the world. Yes, by Zeus, rather than any horse or dog, meaning beings which are infinitely more valuable than a quail or cock. By Zeus rather than a horse and a dog. I believe even by the dog that rather than all Darius' gold, the Persian king's gold, I would choose to gain a dear comrade. You see, we have them two together, by Zeus, by the dog. And in a connection where he mentions dogs as a rather desirable possession, not, a dog is mentioned together with a horse. Xenophon, I say, never mentions sets oaths of Socrates, but he does something an equivalent. He tells a story of a man who has a herd threatened by wolves, and he seeks a dog to protect the herd. And then there is a conversation, if I remember well, between the dog and the wolf, and then the conversation between the dog and someone else. And then the dog swears by Zeus. That is the difference between plain and understand. By this little difference. Now, what really does it mean? If we do not take this ironical, excessive piety too seriously, I believe it is a joke, and in a way a rather annoying joke. But I cannot prove that. I mean, there are certain suggestions in the Judicium which brought me to believe that, but I don't know whether this would stand up under an analysis of all the passages. It is a kind of joke at vulgar piety, the belief in Zeus, Hera, and so on. Socrates, I believe, says this: you talk all the time about these gods as if you knew them, and as you knew them. The poets talk about them, they tell them stories as if they had been present. There are beings, they are presented as beings who take a special interest in men, are very much concerned with men. Now, but examine that. You say that the gods are a species of living beings who care for men. You do not know that. You would have to very profound studies would be needed to prove such beings caring for men. But there is one species of living beings which is empirically known to everyone as caring for men, and one species only. And what is that? It's really in itself an extraordinary fact, I think. It's the dogs. The dogs are the only species who take to men in that way. It's strange. I think that is part of the story. Part, I don't know whether it's the whole. Now Socrates turns to the poets, but it is to what kind of poets? To the poets of tragedies and of epigrams, and the others. In a way he means of course all poets, but it is very remarkable that he does not mention here the comic poets. Now what about the wisdom of the poets, which was much more admirable than that of the politicians? What did we see here? Now that is Tricky. Tricky taking up their poems, which seem to have been most carefully made by them. Yeah?
I used to pick out what I thought were some of their most perfect works and question them closely about the meaning of what they had written, in the hope of incidentally enlarging my own knowledge. Well, gentlemen, I hesitate to tell you the truth, but it must be told. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that any of the bystanders could have explained those poems better than their actual authors. So I soon made up my mind about the poets too. I decided that it was not wisdom that enabled them to write their poetry, but a kind of instinct or inspiration.
Yeah, but by some nature, more literally say, by some nature and God possessed. Yeah?
Such as you find in seers and prophets who deliver all their sublime messages without knowing in the least what they mean. It seemed clear to me that the poets were in much the same case, and I also observed that the very fact that they were poets made them think that they had a perfect understanding of all other subjects, of which they were totally ignorant. So I left that line of inquiry too with the same sense of advantage that I had felt in the case of the politicians.
Yeah. The poets understand their own doings less than the hearers. The poets work not by wisdom, but by some nature or inspiration. Like whom? Like some other human beings.
Priests?
They are priests, not exactly, but the soothsayers and like the Pythia. You remember? Xenophon hadn't heard this from Apollo. He had heard it from the Pythia. Socrates believes then, I believe in the oracle. Socrates believes in the utterances of an unwise being. Because what is true of the poets is true of the prophets in Delphi too. Yet he examines these utterances of an unwise being. This is his wisdom. He is wiser than the Pythia, than the oracle. So the result of all these things is that Socrates is hated and envied, but also, that's all the other side of it, a certain feeling of superiority on Socrates' side. He is free from that delusion, observers. You see, the poet's examination is the central part. The central part, and it is quite clear why it is the central part, because it throws light on the problem of the oracle, and the oracle is the starting point of the whole thing. Now the third stage, the artisans, the manual workers, one could argue, what happened there? They possess knowledge. The shoemaker knows why he does what he does, whereas the poet, according to this prescription, does not know what he does. But they believe that they are wise in the greatest things. And there they are absolutely wrong. They have a limited wisdom, but they claim to be simple wise, and that's the error. Now, this passage, this is third sentence, where we left off. But, O Athenians, they seem to me to have the same effect as the poets. You have said?
But, gentlemen, These professional experts seem to share the same failing which I had noticed in the poets. I mean that on the strength...
That is not correct. There is something else. The poets and the good craftsmen. He omitted that. And the good craftsmen. He spoke here of the, let us say, of the manual artisans, if I may try to bring out the meaning of the Greek term. And now he says these manual artisans seem to have the same effect as the poets and the good craftsmen. Who are these good craftsmen? But the Greek word for which I translated now by craftsman, demiurgoi, I write rather singular, demiurgoi. That is also used for craftsmen, but it has a wider meaning. So it can also be used in the sense of magistrates. Well, literally it means something like the people who work in the multitude, in the demons. But these are not only the shoemakers, they are also the magistrates. And you only have to look up Little Scott, the English dictionary, to see that this is a term in the sense, magistrate, the meaning of magistrate occurs in Thucydides and in other classical writers, say nothing of inscriptions. Now they all have some, the politicians too are a kind of craftsmen. The politicians too have a technique, have an art. It's a good one. But what Socrates says here is also implied. It's just as Socrates lacks the wisdom of the astronomers, and as he lacks the wisdom of the educators, he also lacks the wisdom of the statesmen. It's important. And needless to say that he lacks the wisdom of the craftsman in the simple sense that he is not a shoemaker and so on. All these men, even the good statesmen, have some wisdom, but not the wisdom regarding the highest things. Many Athenians are wiser than Socrates. They all know, they all have a sphere in which they are competent, in which they can give reasons why they do what they do. But these Athenians are wiser than Socrates in partial things, in little things. He is wiser than all Athenians in the greatest things, because he knows that he has no knowledge of them. But don't overlook the claim which Socrates makes while being prosecuted for a capital crime. I am wiser, he says, than all of you. Imagine this insolence. Therefore, as Xenophon puts it, that Socrates' defense speech was famous because of the big mouth, one could almost say, which he had. Megalegoria, which is a derogatory term for talking big. Talking big. He was talking big. So he does not flatter his accusers or judges. We mentioned this is the end of the examination. I mentioned last time that Socrates did not examine the astronomers and the sophists, at least not according to this report. The people for one of whom he could be mistaken. Why did he not examine that? The oracle, of course. The Delphi god, by implication, denies the wisdom of the astronomers and the sophists, by saying no one is wiser than Socrates. But the verdict of the Delphian god cannot be accepted without examination, as we have seen. And in this most important respect, the oracle was not examined. If we knew only the apology, and the simple listener, the intelligent listener to Socrates' defense knew only the apology, no writings of Socrates, and he had never talked to Socrates. History must be bewildered at this point. I repeat then the question, what is the content of Socrates' wisdom? And let us read an answer which he gives in the immediate sequel, 23a5. But in this respect, the God seems in truth to be wise. Do you have that? And in this oracle to make this assertion that human wisdom is of little or no worth. Do you have that?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter, gentlemen, is pretty certainly this, that real wisdom is the property of God, and this oracle is his way of telling us that human wisdom has little or no value. It seems to me that he is not referring literally to Socrates, but has merely taken my name as an example, as if he would say to us, the wisest of you men is he who hath realized, like Socrates, that in respect of wisdom he is really worthless.
Yeah. So Socrates possesses human wisdom, i.e. wisdom of little or no value. This human wisdom is distinguished from wisdom proper, which would be superhuman, as either the gods have it or the astronomers and sophists may have it for all we know. Yet to become aware of this ignorance regarding the greatest things, and to make others aware of it, is service to the God, as is said in the immediate sequel, is service. Now we could read this up to this point as follows. Human wisdom is identical with humility. But on the other hand, lest we misunderstood the senses in a biblical sense, humility is nothing to be proud of, if I may express myself a bit comically, or contradictorily, if you want. In other words, this humility is simply sobriety, to be aware of your ignorance. But then Socrates uses a somewhat different expression. Let us read the immediate statement you left out.
That is why I still go about seeking and searching in obedience to the divine command. If I think that anyone is wise, whether citizen or stranger.
You see, there is here a careful reference to the strangers which would include Gorgias and Protagoras, but nothing is said about the subject of the examination. Yeah?
And when I think that any person is not wise, I try to help the cause of God by proving that he is not.
Yeah, more literally, I assist the God. I come to the help of the God. That is important. This service to the God is an assistance to the God. Now, as an assistance to the God is, of course, something to be proud of. Not everyone can assist Apollo. Why does the God need assistance? Why does he need it? I mean, the answer is in what we have seen before. We have here a practical example before why Apollo needs assistance. He needs no assistance for inspiring the Pythia. Yeah? I mean, that he takes care of. But once the Pythia has spoken, what happens next? The oracles were famous for their ambiguity, for their obscurity, for their lack of clarity. The God cannot produce that or will not produce that. But the men need clarity. And this is done by a human examination. In this sense, God needs assistance, yes.
Is not Socrates' use of the oracle, could it not be interpreted as simply Socrates' irony to the audience here? On the one hand, he's being tried for impiety. On the other hand, he claims that everything he does is an expression of his duty to God.
You are, I think, 99% right. You see, let me state this as clear as I can. In a strict sense, everything is ironic in a Platonic dialogue. I mean, ironic doesn't mean sneering or no, this kind of thing. What does irony mean originally? We have to go back to the original meaning. Originally, it's simply a vice and means dissimulation. And it is applied, if I remember well, it is applied in the clouds. Or is it in another comical fragment? I don't know. Two Socrates. But then it acquires, through Socrates' unreliability, good meaning. Dissimulation has a good meaning if there is a noble dissimulation. Now, in this sense, the word is used by Aristotle when he speaks of the magnanimous man in the ethics. The magnanimous man is ironical towards the many. What does this mean? The ironical man, the magnanimous man, as Aristotle defined it, is a man who possesses all virtues and is aware of them. So the magnanimous man is a man of noble pride about his achievements, you can say. But when speaking to the many, to the people without achievements, he dissembles his superiority. That is his humanity. So noble dissimulation means to dissimulate one's superiority. It does not consist in saying to a man who is blind, what wonderful eyes you have, or a man who has any other defect but it is a dissimulation of the superiority on the part of superior man. Now, and that applies especially to that kind of superiority which the ancient thinkers regard as the highest, and to wisdom. The irony in the Socratic sense is dissembling one's wisdom in the sense of one's superiority. But what does it mean to dissemble one's wisdom? To present oneself as less intelligent than one is. And that, of course, is what Socratism does. I mean, the famous stories, I don't know, and so is asked questions, never answers them, the famous stories. That is irony in one way. But it is, but one must see the background of this, of the humanity in it. And whenever Socrates speaks to anyone in the dialogue, he speaks with a view to what the other fellow can understand, or what will be useful to that other fellow. That is the irony. Now, if this is fundamental irony, everything's irony. Therefore, we have to raise this. Now, can you repeat now your statement, Mr. Faulkner?
I think I stated or implied that his use of the oracle was, in a way, simply a joke on the Athenian people.
Sure. I mean, that is clear. That is, I granted it. But that doesn't dispose of the problem.
No.
Because you have only to generalize that. You have here an unwise saying. Yeah? I mean, a saying going back to a human being who did not know what she was saying. Yeah? And this proves to be wiser than she could have thought. Yeah, but is this not so? Let's generalize, let's forget about the oracle. Is this not our human situation regarding knowledge altogether, if you generalize that? We are told certain things. Opinions are embodied in our institutions, in our products, in the very terms of our language. Yeah? You know, and the language doesn't know why. And the opinions don't know why. But then they prove to make sense on examination. All our attempts at knowledge are preceded by opinions which we have not made and which are not fully wise, because they don't know why, but which embody wisdom. To come to present day oracle, replace for one moment the oracle by tradition. So this does not accept traditions in example, yeah? But he doesn't reject them either. They contain some wisdom, and perhaps much wisdom, that depends on what kind of tradition. So I think we have to take this more seriously. I mean, that is where the Socrates did not believe that the Pythia and Apollo, I would take that for granted, and so. But it is not a merely joking, not a merely joking. In Plato's seriousness, there is always playfulness, but also vice versa. In all his playfulness, there is seriousness. I mean, this is, of course, an apology, a very solemn thing, is in a way a grotesque comedy. You can isolate it very easily. But Socrates here doesn't refuse the charge. That in a way he tells them, what you know about me from Aristophanes is, I mean, if you read it with some care, that is all true. Except Strauss, I never did such a foolish thing. Only it is no longer true now than I did when I was much younger. I mean, that is in a way suggested. And many other things, the whole conversation with Meletos, I mean, that is simple comedy, that this poet, the accusation is self-contradictory. He doesn't even have to prove that he believes in the gods, because the accusation admits that he believes in the gods. Yeah, and so on. But on the other hand, the playful is also not merely that. Therefore, it is never sufficient to say it's ironic. Never. Yes.
I have a question. Please. When it says God, in my book it's singular. Now, in the translation is should it be gods, or does it refer to a specific God?
Yeah, that's a very good point, a very important point. Now, there are people who would, and I believe most of them would translate in the translation, when God occurs in the singular, God with a capital G. And when he occurs in the plural, of course, gods with a small g. Yeah, that is misleading. Because this distinction, as we know it through the biblical tradition, between the one true God and the many false gods is, of course, not a Greek distinction in this way. Yeah? I mean, even those who were in a way monotheists, like Plato, admitted also other gods. I mean, they were not simply monotheists. I mean, they didn't accept Zeus and Hera, but Strauss, for example. Therefore, I think the Greek word, when it occurs, hotheos, the God, that may mean, and it means in many cases, that particular God we are speaking about, Apollo. Therefore, one should translate it, I mean, in the perfect translation, which I suppose doesn't exist, it would have to be translated, the God with a small g. And of course, it may also be without the article. Then I would translate it a God. Also write it with capital G, not suggest more than the text really says. The God, of course, could also be the highest God, actually. Yeah. The ruler of the universe. That could very well be. It depends on the context. But the God may very well mean the God in question. You know, in some occasions, maybe Apollo, in other cases, maybe Dionysus, or whatever it might be. Yeah.
How does he know that he should assist the God and point out to others that they are not wise? I mean, isn't it enough just to find out that they aren't wise without pointing it out to them? And pointing it out to them while he's arousing their enmity.
He takes up the question later. In other words, then that belongs to that broad question about which I'm working my way. What does Socrates know? How can he live if, as he claims, he does not know anything? I mean, the fact that he knows that he's an Athenian citizen does not even prove that he should obey the laws of Athens, because there's still a question, should one obey the laws? But how does he, I mean, but on to your question, as you stated in it, how does he know? He knows, he believes that the God must say the truth. Yeah? It's not right for him to lie, suppose. But what the God says, literally, as he understands it, is manifestly not truth. That's, I mean, as far as he knows, that he should be wise. You can say it's a mere curiosity. But by the examination, the God proves to be right. The prestige of the God increases. And he has a feeling that this means this obscure and apparently absurd statement that Socrates is wiser than the others is true, and therefore includes an incentive, an injunction to Socrates, always to go through that process by which the God's hidden wisdom becomes manifest. And that is what he's doing.
Will need to point out to others that they are unwise, that they are not
How
wise?
can he find out? You see, that is so. He is not concerned with the others. He is concerned with the God in him. But he cannot find out the truth of the God's statement, so as is wiser than the others, except by looking at the others and finding out by conversations with them that they are less wise.
Well, I mean, can't he examine them and talk to them and thereby prove to himself?
Yeah, but
without then going and outright telling them what it
no,
don't know.
he doesn't have to tell them. It is perfectly sufficient. They say something. I know this absolutely true. And then this one. How do you know? Well, I have reasons. And then somebody says, let's look at these reasons. Reason number one is wrong. Reason number B is wrong. Reason number C is wrong. So, and even if he would be perfectly silent at that point, humiliated. And Socrates would become, quote, unpopular, unquote, with that man. I mean, that cannot be avoided. I mean, as a very misanthropic man once said, Hobbes, to disagree with a man means tacitly to accuse him of ignorance. And you would be surprised how very perceptive and sensitive many people who otherwise are not perceptive at all are in this manner. So that is vulgarly known as vanity, but that is unfortunately a part of the human theme.
But if we leave aside for a second the possibility that the people who convict Socrates have been hurt by him and want to get back at him, isn't it quite possible that Socrates has misread the knowledge level of the audience, in the sense that he either overrates them or underrates them? In fact, his irony is discovered. It's not irony. It's actually sarcasm. I mean, last semester we were talking about this in the other dialogue. When the other person realizes that it's irony on your part, or it becomes sarcasm and insolence.
Insolence, yeah, sure. Yeah, but then what would follow? That Socrates would not dispose of the enmity, the hatred of him. He would even confirm it and perhaps increase it. That seems to have happened. And that would raise the question, is Socrates not responsible for his own condemnation? But that's a moot question, because on the other hand, is it not so that Socrates tells them in a language which they can understand, I cannot live differently than I live? That is what he says, and I believe is literally true. He could not live differently than he lived, and since his way of life created the hatred, he had to bear the consequences. We come to that later. Now, Socrates' service or assistance to the god has the consequence that Socrates has no political nor domestic activity, he has no time, and hence he lives in 10,000-fold poverty. He uses this suggestion of very great wealth, 10,000, in order to bring out how could you do that in English? I don't know a good English parallel to that. and 10,000 Polish fortune.
College professor.
Yeah, would be right. Sure. No, some of them live even at much less poverty. I mean, some get much less than 10,000, as you can see from the statistics. And he lives in you could perhaps say he belongs to one of the highest poverty brackets in the country. And that is very strange. Although he lives in such a poor man, his companions are the son of the wealthiest. Of the wealthiest man. This incidentally answers a simple question, which we must be realistic enough to try. What were the sources of Socrates' livelihood? After all, he didn't work. He didn't make money, he has to live. Absolutely a proper question, seems to me. And I think it is answered most beautifully in Xenophon's Economicus, which deals with economics, with private economics, that is, and therefore, since Socrates is a teacher of economics, we have, of course, to apply the question to him. And I think the answer is the question, a brief discussion at the beginning, where they say what is money, what is property, and by virtue of a very sophisticated definition of property, they arrive at the conclusion that friends may be money. That was Socrates' money, as these people. Now, being young men and wealthy, they were of course insolent. Yeah, that is a common experience. I mean, that with good breeding externally, but still, yeah. And they, of course, made Socrates the more hated because they thought it was very great fun to go to a pompous ass and with all decorations and dignities, and then to show him up. Well, but it redounded to Socrates' unpopularity. You remember the previous statement about the older comrade of Socrates, Xenophon, who was a friend of the multitude, and that's a different generation. The consequence of this story, that Socrates was accompanied by these young and wealthy men, who is that he corrupted the young, because these dignitaries naturally didn't think that this was the right thing to do, but it was corruption. And now, in this connection, the calumny against Socrates is reformulated in 23:5-7. Yes, these unmasked men say then that what people say, because they can't possibly say he has found me out. So they must calumniate Socrates, and they say about him what they say, what is generally said about all philosophers, namely the things aloft and those under the earth, and not believing the gods, and making the weaker speech stronger. You see that the not believing the gods is now in the center because that we will see that this is a crucial issue later. And then he speaks of the three accusers by name, Meletus, Anytus, and Lycon. Meletus spoke for the poets, was angry on behalf of the poets. Anytus was angry on behalf of the craftsmen and politicians, and Lycon on behalf of the orators. So the orators are now added, as you see, and the artisans and politicians are represented by one, and politicians are represented by one same man. Namely, both artisans and politicians have to do with the demos. Either they belong to the demos as artisans proper, or they work in the demos, on the demos, the politicians. Anytus is in the middle. He seems to have been the most important of the three, as is shown also by the dialogue Meno. Now then Socrates turns to the defense against the present accusers. Then he quotes the formal charge. Do you have that in 24b? No, let us take the charge. This charge made by do you have that?
I shall now try to defend myself against Meletus, high-principled and patriotic as he claims to be, and after that against the rest. Let us first consider their deposition again, as though it represented a fresh prosecution. It runs something like this.
You see something like this, yeah?
Socrates is guilty of corrupting the minds of the young and of believing in deities of his own invention instead of the gods recognized by the state.
Literally, not believing the gods which the city believes, but other strange demonic things. Yes?
Such is the charge. Let us examine
Yes,
it.
such, not this. You see, Plato makes it clear by through references before and after that the charge is not quoted literally.
Let us examine
The
it.
charge, by a fortunate accident, the literal version of the charge has been preserved in Diogenes Laertius. Xenophon too does not quote the charge literally, but Xenophon makes very minor, almost invisible changes. Plato makes very big changes. In the true charge, the charge of impiety comes first, before the charge of corruption. And secondly, Plato omits one word, namely, the charge is not believing the gods which the city believes, but introducing other new divinities. This introducing is proper by Plato. Good, whatever that may mean. Now we come to the corruption charge. Which he takes up in the first place. Socrates corrupts the young. He makes the young worse. That makes sense only if there are people who make the young better. What makes the young better, asks Socrates. The answer of Meletus, 24 DN. The law. Sure. Socrates does not question that. But what was the answer to that? The question about the laws. But this is not what I asked my best. But which human being who in the first place knows this very thing, namely the laws? Yeah? Why is the answer the laws not sufficient? Socrates does not question the proposition that the laws make men better, makes the young better. What does this mean, this transition? Why does he appeal from the laws to human beings, or even a single human being? Yes.
The laws are conventional, they mean by people.
Yeah, but that is very good. But that is not said here. That we must begin from what he explicitly says. He doesn't speak of the making of the laws, but of the knowing of the laws. Now what he suggests is the laws become effective on the young only by human beings who act in accordance with the laws, and therefore who know these laws. Yeah? The question of the laws as an authority goes through the work, as we shall see later, but it is not the theme. It becomes a theme in the Crito, where we will, which we will read afterwards. Yeah, who are then the human beings who make the young better? And Meletus gives an answer which is in accordance with democracy as then understood. Everyone, the judges, the jurymen, the men in the assembly, and so on and so on, the men in the council, all Athenian citizens are good educated. Let us consider that for a moment. To accuse someone of corrupting, of making certain things worse, means that I know what is good. Otherwise, the charge makes no sense. Meletus claims, as a matter of course, that he knows what is good. And he implies that it is easy to know it. Everyone knows it. All Athenians know it. Perhaps he means even all men know it. Now, how could all men know what is good? Like the rejection of this. There is no naturally available knowledge of good. It may be acquired, but it's not by nature available. There is by nature available something like a divination of the good. That's purely what Plato means. As this divination is not knowledge, and therefore you can in no way rely on it. Socrates, you remember Socrates' previous assertion about his wisdom, which implied that he does not know what is a good. He is ignorant regarding the greatest sin. But he also doubts whether what the Athenians believe to be good is good, because he knows the Athenians do not know. He doubts whether the Athenians know what is a good. And he spreads this doubt by making it clear to everyone that he doesn't know. That is corruption. To that extent, Socrates proves the charge of corruption from the Athenian point of view. The question is whether there is not a higher point of view. But the question is also whether this higher point of view can be brought out in a popular speech except by reference to the Apollo. Now, what is Socrates' main argument against the assertion all Athenians know what is good? A typically Socratic axiom which goes through all these kind of discussions. In all fields of knowledge, there are only a few who know. Experts are rare in every field. And, but knowledge is expert knowledge. Hence, expert knowledge regarding good and bad is the only genuine knowledge is also rare. Now, you see that this is confirmed by another feature which we have observed, which you may very well call ironical, but which, as we have seen before, the ironical things have to be taken as seriously as non-ironical things. Since in all fields there are only a few who know, Socrates, with perfect consistency, sends people to the professional educators, to the sophists. On this basis, inevitable. Still, whatever this knowledge may be, which Gorgias and such people possess, Socrates does not possess that knowledge of the good. So let us keep this in mind. We do not know Socrates' wisdom, knowledge of his ignorance, includes, as such, ignorance of the good. How can he live? I repeat that. Let's keep this question all in mind. Now let us turn, we cannot possibly read the whole, to 25c, 5, where he says to Meredith, now tell us, by Zeus, Meredith, whether it is better to live among good citizens or wicked citizens. You have that?
Here is another point. Tell me seriously, Melodus, is it better to live in a good or in a bad community? Answer my question like a good fellow. There is nothing difficult about it. Is it not true that wicked people have a bad effect upon those with whom they are in the closest contact, and that good people have a good effect? Quite true. Is there anyone who prefers to be harmed rather than benefited by his associates? Answer me, my good man. The law commands you to answer. Is there anyone who prefers to be harmed? Of course not. Well then, when you summon me before this court for corrupting the young and making their characters worse, do you mean that I do so intentionally or unintentionally? I mean intentionally. Why, Melodus, are you at your age so much wiser than I at mine? You have discovered that bad people always have a bad effect, and good people a good effect upon their nearest neighbors. Am I so hopelessly ignorant as not even to realize that by spoiling the character of one of my companions, I shall run the risk of getting some harm from him? Because nothing else would make me commit this grave offense intentionally. No, I do not believe it, Melodus, and I do not suppose that anyone else does. Either I have not a bad influence, or it is unintentional. So that in either case, your accusation is false. And if I unintentionally have a bad influence, the correct procedure in cases of such involuntary misdemeanors is not to summon the culprit before this court, but to take him aside privately for instruction and reproof. Because obviously, if my eyes are open, I shall stop doing what I do not intend to do.
You need to stop here. What Sugar says here is this: the charge is groundless. Groundless. Why? Because no one corrupts willingly, for no one wishes to be harmed. Everyone wishes to be benefited, but the good benefit and the bad harm. No one wishes to make others bad. No one wishes to corrupt others. So if Socrates corrupts others, he does it unintentionally. Socrates goes beyond that. If anyone corrupts anyone, he does it unintentionally. What's the consequence? Here.
Well, the law then would be meaningless.
Absolutely, absolutely. Punishment is unjustified because, as we can easily enlarge that and prove it from other dialogues, the thesis of Socrates was all sinning is involuntary. And involuntary sinning is not punishable. This thesis by itself leads to the denial of the legitimacy of punishment. Punishment is an irrational act of revenge, not more. Which is, of course, a terrific assertion. If you are accused of undermining the polis, you say such an immensely valuable institution as gallows and penitentiaries are irrational institutions. Well, you destroy the cities. I suppose he's really very, very extreme. You see, Socrates is in one way very reticent and very polite and doesn't say things which are hard on the ear. But what he in fact says is very harsh, you know, if you have ears for that. Knows, yeah. But that is not, that is the consequence. The consequence is, you are perfectly right, no one can punish anyone rationally. But there is another thing, not only the consequence is remarkable, the premise. What is the premise? No one wishes to be harmed. Everyone wishes to be benefited. That presupposes what?
Presupposes that people are able to tell what will harm and what will benefit.
Yes, very good. Now state it more generally, because the implication of benefit and harm more simple. Everyone knows what good and bad is. Yeah? Everyone knows what is good. But this was denied. Now, if we do not know what good and bad is, we cannot teach others. We cannot improve others. Not only is punishment irrational, instruction is irrational, at least in this level. It's fantastic. Now we must really see where we find some ground. We must see first, look in that abyss. The conclusion which Socrates draws, since no one can punish and no one can instruct in matters of good and bad, and therefore there can also not be corruption in particular. The corruption charge is groundless. Groundless. You see, Socrates doesn't argue the matter out on common sense grounds here. That's a fantastic thing. In such a speech, where only common sense would be in order. Namely, everyone knew what corruption, and knows today what corruption means in a practical way. I mean, you can even, if you take Xenophon, who is much more pedestrian than these things than Plato, for example, one thing, corrupting the young boys could mean a certain sexual misconduct. And Xenophon even goes a bit out of his way to show that Socrates was a perfectly decent man in that respect. But it could also mean, for example, other things, to make them bad democrats. That was also discussed by Xenophon, by his relations to Alcibiades and Chrysippus. Socrates had a politically corrupting influence. Socrates doesn't speak of that here at all. He says the corruption charge is groundless. But the grounds of this demonstration absolutely fantastic. They imply the denial of the polis and of knowledge in any significant sense. So, now we come to the Untitled Chapter. Let us read the beginning of it. Yes, now, men of Athens, this is then clear, manifest. What I have said, that Meletus has not taken care, has not been concerned in these matters, either much or a little, i.e. not at all. There is a constant joke on the name Meletos that reads like a Greek word for caring. That carer hasn't cared for education. It goes through all this. Now, nevertheless, tell us, how do you say that I corrupt the young ones? You see, so now we come back to common sense, to a specific charge of corruption, yes?
Show the terms of your indictment make it clear that you accuse me of teaching them to believe in new deities instead of the gods recognized by the state. Is not that the teaching of mine which you say has this demoralizing effect?
Oh, that is really bad. Is this the penguin?
Yeah.
I retract my praise. Is it not by teaching this that I corrupt? The word corrupt must be perfectly clear. In other words, what he does now that is very important, he reduces the corruption charge to the impiety charge. The real thing is not the corruption charge. The real thing is the charge of impiety. And that is a point which must be stressed because Burnett especially did everything he could to minimize impiety charge. The question does no longer concern knowledge. That is important. But yes, this Greek word which is so hard to translate, nomizai. And so it does not nomizai the gods sit. Now nomizai, that comes from the word nomos, law. But it has in itself roughly these two relevant meanings. Not to worship the gods and not to believe in the gods. That is indistinguishable when you have this such a theory. It becomes distinguishable if it is said that somebody does not know mitzvah, that the gods are, then you must translate it, does not believe. You know, because you cannot say he does not worship the gods are. It has this essential beauty. But now the emphasis, as I say, is not knowledge, it's worship and or belief. Now, with Socrates, how do you call this? What you do? No, I never know this verse. To irritate the fellow so that he makes a statement which is then, by which he is licked, by making which he is licked. How do you do it? Provoke. Yeah. Now, Socrates, do you mean to say that I do not believe in the gods of the city, but in some other gods, which would be after all mine? That just says, no, in no gods at all. You are a straight atheist. So, now let us go, after this point, let's go on. But you strange or marvelous meditors. Yeah? Go on.
He certainly does.
By Zeus, he says, gentlemen of the jury. Because he says that the sun is a stone and the moon is earth or earthy. Yeah? What is that? That we must consider. The Socrates has a kind of a retreat, a position of retreat. He says, now, granting for a moment that I don't believe in Zeus and Hera, I would at least believe in sun and moon as gods, in what we call the cosmic gods. You remember, some of you may remember our discussion about the time that I played such a role. Yeah? The cosmic gods, gods which natural reason perceives to be gods, self-moving and resplendent beings, which everyone can see, gods, mystical gods, manifest. The gods which all human beings believe in. Yeah, so how does someone answer to that? Or how does... No, Meletus says no. He says they are no gods. They are just inanimate things, stones and earth. And how does Socrates answer?
Very good.
Yeah.
Do you imagine you are prosecuting Anaxagoras, my dear Melodus? Have you so poor an opinion of these gentlemen, and do you assume them to be so illiterate as not to know that the writings of Anaxagoras are full of theories like these? And do you seriously suggest that it is from me that the young get these ideas when they can buy them on occasion in the marketplace for a shilling at most, and so have a laugh on Socrates? English
Yeah, all right, we can translate.
If he claims them for his own, to say nothing of their being so silly? Tell me honestly, Melodus, is that your opinion of me? Do I believe in no God? No, none at all, not in the slightest degree.
Both swear, by the way. Socrates swears in his question addressed to Meletus and by Zeus, each one. Now, not even the cosmic gods Socrates believes, which all men believe in. Socrates does not prove, that much has become clear, that he believes in the gods which the city believes, yeah? Because it had been ruled out, granted or not granted, but the question is now only the cosmic gods. And what does he say regarding the cosmic gods? Well, he uses at least an argument. Yeah? And the argument is, I am not Anaxagoras. And Anaxagoras is a fellow who is an atheist, but not I. Yeah? Not I, that's all. So, in other words, that Socrates believes in the cosmic gods is a bit more plausible, to speak cautiously, than that he believes in the Olympian gods. Yeah? And then, well, I cannot repeat an argument which I developed at some length when we discussed the banquet last time. Anaxagoras was an atheist. By stating his view in writings, as we see, Anaxagoras was corrupting the young, or at least trying to corrupt the young. Yeah, but now we know what corruption is, don't we? What does corruption mean now? Impiety, yeah. Yeah, but impiety, not believing, and that comes from nomos. The standard is the nomos. No one knows whether the gods are. And in particular, whether sun and moon are not just stone and other inanimate things. The nomos, perhaps a kind of universal nomos, says so. We must first conclude the discussion of this argument before we turn to a general discussion. We still have time. Now, how does the argument go on from here? Socrates argues as follows. That is, you have never heard me say that, or write, that the sun and moon are inanimate beings. With what right can you accuse me of such a thing? There's no leg to stand on. And now Socrates turns the table and says, I can prove to you now that I do believe in the gods of the city from your own charge. How's that? Socrates imports, believes in other new demonic things. That it was admitted by the accuser, and so here. And that is a simple piece of forensic rhetoric. He who believes in horsic things believes that there are horses. He who believes in elephantic things believes that there are elephants. And therefore he who believes in demonic things believes that there are demons. There can't be demonic things if there are no demons. What are demons? Demons are either gods or children of gods. In either way, a man who believes in demons believes in God. But which are the gods who are generated, especially by the intercourse of human beings and gods, and are more particularly called demons in contradistinction to gods? Which are these gods? Sun and moon? No. the Olympic gods. That's it. And Socrates uses the rather blasphemous example of mules. He who admits mules, half-asses, as they are called here, admits that there are horses and asses. Therefore, someone who believes in beings mixed, created by the mixture of gods and men, believes that they are gods. That's the argument. In other words, that argument doesn't prove anything, it only proves that Socrates was a much better rhetorician than the man was who formulated the charge. The charge of impiety is not refuted in any way. Yeah? It's not refuted in any way. The only part of the argument which has an element of proof is that regarding the cosmic gods. Because this is something in which we human beings, meaning all human beings with the exception of some freaks like Anaxagoras, believe it. And so that would then also, we cannot go beyond that. Now what is, so this is a defense. I mean, the other things are a defense of Socrates' way of life, you know, a justification. But they are not a defense against the charge. That's the refutation of the charge. But that is the least important thing of the apology, although it is not by no means negligible. Socrates' whole presentation is a whole presentation which is underlying also the explicit interpretations of the charge, is that his wisdom consists in ignorance, in knowledge of his ignorance. By the way, you see how important this issue of the cosmic gods is. How, I mean, after all, the greatest charge is to be atheist. It is a less great charge not to believe in the gods. Safe, obvious. Yeah? Now, how, so the greater charge atheism would mean to deny that even sun and moon are gods. How could a man arrive at this conclusion? That the sun is merely a stone. How could he arrive at this conclusion? What would he have to do? Astronomy. What Socrates was accused of doing. You know, walking on the air and look around and down on the sun. That was what he was said to have done in the clouds. So the astronomy issue is of crucial importance. Socrates knows then nothing of the greatest things, neither of the gods nor of the good. How then can he live? That's the question. How can he live? If he is, because it is easy to say, is to show that every knowledge which he does possess, for example, that he's an Athenian citizen and married to Xantippe and what have you, that this does not permit him to live. How should he conduct himself as an Athenian citizen and as a husband of Xantippe and all other things? The guiding questions, the crucial questions he cannot answer. How can he live? As far as we see up to now. What is his wisdom? You know that by now. In what does his wisdom consist? According to his own declaration. Miss Hill?
In knowing what he doesn't know.
In knowledge of his ignorance regarding the greatest things. Yeah, but, all right, what does it lead to? The knowledge of his ignorance. What follows if he knows that he is ignorant? Pardon?
The situation to inquire.
Yeah, but let us assume. That this is impossible for some reason or other. That appears to be the way. That appears to be the way in which the issue is stated here. Well,
Great caution.
yeah, not to assent. Not to assent to what he does not know. Not to non-mitzvah. Yeah? Not to believe. Not to believe, because he doesn't know. But accept examine again and again, see whether one cannot perhaps know and yet probably be met back to the same result. But there is an alternative. Let me first finish. There is an alternative. The first is not no means sign, and the other is the only alternative. It's not no means sign. No means sign. Believe, many accepted the laws, live by the laws. That is, of course, partly also, therefore the moral and so on. That is not the last word, but we are speaking now only of what has appeared up to now. You want to say something?
I'm not sure I follow you, but to know and to believe, they're not the same thing.
No. No, I mean, all right, what is the difference as it has come to light here? That's a very long question. But because this word, I mean, belief has here this rather innocent use. You know, when you say, for example, someone says, X is in the hospital. Yeah? I don't believe he is. Yeah? I have seen him around this morning. You know, that there is not a solemn meaning. But believing surely means here to assent to something of which one does not know that it is true. Yeah? Knowledge is here used rather, I mean, not in any technical sense. Although the technical sense is not excluded. To repeat, Strauss does of course not say, I know that I know nothing, literally understood, because he knows that he's accused, among other things. But he says he's ignorant regarding the most important things. And these most important things are obviously the gods and the good, whatever the relation between the gods and the good may be. Now, did I answer your question? Yes.
No, what he does not know would imply that he knows what it would be like to know something. And I don't understand how this seemingly two statements reconcile with one another.
Yeah, but is it not that one would really have to go beyond what you said? But that is the first thing that you say. In order to say that I know that I do not know, I have to know one knowledge. Yeah, well, that is true, but it's not only possible to have a commonsensical knowledge of knowledge, as distinguished from a fully developed knowledge. I mean this. For example, they disagree about some commonsensical matter, and the other says, no, it is so. I have seen you. Good. I mean, we don't go into a very subtle question how such knowledge is possible through sense perception. So, but we all understand whether it makes sense. All right. And we also know that there is a kind of legitimate inference and reasoning. And without having a developed doctrine of the syllogism, we can see if someone contradicts himself, you know. So we can also see that someone makes assertions and that they are formally contented. Like Meletos here, who says Socrates doesn't believe in gods but believes in demons. Yeah? One can do that. That doesn't require a developed epistemology of theology. You know? But I would go one step further, nevertheless, your question, and say, if I say I do not know the most important thing, but I know what's the most important thing. Yeah, that is all you have to make. The most important things appear to be the gods and the good. Now, can one not prove that these are the most important things? I mean, on the basis of our everyday knowledge, which no sensible man would ever question, and which cannot prove that. I mean, that is of the utmost importance for man as a whole, for human life as a whole, whether there are or there are not gods.
But whether the gods are important, or the fact that there being gods, or the effect that there being gods has on men.
Whichever you take, I mean, all right, let's say most important, that is specified in the so let's know what is most important for man. And surely, let's forget about the gods, it's a very complicated test of the good. If you do not know what the good is, you cannot act right. I mean, you don't know what to choose. I mean, whether you should not rather, whether one should not rather commit suicide or do what this principle did, shooting, you know, and this kind of thing, and accepting the consequences of the karma. If we really are ignorant, I mean, you say that.
This kind of more is not, would seem to be confined to one man only.
But Socrates says, that Meletus says, all are beings. Yeah? Now, Socrates looks around and asks some Athenians, say, at least a normal citizen, and how do you know? But ultimately, he will tell something, this is how our fathers lived. Yeah? And then Socrates can rightly say, your fathers also said certain things about the distance from Athens to Sparta, so let me explain, and we know now that the distance is different. So the tradition don't consider it. All right, and then we go on. How does he know? How does he know? And it will prove to be something like tradition of the fathers, and that is not tradition. I mean, how is it? I mean, I thought this was.
The gods prove something that is otherwise unfeasible or
That would be one way. That would be one way to say the answer what is good can be the question what is good can be given only by the gods, and therefore there must be gods. Yeah, but still, that we can accept. How do you know that there are gods? Now, if the gods are questionable, then the good would be questionable on that, good is one questionable on that count too. So we don't know. How can someone say? And up to this point, we cannot say more than there is this alternative of either obeying the laws, because not obeying the laws who claims to know, and who is surely more respected than any chance human being. Surely. Yes, but at least it makes some popular sense. And then the alternative is not to act. And that is what Socrates is going to say immediately after. I did not act. I mean, he says first, I did not act politically, but then he allows it. He did not act. But obviously that cannot be literally true, but something else. And he went to the war and then to the jury and so on, the law. So that cannot be quite literally true. Yeah, but that we must face that, because this is a question where, I mean, we see from this at this point that Socrates knew that difficulty, which is now calling us into social sciences. Only it is much broader, and it is not said in terms of value judgments in particular, but that is implied. Yeah. What was the way which he found out? And somehow it seems, up to this point, that it was precisely the reflection on his ignorance, on his not knowing, which led him out of the difficulty. Whether that can become fully clear from the apology, we must see, but surely that must become clearer than it is now from the rest of the world. Did I answer your question?
Well, I think,
I mean, at least to that extent that I pointed to the way which we have to take. Yeah. Yeah. So the question, the question will be stated in this work with a very parallelism. Punishment. It is suggested that punishment, if it is to be rational, would of course presuppose knowledge of good. Yeah. And instruction also is distinguished from punishment. You remember the distinction in Aristophanes? Making people winged by words and by whippings. That is the same distinction. Both are impossible, says yeah, but it goes beyond that. Look at the punitive systems. It is generally assumed, at least as far as generally assumed, that among the punishments which men inflict upon one another, capital punishment is the worst. I mean, I do not wish to go down to the niceties of a gradation among capital punishment, drawing, quartering, hanging, but let us leave it as a general statement that capital punishment is generally regarded as much worse than fine, and not a fine or something else, or even imprisonment, and so on. What does it presuppose? Knowledge that life is of much higher value than freedom to circulate and money, possession. Yeah. You presuppose that life is valuable. On reflection, you would perhaps say it is not necessarily the highest value, but it is surely a very high value. And you know what we do? Tremendous medical establishments are proof of how highly we value life. No. Towards the end of this book, it is suggested that death, being asleep without dreams, is perhaps better than almost everything which we esteem, but everything breaks up. Because if you say, for example, life is not the highest thing, but virtue. All right, that virtue is means of virtue of a living human being. Or if you take Socrates' special assertion, the philosophic life, the life of examination, is the best. That becomes the question. Is not, by this question, is not death as dreamless sleep, which is then indistinguishable, of course, from simple non-being. One night, meaning life, what we call life, one long night is better than the day. That is better. If that becomes the question, everything seems to be everything is based on question. And yet Socrates, as a paradoxical fact is, that Socrates, in spite of it, is dedicated, has dedicated his whole life to what he regards as the one thing needful. And somehow, on the basis of knowledge, it's his human wisdom. And we must try how he succeeded. Mr. Gillen?
When Socrates rests content with a common sense understanding of what knowledge is, any more than with a common sense understanding of what good and beautiful things are. The last one. I don't see the steps. You said a tentative answer to the Soren's question was there was a common sense understanding of knowledge of ignorance.
Yeah.
Which he is not. But there's also a common sense understanding of good and bad.
Now, let me put it this way. I would draw this conclusion. One from what you say. Would one not have to go beyond that, what I said? That Socrates has... Socrates has knowledge of it. I mean, there is really, you see, that is not mere common sense knowledge. For example, let us take the simple case of Socrates' refutation of Meletus. Yeah? And let us take it, the statement of Meletus, the charge of Meletus, as it stands. That this is self-contradictory and therefore absurd is knowledge. And no other knowledge which you acquire by studying, say, formal logic and so on, could improve that knowledge as regarding the self-contradictory character of Meletus' statement. And therefore, it is more than common sense knowledge. The alternative would be this, that to say that Socrates does not know that he does not know, but that he only opines that he does not know. That was a line taken by a certain skeptical school in Greece later on. Yeah? And Socrates contradicted himself by claiming to know his ignorance. Socrates did not contradict himself. And at any rate, that is exactly the difference between Socrates and skepticism. Because as you observe that whenever the fact that some knowledge is possible, as admitted by Socrates, that alone can be the cure for his problem. Yeah. So, and of course the question would be, even to establish that, what are those people who say we do not have any knowledge, the real skeptics? Yeah? Is this not a terrible position? And I think that is implied in the work of Plato, not developed in this one, but implied throughout, that skepticism proper is impossible. And one only has to look at the simple fact that all skepticism uses arguments to show that we do not know. And these arguments all imply knowledge. Very simply. They prove one old stock topic of skepticism is the unreliability of the senses. Yeah? They give specimens of that. And they never speak of the errors of our ears regarding sounds and of our eyes regarding colors. Of our eyes regarding sounds and of our ears regarding colors. They know that the hearing has its object sounds and sight has its object colors, and so on. All skepticism thrives on principles of knowledge. Whether this is knowledge in the highest sense, that is another matter. I mean, that is a long way, but that it cannot be. It cannot be. Without it, no possible argument, and hence no possible human position of any kind is there. But the question concerns what Socrates implies naturally, and we must see later on whether we can bring this out, is that this knowledge, which no one can reject, does not necessarily give us an indication as to what is good and bad. And that is, of course, what he said. Yeah, ultimately, the Socratic argument will have to be a recourse to the nature of man. But we must see whether, to what extent this will become clear. The references to it are there from the very beginning. When he uses these homely similes, if you had acquired coals or cars, and now you have acquired sons, sons are not cars. Men are not brutes. That gives us a key. What is good, we mean primarily what's good for man. And what man is and what is characteristic of man, it gives us, is ultimately the basis for the answer of what is good. Yeah, I think we must turn to that next time. We'll have a report by Mr. Strickland. I always miss you because your names begin both with an ST. Yeah, Mr. Sunny and Mr. Johnson, you will have that, yeah. And a week later, Mr. Berger will take on the title, or you get it? No. Well, then Rabbi Weiss or Mr. White, one of you will read it, and the other will have it. And that will give you a week from Monday. It doesn't mean that it solves all questions, naturally, as you would not expect. Now, let me see. You said that this section, prior to the condemnation, is real apology. And I think that is true. That is really the central part of the apology. You rightly noted the provocative character, so that we even spoke of insolence. That is also remarkable. I further noted that you made clear an important implication, that it is not only Socrates and the Athenian citizens, but the law itself which is ignorant. The law, the nomos itself, is ignorant. In other words, there is no, that is of crucial importance. The other point you made is that there is the difference between the Delphic oracle and Socrates' private voice, as it is called here, the daimonia. But you did not go into the question of their relation.
Yes, I also did not go into because I didn't fully understand the relationship, although it seems to me that the daimonia is somehow also related to what Socrates initially begins with in the marketplace as opinions of the people. It's somehow an opinion.
Yeah, that is, of course, the question, whether the daimonion has anything to do with Socrates' activity as described in his apology.
Well, I'm not to suggest that it hadn't necessarily had any connection with the activity, but that it is somehow of the same nature as opinions. It's not
Yeah, that is, but before we turn to that, I think one point is very crucial. Socrates does not trace his activity, his talking to the fellow citizens, he does not trace that to his daimonia. He traced only his withdrawal from political life proper, etc. Then you make a very interesting and important point that the Delphic oracle is not knowledge. Yeah, it's just handed down. And Socrates finds out indeed by his examination that it is knowledge, but whether that is what the oracle had said, that's a moot question. Yes. Now, and that the daimonion as such is not knowledge, you rightly stress. You also what you said towards the end, said the apology of Socrates is a bridge between Socrates and the demos. That is, I think, perfectly correct, because the apology is the only utterance of Socrates, or Plato's Socrates, addressed to the citizen body. All other utterances are addressed to individuals, one or more. One thing I did not understand, because you read rather fast, that is how the Delphic oracle was turned by Socrates into a command. You spoke of that more than once, and that apparently was a crucial part of your argument, that I did not understand.
My understanding, by the act of questioning itself, that is raising the question, what is wisdom? Socrates, in reflecting on this, saw that the life of wisdom is the proper life of man. He's reflecting upon man's nature.
Yeah, but how does it work out? The oracle says no one is wiser than Socrates.
Well, this
And
is
that's
only,
a mere assertion,
this is only
an incredible assertion in a way for Socrates. And then, because it is incredible, and Socrates is, as a pious man, he says that God can't lie, tries to find out whether the God did not lie in this particular case. And so he examined it. But you could say, by restoring his momentarily shaken faith in the veracity of the Delphi God, he fulfilled a religious duty. That one could say. Yeah?
I don't think that's satisfactory because,
Why not?
because Socrates really moves to a new level from the examination of the Delphic Oracle. The Delphic Oracle itself is not washed. Socrates discovers.
Yeah, but the Pythia, the priestess, is not wise, but Apollo might be wise. And there is a certain pipeline between Apollo and the Pythia. You know?
See this, that really Socrates' new wisdom has nothing to do with the God at all.
Yeah, but, all right, but you cannot, I mean, I also don't believe that Socrates believed in the Delphian oracle in any way. But still, that is in itself a mere guess. I mean, that needs a long argument. You cannot neglect that, however, you know, because that is said. But how would you then, yeah, but then, if you didn't believe in the wisdom of the oracle in the first place, then you would have to restate the situation in entirely different terms. I have nothing against that, but you did not do that. Then you cannot say he turned the oracle into something else. You have to give an entirely a presentation of Socrates' activity in terms, in a sentence, so to say, in which the term oracle wouldn't occur. All right, do that.
I don't think that I could do that because I don't think that's the case. I am not sure at all whether Socrates initially believed in the Delphic Oracle in any way at all. This is not.
I have nothing, I think it's a very sensible.
Supposing that he did believe in the Delphic Oracle initially.
Then what I said for.
Then to examine the Delphic Oracle, to discover what this meant. But in this examination, he moves to a different level. He finds that the Delphic Oracle really is not.
All right. Yeah, but then what? All right. What? Let's forget about the Delphic Oracle. What is then the motivation of Socrates' activity?
What is according to the nature of man to do this activity? Question the action.
Yeah, but do you have any basis in the text for saying
this? The passage that I quoted, I think is, for me at least, the clearest, that he says that he must look to himself first, and to the state before the interest.
Yeah, all right. But what is the reason given for being concerned first with oneself, and then with the things which one has, possessions, and so on.
So one that somehow has to understand the nature of man.
No, that is, you see, in a way you are on the right track, of course, but that is not the argument of courage. What is the reason explicitly given? Why one should be concerned more with oneself and with oneself easily than with one's things.
Well, the good of the state, I suppose, in the way that he.
Well, in the case of the state would be the same thing as the case of the individual. So that why should you be more concerned with the soul of the state than with the things of the state? It's the same as the case of the individual. What's the reason given? Does anyone believe it? That's very important. Why is it more important to take care of the soul than of your possessions? It's an explicit reason given. You see, I'm sure that there is a problem with the Delphic Oracle. But then, if you suggest an alternative, that alternative must have a support and not an intelligent guess. I mean, you understand my criticism. It's not mentioned in any harsh way. Now, let's now see, what is the reason why it is more important to be concerned with the soul than with possessions and honor. What's the explicit reason given? Mr. Jones.
It says that from virtue come the possessions, and not from possession comes virtue.
Good, but what does this mean? Exactly, that's the passage I'm assuming.
On one point, I think it means that any time you're going to get any possession on one level, it presupposes civic life. And unless you have some virtue in the city, you can't have any kind of civic.
No, let's forget what the city. Let's speak of the individual as city.
And then, on the second point, on the individual, it is a proper harmony that
You are also sophisticated. Sometimes in the apology is the opposite of sophisticated. It's very simple. What he says is not a bad. I mean, this is a huge question. What does he say? He talks to someone who is very much concerned with his estate, with his business, but doesn't care for his soul. And so what he tells him, but you have to take care of your soul first. Something extremely simple.
The soul is a possession which continues with you.
No, but it's a final state in practical terms. I mean,
The soul is immortal.
yeah, but that is something much more simple than commentarily at best. There are sometimes people who say, I wish I mean, they have nothing, but there is only $100,000. Yeah?
well, the state of your soul determines what you will do with your possessions, whether or not you will do good with your possessions.
Yeah, but very practical. On the lowest level.
Well, what is the example of that if you work all the time? I mean, the same carrying over to Aristotle, the question of the person who is involved in business activities all the time, where he can get all these possessions and they're of no use to him because he puts all his effort into obtaining possessions.
No, this is a simple guy who also Strauss will not understand. Very simple. He others will tell him in 2 years at the latest, you will not have a single cent left because you will have dissipated it. So you must first acquire the habit of frugality, which is the quality of the soul. Or the other way around, also for acquiring the money, work hard, be industrious, the quality of the soul. So qualities of the soul, virtues, acquire possessions, and the possessions will not make you acquire the virtues. You think of what's playboard, square possessions and reasonable. That is the it's a wonderfully practical argument, but what is the effect? What is the reason given for preferring virtue to possessions? Possession. So virtue is purely instrumental. And this purely instrumental virtue is not the virtue which so is ultimately in mind, it appears from other passages. And that is a problem. And therefore, now, what was your question which led to this reasoning? The argument of Socrates in favor of virtue, which is wholly independent of the God, that doesn't exist. Because it is that argument which has a certain plausibility, but which breaks down on reflection. It is utilitarian virtue, and which makes much sense, how is it simply from that? About honesty is the best quality, and where the question, which is a good rule and it's quite true, but it is also very insufficient, because the question is the motivation policy or is the motivation policy? In other words, it is an extremely popular speech, the apology, but also an extremely difficult speech. And the reason is very simple. What Socrates is really doing, he cannot explain, not because it is subversive or shocking or similarly, but the people wouldn't understand. He must state to them what he's doing in terms intelligible to them. And that's impossible. So it can come out only in a caricature, in a caricature which is very funny naturally, at the same time also very sad, because since they don't understand him, they are practically compelled to condemn him. Yes, Mrs. Sanders? Now let us then turn to a coherent discussion. And I would like to introduce it with a general statement, summing up the points we made last time. Now, Socrates' wisdom, as we have seen, is human wisdom, in contradistinction to the superhuman wisdom of the astronomers and so on. And this is what astronomers do is indicated by Anaxagoras, so you remember the reference, who denied that the sun and the moon, objects of astronomy, are not gods. Socrates has nothing to do with that stuff. Socrates knows only that he does not know the great things. The stars, gods, the things beneath the earth, which means of course also the nether world, the Hades, and the good. He knows that there are arts, and amongst them the political art. But he does not possess any of the arts. Yet the arts are not sufficient, because they are all based on the assumption that their end, the purpose which they pursue, is good. The shoemaker. The other shoemaker is based on the premise that protection of the feet is good. And that is linked up with the broader question, protection of the body, protection of life, preservation of life. Yeah. So that's the theme going through the book. What do we know as to whether life is good? You never forget the link up of Socrates' embarrassment with present-day social science. I mean, I must plead for forgiveness for this comparison, but for a twofold reason. But the merely negative part of this assertion is, of course, also implied in Socrates. We do not know. We do not know. Just as I say, we do not know whether the social science can't say anything as to whether the atomic destruction of the human race is preferable to its preservation. Only most people happen to prefer the preservation, and we are on this kind of market research, we build a social science which acts on the premise that the preservation is preferable, not in itself. So the arts cannot justify their premise. Therefore, they are ignorant as such regarding the greatest things. But not only Socrates, but everyone is ignorant regarding the greatest things. How then can he live? The first answer would be knowledge of ignorance means not to assent to anything we do not know, i.e. not believing. Now I use the Greek term to make this quite clear, and there is also the punishing word, not nomitza. Which is a derivative from nomos, law. Not acting on the nomos. The other is know that you can't act at all if you merely suspend judgment. You have to obey the nomos. You can live only by believing in this sense, in the simple sense, by acting on the law, by nomitza. But that is not the way in which Socrates justifies his way of life. He traces his way of life, as we have seen, to the oracle. And from this point of view, his way of life appears as service to the God and even assistance to the God. Obviously, he assists to the God by proving to all men that in his case at any rate, the oracle was true, which enhances the prestige of the Apollo, and that is an assistance to the God. And this activity consists in examining himself and others. And examining means, of course, inducing people to suspend judgment. So what happens is that Socrates induces himself and others not to believe, not to assent, on the basis of an assent to the oracle. That is, and the difficulty, I believe, is in this point. But we must hear a distinction, and to which Mr. Steinberger alluded. Socrates' knowledge of his ignorance is one thing, and that may have needed in the first stages talking to others. But finally, that after a few steps, he had seen that Why does he go on all the time to try to convince others of their ignorance? Why is Socrates' knowledge of his ignorance good, so that he spreads that good by convincing others of their ignorance? Why is it better than the alternative, namely believing to know what one does not know and going on believing to know what one does not know? Now, why is that better? And let us forget about the Delphic oracle, because there is really a question there, but why is it in itself plausible? Why is it better? What does a man do who believes to know while he does not know? Take any case, take a simple case from your own experience where you have seen that someone was cocksure about something else and then he was refuted. What happened? What's the reaction of him and the bystanders? Pardon? A mistake. Yeah, but what?
For his life.
Pardon?
No, he doesn't achieve his goal.
Yeah, but I wish only that you would say it more precisely, because we frequently don't reach our goal, and that's not fatal to us. Yeah? So why is this, however, so fatal? Again, the lowest level is the most proper, because there we understand directly.
Yeah. It becomes disillusion or despair.
Yeah, but why should he despair? Why should he despair? What is the precise reason for the despair? For example, someone says something about Vice President Nixon, yeah? And then he is refuted about that. He wouldn't despair, necessarily. Yes?
It appears ridiculous?
Yeah, that's a good point. Because it comes closer to the issue. But one can, of course, also say a sensible man does not care particularly whether he is ridiculed or not. After all, that's not the highest criterion. But why is it important? Why is it more than mere fear of the ridicule? It is a very special kind of ridicule. You see, if someone is just, say, plain stupid, that is perhaps deplorable for him or so, or people depending on him, but it is not ridiculous in itself. Yeah? Only a very callous individual would say that it's ridiculous in itself. But here that's a special kind of ridicule. If someone makes an assertion, he lays a claim to knowledge. By being found out that he does not know, he is condemned by his own standards. In other words, this case is a especially important case of boasting. If the stupid man is merely stupid and does his work, it's not ridiculous. But if he boasts, then he becomes ridiculous, because he admits, this is a simple stupid man, doesn't recognize the standard of intelligence, you can say. He says, I'm what I am. But the man who lays claim to knowledge, erects a standard without having been called to do so, and then by that standard he condemns himself. He really contradicts himself in a matter by which he claims to live. Boasting, that is boasting. And boasting in this case means boasting means in all cases self-condemnation. Yeah, clear, but self-condemnation. And therefore boasters are particularly ridiculous people. And this self-condemnation is a self-contradiction. That comes a bit closer to the issue. There is something, because he says, I know, yeah, I live up to my standard, and he is shown not to live up to his standard. All right, but why is this examining others good? After all, we can say he tries to make them non-boasters, or more radically, to not contradicting themselves. The first answer we can say, well, simple love of human beings, fellow human beings. Yeah? A man who is not vicious wishes to help other people, perhaps not necessarily more than himself, but if he can do it, yeah, so to say, without going out of his way, he will naturally do it, yeah, if he's not vicious. But the explicit reason, the Delphic oracle, Yes, the Delphic oracle did not tell Socrates to examine others. So we are still not clear. Now I will try to explain it now in a very impressionistic way. And there is nothing wrong, I believe, with impressionistic remarks, provided one admits it, and provided one knows that it's really a disgraceful state, that one cannot do more than that. Now, when I read the apology, I'm impressed by what I called impressionistically, it's a low ceiling. We don't go up beyond a very low point. And I will try to articulate that a bit. Human wisdom, as defined there, is knowledge of ignorance. But that means, as defined here, knowledge of nothing regarding the greatest things. A blank. That's wisdom. To have that blank in front of you. So ignorant people don't have that blank, but they don't know it. But to know that you have that blank. Blindness. Conscious blindness. The situation described here is not that in the apology of the blind led by the blind, which is a very sad picture, as you know, but the blind who do not know that they are blind, except one among them who knows it. Now this blind man who knows that he's blind tries to show the others that they are blind too. What's the consequence? I mean, what did they do as long as they did not know that they were blind? I mean it again on the most pedestrian level. Think of that similar in practical position. They don't know that they are blind. What do they do?
Live happily in ignorance.
And
Live happily in ignorance.
yet do they live happily? I mean, what happens? They are blind and they don't know. What do they do?
Act in a way which is not consistent.
Why so abstract? Yeah.
They stumble around. They don't know they're stumbling.
They feel it. They bump into one another all the time. And into ditches and all kinds of. Now, when the blind man tells them, you are blind, what's the consequence? If they knows that. Well, again, it's the simplest case, the simplest formula. They will sit still. They will become paralyzed. They will sit still. Always sit still. Now, does this suggest anything to you? Men reduced to a state where they sit still. Did you ever hear men's situation described in terms of sitting still? Can you amplify that remark?
They were chained and stationary.
In Plato's Symbol of the Cave, the Republic, yeah. Men sitting in the cave fettered. They cannot move. Socrates tries to bring about such a state in which they are not externally fettered, but fettered by their negative wisdom, by the knowledge of ignorance. Fine, so it's a good state. But as is also is indicated, since man is supposed to leave the cave, is of course it can't be there. No suggestion of any leaving the cave is apology. So let us leave it in the apology, only they should not run around, they should sit still. What happens then? I mean, a point which is also not unimportant for the cave itself, but let us not go. What happens? They sit still. They no falling into ditches anymore, no bumping into one another anymore. But what happens? Mr. Cohen?
The activity of the city can go on.
You're sure? But that's exactly what the cave means. You know? They just talk. They don't fight wars anymore.
Exactly.
And
Somebody has to bring food.
food.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that is really a practical among them. So because we have been thinking, they will starve. Sure. Absolutely. That is the suggestion of the apology. Because what is your objection to this policy of starving? What would you as a natural human being say? Pardon?
Don't want to die. Live.
You want to do not want to die. Why do you not want to die?
on the assumption that life is better than death, or that I don't.
Do you know that?
No.
That is the argument of psychology. The refusal to sit still and starve is based on the alleged knowledge that you know death is new. That's it. It is very funny, but it is not, we must now try to find out what it is. So, death is better than life, perhaps. Socrates chooses death, as we have seen, by his very provocative language. But he does not know that death is better than life. He knows nothing of the best, of the greatest things. He knows only, he also doesn't know the opposite. And furthermore, which is much graver, Socrates had not always chosen death. He chooses it now. Why? The first answer, again, is the Delphic oracle. His activity, which presupposes, of course, that he is alive, is a service to the god, and this justifies his relative clinging to life. It is a duty to live, if it is a duty to assist the god. But again, the Delphic oracle did not tell him to examine others. Socrates is him, and now we come now to, we are now beginning to read or to discuss the assignment of today. Socrates is endangering his life. This much has become clear by the end of the Meletus discussion, which we discussed last time. And here a question arises, right at the beginning of today's assignment, 28b, 3-5. Is this not disgraceful? Now that's a very strange thing. Why should it be disgraceful to endanger one's life? I mean, to say it's foolish is one thing, but to say it is disgraceful is another thing. That's a strange objection. It would imply that it is noble to save one's life. Now, no one since the world exists has ever said that if someone saves his life by taking the right kind of pills, for example, he commits a noble action. It's a useful action, but not a noble action. But the emphasis shifts on this question of nobility. Socrates now speaks more emphatically than ever before as a man, hombre, to other hombres. You know, I can't bring out that in English. The Greeks have the word anea, which means male human being, yeah, like Latin vir. And so in English it cannot be brought out, and in Spanish you can bring it out. Socrates speaks as a he-man, we could say, to other he-men who are concerned with nobility and not with mere usefulness. And he has to teach them the very elements of manliness, which is that life is not the highest good. Disgrace is worse than death. In other words, he presents himself as being confronted with people who do not know this element of manliness, who think it is disgraceful not to save one's life. And then he must tell them the first element, which everyone knows from Homer at least, that life is not the highest good, disgrace is worse than death. Now, then in the sequel, that's in 28b to c, he gives a Homeric example, the demigods in Homer. You remember the demigods who played such a great role in the discussion with Meletus, yeah? Demons and other intermediate beings, as models. They despise death, and they regard it as just that one should avenge one's friends. The example is Achilles and Patroclus. That's the worst model. Now, again, mere opinion. The demigods are higher than human beings, and what they do is surely good, surely noble. The question would be, of course, does Socrates follow Achilles also by avenging his friends, or is this, has this no meaning? How could Socrates avenge his friends by what he is doing now? Who are his friends? Especially if you would look up the verses from the Iliad he quotes here, in the context, you would see that Socrates changes the model. Achilles doesn't say a word about justice of his action. That's Socrates' change. Now what is that? How far could Socrates avenge his friends for what he is doing? An entirely tentative suggestion. Socrates' trial and condemnation led to the consequence that no other philosopher was condemned to death in Athens anymore. He somehow brought about an act of repentance on this part of the city of Athens, and there was a certain reconciliation, not a complete, but a certain, because Aristotle too had to escape, but that may have been due in the case of Aristotle to political problems, because of Macedonia and Philip, Alexander, that may have been a different story. But a relative reconciliation between Athens and philosophy was brought about by Socrates, because Athens repented afterwards. So, in other words, Socrates avenges in a way his friends, the other philosophers who had been persecuted in Athens. Yeah, so Socrates compares himself here to Achilles, the 70 years old Socrates, to that youthful Achilles. Yeah, that's his model. Do you remember the further fate of Achilles in Homer? That he was killed by Paris, but then other things happened in the Odyssey. Do you remember? Do you seem to remember?
When he says to Odysseus that I'd rather be a slave I'd rather serve as a slave when I can be king of hell.
King of Hades, in Hades. Yeah, so in other words, Achilles, after his death, we know this, unfortunately, not from Achilles himself, but only through the mouth of Odysseus, but still, Odysseus met him in Hades, and there Achilles revoked the whole principle of his heroic life. He said it is better to be a slave in the light of the sun than to be a king among the dead. That is, we must not forget. But here on the surface we see only Socrates taking Achilles as his model. Disgrace is worse than death. But what is disgraceful? Let us turn to 28d6 following. Thus it is, you men of Athens, in truth. Yeah?
This is true, gentlemen. Wherever a man places himself, believing it to be the best place, or wherever he has been placed by his captain, there he must stay, as I think, and run any risk there is, calculating neither death or anything before disgrace. Then, gentlemen, I should have been acting strangely if at Potidaea and Amphipolis and Delion I stayed where I was posted by the captains, whom you had chosen to command me, like anyone else, in this death. But where God posted me, as I thought and believed, with the duty to be a philosopher, and to test myself and others, there I should fear either death or anything else and desert my post.
Now let us stop here. So here, that's the answer. To run away from the enemy, that is disgraceful. The most elementary form of what everyone knows that's disgraceful. Not to stay where one has been put by one's captains, as he says, but more literally and simply by one's rulers. Yeah, there, that's clear. That's the most, and there, of course, a minor difficulty arises, as is pointed out in the law case, that in some cases it is brave to run away. I mean, to lure the enemy into an ambush, for example. Yeah? So strictly speaking, to stand first, and so on, certain difficulties. But let us leave it at the simple notion to stand, stay where one has been put. But it is noble, in other words, to follow the opinion regarding the best, rather than fear for one's life, regardless of whether that opinion of the best is the law, that would mean the rulers, or one's own opinion. That is a conflict. I mean, one's own opinion, which can and cannot be traced to the God. Just when people speak, I follow my conscience and not the law. They mean, of course, not merely something in themselves, but ultimately something divinely sanctioned. That's the question. There is a possible conflict there. So, in other words, we grant that. Human nobility begins with not clinging to life. Anything if you follow any opinion and regard it as more sacred than your life, you are in principle noble. There is, however, even on this level, a possible conflict between two kinds of opinions. The opinion of the community, the nomos, or your own opinion. Now, what does Socrates say, what deserves preference in case of such a conflict between the opinion of the society as expressed in the law and the opinion of the individual? Yeah?
The law.
Is it so? Which opinion of the better does he follow? By his life. The law didn't tell him to philosophize. The law did not tell him to philosophize.
Then there's no conflict if the law doesn't tell him what.
Yeah, but the law apparently quasi forbids it. Forbids it by implication. At any rate, by the way, in this respect, I believe that is an ordinary interpretation of the apology, that here a man stands up for the principle that one must stand up for one's own convictions, regardless of what the community thinks. At any rate, Socrates follows his ruler in the sense of the god, not in the sense of any Athenian magistrate. Well, we are so familiar with this view. And it is extremely interesting that it occurs in a rudimentary form in the Socrates. Today one would say one must be loyal to one's conviction. That's what Socrates says. And that alone gives a man nobility. But the crucial implication, just as in the modern Jew, the conviction cannot, to which one must remain loyal, cannot be that life is the highest good. Look at the coward. You will see, I follow my conviction. And that is exactly, that cannot be a conviction. That's understood. We moderns have a beautiful word for expressing that, which for deep reasons could not express by the poor Greeks. We speak of idealists. The idealists are exactly the people who imply that life cannot be the highest good, and that means, of course, also possessions and honors and this kind of thing. Yeah? That is what Socrates seems to express, and that is one reason why this book is so popular, and everyone knows it. Yeah, an ideal is more sacred than any decision of the citizen body. The whole notion of political crime and of a respect for the political criminal as distinguished from the common criminal is of course based on this kind. He didn't shoot this man because he wanted to rob him or because he was jealous of him or so, but he did it, it was a political murder. So you know that. It's a very important element of modern liberal thought. An idealist, according to this view, is a man who follows a conviction different from any conviction that life and the external goods are the highest good. That is not idealism. You see where we have sunk today by virtue of the substitution of value for ideal. As long as people spoke of ideals, which is also a loose term, but it had a certain respectability, it was excluded that someone could say my value is to have 4 square meals a day. That you couldn't possibly say it's an idealist, but you can call it a value, isn't it? You know, that is important. But the trouble is, value is a wholly impossible thing. Ideals is also not good enough, and that's the reason why Socrates didn't speak of ideals. For why is ideals not good enough? And simply to say So human, to repeat this point, human nobility consists in being loyal to one's convictions regardless. But conviction in this sense can never mean that life and the external goods are the highest good. Yeah?
I don't quite follow that, because according to the premise on which he's working, all of his convictions or opinions are merely that, and he can't further distinguish that one is correct and another is not
That
correct.
is what I mean. But since we, you see, it is very important for us to understand Plato. But it is but it is more important for us to understand, for example, such a thing as, quote, ideas, unquote. Yeah? What it means. It's not that. And we must not completely disregard it. Now, why is the concept of ideal as I sketched it, and as it is underlying popular usage, and of course also the learned literature to some extent, why is this a very inadequate notion? Or for that matter, the notion of conviction or of conscience as ordinarily used. Why is this inadequate? I mean, it does make a distinction between a brutish life, a life unworthy of human being, and a non-brutish life. But why is it so wholly insufficient?
Well, and this again gets to the problem of justifying the ideal. Unless one can show why the ideal is worth doing things for,
it's too vague. Yeah, in other words, what is the criterion the precise criterion for distinguishing between an ideal and a mere preference? Yeah? That's the question. And the difficulty here induced people to abandon the problem and say, let's forget about ideals, let's speak of preference as preference, i.e. values. That is what happened, which is of course the less desirable thing to do. Because if you say an ideal is characterized by the willingness of a man to die for it, it's obviously insufficient, because people die for all kinds of things. They die even in order to get property, as we know. Or for reasons because they are mortified by losing their property, which is also meaning dying for property. It's really insufficient. So Socrates cannot possibly leave it at that. In the passage which we read, in 28, 4-5, at the end of the note, when he says, God commanded me, or put me there, that I must, as I believed as well as assumed, yeah, that I ought to live while philosophizing, and so on. As I believed and assumed. That is the basis for Socrates' dedicated life. It seems that Socrates' life is based on an opinion. Or does he merely mean that he ascribes his way of life to Apollo is a mere opinion? But the choice of that way of life itself is not. What does he mean by that? What is the basis of Socrates' dedication to an ideal? What is the basis of Socrates' ideal, if you use that term? His conviction that no one knows the greatest things is not opinion, a correct representation here, but knowledge. That's a different story. But the conviction that he ought to examine others, that is not based on knowledge. That is based on the belief that the God has commissioned him to do so. But the mere Socrates' knowledge that he knows nothing is not the issue, because he would never have been condemned for that, never been accused for that. Now let us go on where we left off in 29a. For it would be awful, and one could then truly and justly bring me into the law court, that I do not believe that God exists by being disobedient to the oracle, and fearing death, and believing to be wise while not being wise. Do you have that?
Yes.
Go on.
For to fear death, gentlemen, is only to think you are wise when you are not, or it is to think you know what you don't know. No one knows whether death is really the greatest blessing a man can have, but they fear it is the greatest curse, as if they know well. Surely this is the objectionable kind of ignorance, to think one knows what one does not know. But in this, gentlemen, here also perhaps I am different from the general run of mankind. And if I should claim to be wiser than someone in something, it would be in this, that as I do not know well enough about what happens in the house of Hades, so I do not think I know.
Yeah, do not believe, I know. Let us stop here. Incidentally, you see here, he says, to fear death is to claim to know what one does not know. We don't know what happened after death. Death may be a very great good, but we must add, if we read carefully, but it may also be a great evil. We don't know. What then does Socrates know? You see the paralysis following necessarily from this kind of thing. One little point which is meant for those who like subtleties. Socrates mentions here 3 grounds of accusation. A, that he doesn't believe in the gods. B, that he fears death. And 3, that he regards himself as wise while being it. The only thing taken up in the secret is the central one. He does not fear God. I mean, that's one little example. The central is, what is in the center is always the most important in the context. The question, the context is the status of death. Yes, now the next sentence, where you left off.
But to do wrong, and to disobey those who are better than myself, whether God or man, that I know to be bad and disgraceful.
Yeah, no, stop it. Socrates has knowledge. Here we know. He has not, whether death is good or bad, he doesn't know. But that one must do one's duty, to say it in a word, that he knows. How does he know? That would be a terribly important thing. Naturally, because then he has a guide for everything. It is evil, to translate more literally, is evil and disgraceful to act unjustly and to disobey one's betters. Socrates knows then the most important thing. Like Kant, if anyone has read Kant, we do not know anything about the thing in itself, about true reality. But we know the moral law, and that's all. A complete darkness. But one light, the light of the moral law within us, is sufficient. Is sufficient, if true. Now one could say, in other words, but Socrates is not Kant, Plato is not Kant, and that is, although many people have tried to equate them, that doesn't work. Socrates knows then the most important things, it would seem. One question which we must raise, but it could also be the other way around, that these things which we regard as most important are not the most important things. Now what could this mean? Now what does it mean to do wrong? As it is translated, adikai. What is the most simple meaning of that?
Disobey
Whom?
one's betters.
No, that is distinguished here. It's distinguished here. What does it mean?
Disobey law.
Law, surely. That's always the first thing. Justice means primarily comply with the law. So to transgress the law, and the other thing is to transgress to the verdict of one's betters. That may very well be different from the law. But they may conflict. Which is to be preferred in case of conflict? The decision of the law or the verdict of one's betters? The answer is surely not given here. So we can say this, and provisionally, and that is perhaps sufficient for the present occasion. This knowledge which Socrates has is less knowledge than a problem. It leads you up immediately to a great problem, and therefore that is not complete ignorance, because problem means to understand the problem, but it is not the simple guide for life, because you are confronted with an alternative and have no key as to the solution. But Socrates seems to indicate a solution in the sequel. Perhaps we read that, where we left off.
Therefore, in comparison with bad things, which I know to be bad, rather will I never fear or flee from what may be blessings, for all I know. For even if you let me go now, and refuse to listen to Antitos, you remember what he said. He said that either I ought not to have been brought into court at all, or if I was, that death was the only possible penalty. And why? He told you, if I escaped, your sons would at once practice what Socrates teaches, and they would all be utterly corrupted. Then if you were to say to me in answer to this, we will not this time listen to Antitos, my dear Socrates, we will let you go free, but on this condition, that you will no longer spend your time in the search or in philosophy. And if you are caught again doing this again, you shall die. If you should let me go free on these terms, which I have mentioned, I should answer you. Many thanks indeed for your kindness, gentlemen, but I will obey to God rather than you. And as long as I have breath in me and remain able to do it, I will never cease being a philosopher, and exhorting you and showing what is in me to any one of you I may meet, by speaking to him in my usual way.
And so on. And then there comes a long speech of Socrates. Now, what does this mean? Socrates refuses to accept acquittal under condition. That's obvious. But this could be formulated much more strictly. They could say, all right, we acquit you. But at the next assembly, we are bringing in a bill forbidding to philosophize and defining philosophizing by what Socrates does. And it would be a law. And what does Socrates then say regarding that law? He will not obey it. He will not obey it. So in other words, Socrates gives an answer to the alternative. He says in case of conflict between the law and the commandment of the God, he obeys the commandment of the God. Yeah, but then of course that is a difficult thing, because that is not a commandment of the God as a believer in the Bible could say, quoting chapter and verse, you know. That is a very dubious interpretation of a very dubious oracle. So Socrates simply sets his own conviction against a possible law. Yeah?
Don't we get another aspect of the answer in terms of his action, and that he is trying to, by pleading, or trying to persuade the citizens, he's trying to change the law.
You know, this whole argument is based on the premise, naturally, that Socrates did not transgress the law. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Sure. No, I believe Socrates did in fact transgress the law, because the law forbidding impiety, yeah, that was of course not very clearly formulated. But that was sufficiently large according to the spirit of the legislator to cover Socrates' strange things. That's clear. No, Socrates, of course, in fact, already in his whole life. But now life says the law is not absolutely sacred for me. So he follows his own conviction. I mean, Socrates would never say that everyone has a right to prefer his convictions to the law. He limits it to certain people, like himself, and that is the insolence and provocation of which Mr. Steinberger has spoken, and we must see later whether that is a mere impudence on the part of Socrates or whether it has a true basis. But to come back now, Socrates claims to have knowledge, and this knowledge, he knows nothing about whether death is an evil or good, but he knows that one must follow the better. And that implies he knows somehow the good, because otherwise he could not recognize the better as better. We do not know. We have the mere assertion. We have no specimen of it, no proof of it. We must wait for that. Now Socrates speaks then in the sequel, we cannot read that, of his activity, namely what he has been doing all the time in Athens. Now what is the gist of that is this. What he did was to admonish people to virtue. Or in other words, he admonished people to take care of their souls rather than of anything else. Now what is the basis of that? It's the command of the God. Yeah, but Suga's conviction, perhaps Suga's conviction that the best is virtue. The best is virtue. A virtuous life. You note here there is a transition. Previously he had spoken of knowledge of ignorance, which he was spreading. Now he says he is spreading concern with virtue. How does someone know that virtue is good? Because that is his knowledge. And the answer we find in the passage to which we have referred before in 30b, it is somewhat later on. And Mr. Johnson, I trust you can find it, yeah?
To procure more heed for the soul, to make it as good as possible. When I tell you that virtue comes not from money, but from virtue comes both money and all other good things from mankind, both in private and in public.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is his truth. So that is someone's knowledge, that he knows. And he doesn't elaborate that, but we can all see that. For example, you cannot become rich and remain rich if you are not thrifty and industrious. Yeah, good. And furthermore, you cannot be honored in your city if you do not have certain things of the soul by virtue of which you are elected a congressman and perhaps even to higher ranks in society. Yeah? So virtue is demonstrably the condition of all goods. A man who is notoriously nothing but a beachcomber will not get money, honors, or any other external good. It can be demonstrated. If he should get it, it would be by mere accident. Yeah, that could be. I mean, he could have 50 different aunts who leave him their money at different times whenever he's bankruptcy. But that's mere accident. You can't count on that. Not a rational procedure. So that it can be proven. But it has one great difficulty, as we pointed out before. Virtue is instrumental. Virtue is instrumental for the external goods, including life itself. Yeah, but if that is virtue, it implies a decision of a question of which we were told we cannot decide it, namely. Absolutely. Virtue cannot consist in sacrificing life. So, in other words, this notion of virtue implies that we know that life is good, better than that. So, we are still where we were. We have to, in other words, so that even the commandment of the God, to the extent to which it is an encouragement to virtue, to a virtuous life, implies that life is good, because you cannot possibly live virtuously without living. Now, he goes on, since he does nothing but admonish his fellow citizens to virtue, the Athenians will only hurt themselves, not him, by killing him. For life is not a great good, and virtue is a great good. In this connection, he also mentions exile as one thing which the Athenians might do. Women says, exile is not a great evil. That will play a great role in the discussion. The Crito is what about exile? Now, here we have to turn again to the text in 37. Now, in the next paragraph, we will, however, he might put me to death or banish me or make me an outcast. Do you have that?
However, he might put me to death or banish me or make me outcast. Perhaps he thinks, perhaps others think, these are great evils, but I am not. I think rather that what he is now doing is evil, when he tries unjustly to put a man to death. Now, therefore, gentlemen, so far from pleading for my own sake, as one might expect, I plead for your sakes. that you may not offend about God's gift by condemning me. For
And let us stop here. By God's gift, we have this question. How does Socrates know either that virtue is a greater good than life, or that virtue is only instrumental to life and therefore inferior to life? How does he know? It is a gift of God that he knows that virtue is a greater good than life. Or, that is not clear, that he has a capacity to admonish people to virtue. And then he develops this famous passage, unfortunately we cannot read that Socrates is sent as a god, by the god, to the Athenians as a gadfly. The Greek word for gadfly, myops, means literally closing or contracting the eyes. And therefore, myein, where mysticism comes from, closing the eyes. And ops is sight. And therefore that is applied to short-sighted people, as you know that when they want to look. Yeah? Short-sighted is also is a primary meaning of the word. Socrates is short-sighted. He's not blind. And we will see later on what that is. Now, and here also he said, so he sent as a gadfly to the city of Athens. He spends the whole day wherever he is in awakening the Athenians as a gadfly. The Athenians would like to spend their whole life asleep. That is again the theme of the Republic. Life or death. The virtuous life is an awake life. And that's a good life. That's one proposition. Nothing of virtue as instrumental. That is in itself good. And this is obviously preferable to death, understood as non-being and nothing else. Socrates is sent by the god. His activity is entirely selfless, no instrumental virtue. As he says, I think we should read that. That I happen to be such a man, of such a character, as to be given by the god to the city. You might be able to recognize from the following point. Do you have that? Whoever has it, read it. That is 31b.
That I am really one given to you by God, you can easily see from this.
From this, and what follows, yeah?
For it does not seem human that I have neglected all my own interests, but I have been content with the neglect of my domestic affairs all these years, while always I was attending to your interests, approaching each of you privately like a father or elder brother, and persuading you to care for virtue. And indeed, if I had gained any advantage from this and taken fees for my advice, there would have been some reason in it.
It would have been reasonable, one could say. It would have been reasonable.
But as it is, you see yourselves that my accusers, although accusing me so shamelessly of everything else, had not the effrontery or ability to produce a single witness to testify that I ever exacted or asked for a fee. And I produce, I think, the sufficient witness that I speak the truth, my poverty.
Yeah. Now listen carefully to this. So it says in the first place, I always did your business. Yeah? Does this ring a bell? Yeah?
The Republic is minding your own business.
So by doing, if he always did the business of others, how could he find time for minding his own business in a strict sense? His activity is entirely selfless. It is irrational, as he puts it. Yeah? If I had gotten some money for that, you see, he comes down now to the instrumental value of virtue. Yeah? Then it would have been made sense. But I didn't do that. The irrationality of his action proves the divine inspiration. A merely human inspiration wouldn't do that. He takes care of the Athenians like a father takes care of his children. He replaces the fathers. And here you become, is implied another theme which we know already. By replacing the fathers, by doing much better what the fathers ought to do than the fathers did, he brings a certain dishonor on the fathers, and so on. We remember that what we saw. So, to repeat, what Socrates presents here is his pure virtue, which has nothing to do with virtue as an instrument. I repeat, how does he know that his pure, selfless virtue is good? That it is not irrational. We get a kind of answer in the immediate sequence, and that is a passage of the utmost importance, in a way the center of the apology. Yeah? Begin?
Perhaps it may seem odd that although I go about and give all this advice privately, quite a busybody.
Yeah, busybody, the same thing. That thing which is, in the Republic, to mind one's own business, the opposite of being a busybody. Yeah?
Yet I dare not appear before your public assembly and advise the state. The reason for this is one which you have often heard me giving in many places. That something divine and spiritual comes to me.
Yeah, divine and demonic comes to me. Yeah?
Which Miletos puts into the indictment.
No, that they omit something, even in the text here. Something divine and demonic comes to me, comma. A voice, comma. Yeah?
Which Miletos puts into the indictment in caricature. This has always been about me since my boyhood, a voice, which when it comes always turns me away from doing something I am intending to do, but never urges me on. That is what opposes my taking up public business. And quite right too, I think. For you may be sure, gentlemen, that if I had meddled with public business in the past, I should have perished long ago and done no good either to you or to myself. Do not be annoyed at my telling the truth. The fact is that no man in the world would come off safe who honestly opposes either you or any other multitude, and tries to hinder the many unjust and illegal things done in a state. It is necessary that one who really and truly fights for the right, if he is to survive even for a short time, shall act as a private man, not as a public man.
Yeah, that is very crucial. And because we find now a new reference, a wholly unexpected reference, to a superhuman source of knowledge, different from the Delphic oracle. It is brought in rather accidentally. Socrates has explained why he was active by talking to individuals, to every Athenian individual. That was due to the Delphic oracle. And then the question arises, but if you are such a busybody, Socrates, you walk around the whole day in Athens, in the streets, marketplace, and gymnasia, and buttonhole everyone and say, did you care for your virtue today? Honestly, that's the way we should present it. Then, why did you not go into politics, what was obviously the duty of an intelligent man? Why did he not dare, that's the term used, to be politically active? Answer, something divine and demonic happens to him. A voice, that's important. Because it is only a voice, and therefore the question is, can you draw any inference from the voice that there are demons? You remember? And if there, you know the argument against Meletus, if the voice doesn't, the demonic voice doesn't prove that there are demons, except in a purely verbal way, when you say a demonic voice must be demonic, then of course you cannot prove that Socrates believed in the gods in the way in which Socrates had proved it to Meletus. A voice. That voice opposes to action. It never incites to action. The incitement to action came from the Delphic oracle, not from the demonic. And it always opposes political action. Seems to be an irrational thing, but as Socrates makes clear in 31d6, its verdict is intelligible. It seemed to me, as Socrates says, to oppose political action in a perfectly beautiful way. Thank Carlos, perfectly beautiful way. Let's say in a perfectly intelligible way. Now, why is it so intelligible? Why is the verdict of that voice so intelligible? Why?
Self-preservation.
That's it. Political activity would have led to Socrates' death. For political activity is fatal to decent man. I disregard now this crucial implication that political activity is fatal to decent men. I'm now concerned only with that point which Mr. Johnson has observed, that the daemonion as presented here in the apology, whatever Plato may say in other dialogues, is concerned with self-preservation, with Socrates' self-preservation. It is cautionary. The demonic thing as presented here is caution. That is the simple meaning of the keeping back. For this reason, life is a condition of any other good. The demonic thing leads to private life with a view to self-preservation, whereas the Delphic oracle leads to that quasi-public life, button-holding everyone, complete disregard of self-preservation, completely selfless virtue as we have seen before. The daemonion is directly concerned with Socrates' preservation. And what does this mean in terms of the key question of the apology? What is that key question? To make it quite clear. Why is Socrates so absolutely ignorant? And what does it mean? What's the concentrated form of this question?
Virtue above self-preservation.
Yeah, more simple. Is death an evil or a good? The demonic thing assures him that life is good because it points him towards self-preservation. And therefore also, although that is not made clear here at all, that to be awake is better than to be asleep, because sleep is akin to death. Yeah? To be awake is better, and therefore to awaken others is better than to keep them asleep. Very well. But what is that demonic thing? What is it? Well, the demonic thing is mentioned in other dialogues, naturally, and the clearest presentation of the demonic is given in a dialogue called Theatres, which is almost universally considered spurious. I say also because I believe I'm the only one I think that is sure it is straight. And here we find one thing that is very beautiful. It is a very crude presentation of the daemonion, but that is the reason. It's the only dialogue of Socrates with a rustic. And people don't consider the fact that when Socrates talks to someone from upstate, because, it's really upstate, I can see. He cannot talk the same way as he would talk to a sophisticated downstate. That is the way. Now, by the way, there is, this point was developed very nicely in a master thesis for the comedians of the thought by that Benedete. If you want to read that, it's a very enjoyable thesis, by the way. And now, what he does in the theater is this. A fellow from downstate, upstate, his son wants to study with Socrates because he doesn't know quite well, but he wants to become famous. And as Socrates finds out soon, he wants to become retired. And he thinks the right thing is to go to school to Socrates. Socrates doesn't want to have. And then he says, you see, there's something strange with me. I have only one kind of knowledge, and that is eroticism. And that means, it's, he didn't put it so crudely, but it implies it. If I am attracted, I take him on. If I'm not attracted, I do not take him. And, but he doesn't labor that point because it would be offensive. And so he really says, I have no knowledge except eroticism. And then they laugh and say, what you do. And then they say, all right, and then I will explain to you differently. And then he speaks of the demonic thing. You see, if he clicks, then I accept him. He doesn't click at all. And then, in order to describe the demonic thing, he tells him absolutely awful horror stories. Which is demonic stuff. And that's the reason why the interpreters think it is not that late, because of the goodness. But it makes perfect sense in the context that because he can't convince him by this elegant argument, or taken from Herodocism, then he really uses fire and brimstone to make sense. Now, the point is, Socrates substitutes here, he introduces eros and uses daimonion as a substitute for it. Arne suggests that eros and daimonion are the same thing. Okay, I mean the notion of the voice of conscience, that is really no better. Now let me explain that. Eros, you must not think of Sigmund Freud. Eros has here a broad meaning. It means all natural inclinations, but particularly those which are indicated by the word. But if it means all natural inclinations, it means of course also the basic one. And what is that? So, there is perfect agreement, perfect consistency. The daimonic thing, as Socrates has a daimonion, that means that the natural inclinations are unusually powerful, so that they are more powerful than any media of being. And that shows on all levels. It must also show on the level. Therefore, that Socrates was a man of common sense, in the true sense of the word. Had a certain sense of self-preservation, and is implied in that. So it's his sobriety itself. Yes?
Doesn't Socrates say that he knows he's right to go to death because the voice doesn't interfere? And this would indicate that self-preservation isn't
It's not the highest consideration, but it is, of course, also something in him. But in answer to the question which you very legitimately raised, it is, you have to consider the circumstances. Yeah? What is the most massive circumstance of this affair, this condemnation? External circumstances. After all, you know what circumstances mean. For example, at what time did this take place?
when he's 70?
Yeah. So, in other words, a sensible man of 70 will have a different position to the value of his life for him than a young man of 30. We come to that when we read the Crito. You see, in the Crito that is discussed at some length. Why should Socrates escape or not? There is on the one place a simple answer: obey the laws. But that is not so simple, as we shall see. And therefore a prudential consideration enters. And there, in a prudential consideration, the simple verdict of the law is not sufficient. You consider the circumstances. And one important circumstance surely is so as age.
If he were a young man, he might have taken a different...
Yeah, we don't know. It might be. Yeah. If old age was a relevant consideration, it is a fair question at any rate, which course he would have taken when he was 40. That is the point. But that we can only decide when we come to the Crito. Good. Now let me first finish this one, if you don't mind. Now the natural revulsion against death and against stupor and torpor. Look back now to the Delphic oracle. The Delphic oracle, by inducing Socrates to expose himself to hatred, unpopularity, death, says just the opposite. And here I can only remind you, because it would lead us too far, of the wasps. You remember the action of the wasps, of the hero of the wasp, was also based on Delphic oracle. This action also was misanthropic, not guided by love of man. The daimonion is guided by, if we personify it, by love of human beings, philanthropy. Eros, the philanthropic god, as you may remember from the banquet. Now, Mr. Gillen?
If I understand, there seems to be a parallel between the daimonion and the kind of action which he decides not to take politically. Because the daimonion tells him what not to do. And the kind of action he speaks of consists of hindering unjust and illegal acts. In other words, it would seem to it's impossible for him to be the daimonion of Athens. There is no place, there's place for such a voice in an individual, but not in a political community. Or have I ruined it?
No, but I will come to that, but keep it in mind. I didn't think of it, but it links up very well with the point which comes up. Only a word about the implication. The just political life, which Socrates would have regarded as the only one feasible for him, is essentially, he makes clear, a life in opposition to the multitude because of the essential injustice of the multitude. That is said very strong. A just man, he cannot remain just among the politics. Clearly that implies that Socrates knows what justice is, and we do not know yet whether knowledge stands. In the sequel he gives proofs of his justice and the injustice of the multitude under the democracy. But what it is justice consists in this case. I do not mean now the somewhat more subtle point raised by Mr. Gill. How did he show, what is his justice? Very simply.
Following the law.
Pardon?
Following
legality. So let's insist on legality here. They wanted to condemn the generals all by one verdict, whereas according to the law, everyone had to be judged by himself. So it's obeyed by the law. And that is, of course, clear. One meaning, the primary meaning of legality, of justice, is to obey the law and not follow your passions, naturally. That's the reason why people establish laws, to have a protection against irrational judgment. But in this particular case, and I think that is very important, that I think we should read. No, that comes later, I'm sorry. This particular law that appears from the context is obviously also a wise law. Yeah? It is not merely happen to be that in the law, it's a sensible thing. And this tells us one little thing, and so it is not developed here in any way. That justice, while being primarily legality, is not identical with legality, because otherwise we could not speak of unjust laws, and to speak of unjust laws is obviously necessary. That is only indicated. As for this question of Socrates' knowledge of justice, I would like to say only one word, because we can't develop this out. That I believe is identical here, this context, with his admission that there is a political art, although he is not competent in it. And I will speak of that problem next time. In the sequel, he speaks also of Socrates, of how he behaved legally under an oligarchy. In both cases, as Mr. Gilden said, Socrates' injustice really consists, strictly speaking, in preventing an injustice, in not doing anything unjust. But was he positively just? That is the question which you meant. Yeah? Did he, for example, and that is a question which we also will take up next time. And then we have to take up this whole question, the whole description. I can only say the problem. The whole description of Socrates' life as given in the Apology. The Apology, as said on a former occasion, is a kind of entrance gate to that cosmos of the Platonic dialogue. Here Socrates is presented as presenting himself to the Athenian people, to the Athenian demon. Well, we should expect that this will be confirmed, this buttonholing business, by the many dialogues which Plato wrote. According to the apology, Socrates, the man who gets up at 4 in the morning, goes out and begins approaching Mr. Soldier. Yeah? What is virtue? Did you care for yourself? What did you do to yourself? Socrates has always initiative. A different expression. That all dialogues are voluntary. In the sense that Socrates seeks something. Yeah? But if you look at the dialogues, we see that only part of them are voluntary. Another part is imposed on Socrates. They approach him. If any button holding is done, it's done by others. So, and furthermore, we see that the dialogues show us Socrates engaged not in conversation with a chance fellow citizen. There are only two exceptions to that, and the exceptions prove it. He talks when he goes up, he comes home from a campaign, exhausted, and it was a tough time. What does he do? Where does he go the next morning? In a gymnasium, where there are young men, youth, communists, talks to him, that he likes. Or then he goes also perhaps to places where gorgeous, to talk to gorgeous. That's not nothing in citizen. Yeah? And he didn't, there's no question that he was this kind. So there are no dialogues as there is only a single dialogue which complies with that description of Socrates. Plato refutes this description of Socrates by his whole philosophy. There are two dialogues in which Socrates really has put his initiative and approaches a nameless fellow, a chance acquaintance. These dialogues are the minors and the departures. Two small dialogues which are, again, almost universally regarded as spurious. And they are the minors begins slow. And the result of the dialogue is really rather subversive. He puts a big question behind the sexualness of the thing. The process begins also. What is love of gain? And it leads up to a certain justification or vindication of silly Athenian tyrant departures, which is also not what he claims to be doing. You see, there are strange, as I say, the exceptions. When he takes the initiative, addressing a chance fellow in need, proves to do. He didn't do it. He didn't do that. And that, of course, is the most interesting question regarding the apology. What does this presentation of Socrates, this wholly unrealistic presentation, mean? After all, this was not the defense speech actually delivered by Socrates in the year 309. That was written years, perhaps 10 years, perhaps 20 years, no one knows, after the death of Socrates, and in a way in which that was a kind of, which had of course a relation to the accusation, naturally, but which had also the function, as I say, to give the only popular speech which Socrates ever made. You see, you remember there was a sketch of a popular speech given here in 29, yeah? Where I love you, you best of men, being Athenian, and so on and so on, in 29, the following. There are no such speeches. Xenophon, whose deliberate principle is to leave everything at the most pedestrian level, the low ceiling, as they call it, gives at least one such speech in the third chapter of Socrates, of the Memorabilia, in which Socrates is presented as a kind of stump orator. Yeah? He goes on the stump and makes a speech in favor of continence, which is very plausible, but also somewhat less a gift that Socrates could have made it. It contains this very charming passage when he says, to whom would you entrust your, if you die early, your sons for education and your daughters for watching? Which includes the idea that girls don't need education. And throws some light on the manners of olden times. And that is not, that is a kind of caricature of a benevolent caricature of Socrates. But the serious idea behind this, it is impossible for a philosopher to present what he is doing in a popular speech, in a speech addressed to the demons of it. Impossible. They wouldn't understand. And from what is immediately audible is of course something which is in no way comic. Yeah? It has a great elevation and so on, and which this elevation, however, is, when you understand more deeply, a mere reflection of the true elevations. That is the elevation as it can be understood by the ordinary man, and that is, when you understand the true elevation, only a caricature. And there is a deep element of the comical in this presentation, as I think we'll see next time. Now, next time we will have to discuss the end of the apology, and Monday we will have the paper on the Crito. Mr. Bergen, you gave it to me. Then, do you want to read it or in class?
It's rather long, it's long.
I see. So then I will ask Rabbi Weiss to get a second to read it, have it ready for next Monday. And Mr. White, you will also have it ready, but you must send it in time. Now, the Delphic oracle leads him to realize the knowledge of ignorance, the depreciation of human wisdom, it's of no word, and implies we don't know whether death is not a great good after all. The demonic thing, on the other hand, pushes him to concern with self-preservation, and therefore conveys the message that life is good. Now, I interpret that the daimonion in Socrates stands for the natural inclinations. And that implies the natural inclinations are as such good. This problem we have to discuss because it is absolutely crucial for the whole later history of social thought and social science up to the present day. The notion that the natural inclinations are good is underlying the concepts of natural right and natural law. Natural right means, in the original meaning of the term, that which is intrinsically right, as distinguished from everything which is right only by human arrangements. But the intrinsically right is that what is by nature right. Nature is the standard. The same applies also to the concept of natural law. Now, you all know that this view that nature supplies us with a standard is today rejected. But this rejection of nature as a standard is not a recent thing, but is implied in modern political thought from the very beginning. One can state that the position of modern philosophy from the very beginning was this. The ancient philosophers made the dogmatic premise that nature is good. Why should it be good? In other words, that they, the modern thinkers, I will give you some names later, that they had discovered a problem in which the ancient thinkers had not seen a problem at all. To indicate the present day view, the most beautiful statement of that which I've ever read or heard occurs somewhere in Melville. I have quoted that frequently. In one of his stories on the, I think it's on the Mississippi, a Confederation man you will know which story it is I forgot, because I have read it only in the book on that. Someone, this confidence man, this trickster, says something about the goodness of creation, goodness of nature, and to which he owes everything. And the fellow to whom he addresses that remark says, my eyes, for example, said their work, I owe not to nature, but to an oculist in Philadelphia. Because he had to improve nature so that he could see it all. So nature, in other words, is nothing. The real nature is in constant need of improvement and change, of human art, of technology, of the conquest of nature. Conquest of nature, never forget, means that nature is an enemy. You don't conquer your friends. In the recent book by Arnold Brecht, Political Theory, this is the guiding theme, you can say. The usual distinction between facts and values is there presented as follows. So conclusion, the radical distinction between facts and values is indispensable because there is no possibility of making an inference, a legitimate inference, from the is to the ought. You have heard this 10 times, that you know that this and this is so, it doesn't prove that it is good that it is so. And Brecht, who is an oldish man, and belongs to an older stratum of this kind of theory, which a stratum which was more solid, I must say, than what we have now, says the conclusion from the is to the ought would be legitimate only if the is were knowable as a work of the good God. Then the is would be intrinsically good. But this, namely that reality is a work of the good God, is not knowable, and therefore the inference is not legitimate. Yes?
May I ask you, what was this book again?
Arnold Brecht, B-R-E-C-H-T, Political Theory, Princeton, 1958 or 59. First volume on it. I mean, it is not an original book in any way, but it is a respectable book because it gives you a coherent history of this fact-value distinction and presents in a sober way, sober I think one can say, the accepted opinion. Yeah? What he calls social science. How does he call it, Mr. Schrock, social science relativism?
Yes, that's it.
Or scientific relativism, yeah.
Scientific relativism.
If you look at it, may I take the liberty of telling you that he criticizes my criticism of this view and says I hadn't understood the whole position. But I don't regard this as in any way a detraction from the book because the value of the book consists in being a presentation of a sober presentation of the accepted opinion, and that was lacking. Most people who presented it were real savages, I'm sorry to say, who, without any inkling of the deviation, simply said the values are just preference, you know. Someone likes steaks and other likes pineapples, and that's all there is to it. Brecht is much better than that. But to come back to to trace it to the origin, Hobbes, his doctrine of the state of nature, a term which didn't play any role in political theory before. Hobbes really made it the key term. State of nature is bad. The real thing is to get out of the state of nature. If one would apply the term state of nature to earlier thought, it would mean the state of nature is a good state. It's a state of perfection. That was the ordinary meaning. The term doesn't occur in political theory before. It stems from theology, from Christian theology, and is not at home in political thought, only in Hobbes. So the state of nature is bad. That means, of course, also, nature provides a standard, but only a negative standard. Nature tells us from what we should get away, and therewith it gives us direction, but it is not itself the standard. But the profoundest presentation of this basic premise occurs in Descartes' meditation, where Descartes speaks of a bad genius, you can say a bad God, as a key ground for doubt. We do not know whether we are not the work of an evil genius, and all our natural faculties are not his work. This may all be delusions, that we see things and various kinds of things. They may all be delusions. We may be exposed to the to the artifices of a clever deceiver who has no other intentions than to deceive us. And Descartes then tries to show that even if it were as bad, we still could protect ourselves against him, because if he wants to deceive us, he must give us some intelligence. You can't deceive a stone. And this intelligence, which he had to give us in order to deceive us, is our protection. But it is only this intelligence or this reason, not nature, on which we can rely. And so not nature but reason gives us guidance. Nature and reason here used as opposites. And this culminates in Kant's doctrine, according to which the moral law is a law of freedom in contradistinction to the law of nature. The traditional view was that the moral law is the law of nature. For Kant, that is incompatible. So this problem, which is so crucial for modern thought, occurs to us in the Apology among other writers. The Apology shows that Socrates or Plato was aware of this problem, that he faced it. And the expression of that is, death may be better than life. How Socrates solved it, that we must try to understand. Now, to return to the immediately visible part of the argument, Socrates says that he is ignorant of the greatest things, but also he knows that it is evil and disgraceful to act unjustly and to disobey one's betters. Now, I interpret this to mean it is evil and disgraceful to transgress the law and to transgress the intrinsically right. Wrongdoing, law, disobey one's betters, to transgress intrinsically right. Now, this intrinsically right proves to be superior to the law, at least in the case of Socrates. Socrates, as we have seen, refuses to obey a possible law which would forbid him to philosophize. We have said that. Therefore, all right, Socrates, the crucial point is Socrates knows the intrinsically right. How does he know it? He gives the example of his conduct at the trial of the generals, 10 generals, after the battle of the Accusation. Socrates acted justly at that trial. In what did his just action consist? He obeyed the laws. The multitude wanted to condemn them altogether, whereas the law provided that each one should be judged by himself. But there is more to that. That law was not merely the actual law of Athens. A moment's reflection tells everyone that it was a wise law. I mean, that it is an impossible procedure to condemn people en bloc and not to look at each case at the guilt or the degree of guilt. So, Socrates has another criterion that is clear for justice than the mere law. Now let us turn to 37a, 7b, that is on page, in the translation on page 442, beginning of the second paragraph.
Now, let's see. Perhaps you think that in saying this?
Yeah.
Perhaps you think that in saying this, very much as I spoke of appeals for pity, I am just showing off. No such thing, gentlemen. I will tell you what I mean. I am convinced that I never willingly wronged anyone, but I cannot convince you, for we have conversed together only a short time. If we had a law, as other people have, that a trial for life or death is to be spread over many days and not confined to one, I think you would have been convinced.
But as it is, I cannot disperse great prejudices in a moment.
Now let us stop here. You see here is what does Socrates do here in this passage? Huh? He criticizes the law, yeah, on such an occasion. It's quite extraordinary. And on what grounds?
That it is unjust.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one has to say more than that.
Yeah, namely?
That doesn't give him enough time to defend
It makes
himself.
a poor judgment.
Yeah, it's a bad law. So he has Socrates has then a criterion for distinguishing between bad and good laws. And that means the identification of justice with obedience to the law, with legality, is untenable, manifestly untenable. And I don't know what an addict of the value-fact distinction would say, but I must confess it's an excellent argument, a rational argument that such a law is a better law than as proposed by Socrates, than the existing law, because the law wants to punish the guilty and not the innocent. Any penal law. Whatever the law, the legislator might understand, but there can be all kinds of funny notions as to what constitutes innocent and guilty. But the penal law tries to find out who is guilty and who is, and to discriminate between the guilty and innocent. And then it must take the necessary precautions in order not to punish the innocent. Take even the Nazi system. They didn't want to destroy good Nazis. Yeah? Obviously not. And therefore the legal procedure would have to be, if they had had any sense, at least to discriminate clearly between good Nazis who might have looked as bad Nazis for a moment and other people. So that's really intrinsically sound, although very insufficient, as my specimen, my example showed. Socrates claims then to possess knowledge of justice, but he denies that he possesses knowledge of the greatest things. How can this seeming contradiction be resolved?
Justice is not
Knowledge of justice does not belong to knowledge of the greatest things. Yeah. It is stated differently. Knowledge of justice is part of knowledge of the human things. And the human things are by definition distinguished from the divine things. And the divine things are the greatest things. Sure, but Socrates, to come back to the point, Socrates claims to possess knowledge of justice. And we have to understand that. On an earlier occasion, we have seen that Socrates admitted that there is a political art which he denied, however, to possess. And he says of that political art, or of the political man rather, that they know nothing noble and good, i.e. nothing of the greatest things. But the political art is an art. For example, like the art of shoemakers. You can, whatever you may say, it is possible for you to distinguish between a good and bad shoemaker. I mean, just put on the shoe made by a good and by a bad shoemaker, then you will see the difference. And you, in a little bit more complicated, but in the long run also easy to distinguish between a good and bad statesman. Yeah? It's more, I mean, the consumption takes such a longer time to test. Yeah? For example, a Chamberlain might have appeared in a different light in 1937, Neville Chamberlain, I mean, than 1939. Yeah? It needed these 2 years to bring out certain things which showed his lack of judgment on certain important matters. But in principle, it's the same thing. What is that political art then? And that we must clarify. Because our subject is the origins of political science. Now what is that art? Comparable to the art of the shoemaker, although more ambitious in every sense. The art of managing the affairs of the city by deed and by speech. This art is a pre-philosophic art, as the art of the shoemaker, that exists or can exist among savages as well as among the most civilized people. Still, the awareness that it is an art is somehow connected with philosophy. It is as it were unconsciously used as an art, everywhere where men live in societies. But that men are aware it is an art is connected with philosophy. External sign of that. I mean, that King David in the Bible possessed the political art can hardly be doubted. But there is no Hebrew word for the political art, no biblical word. The Greeks had that word. And not only, acquired indeed in the period when their way of speaking had already become influenced by philosophy. Now let us look into that political art, keeping in mind its relation to the knowledge of justice. And let us first understand it. This political art in Greek, the Greek have two different words. One is techne, and the other is episteme. Now, the traditional translation is for that art, for that science. But in the classical period, they are used rather indiscriminately. The strict technical formal distinction occurs in Aristotle, but even Aristotle does not always use a strict terminological thing. So we can also say the political science, it doesn't make any difference. Political science and political art. Now, what is this political science in the primary sense? The art or science possessed by the good politician or statesman. Does anyone of you know where you find the first presentation of that, of that science? In its pre-philosophical. This is a very important question. I believe I have discussed it for some years in my classes, otherwise you would know. Some of you would know. Well, this statement occurs in Aristotle's Rhetoric. Book 1, Chapter 4. I will read it. Aristotle's Rhetoric deals with the art of speech, naturally. One kind of speech is deliberative speech. The speech in political assemblies, concerned with what is expedient or inexpedient for the polis. We must first ascertain about what kind of good or bad things the deliberative orator advises, since he cannot do so about everything, but only about things which may possibly happen or not. Everything which of necessity either is or will be, or which cannot possibly be or come to pass, is outside the scope of deliberation. Indeed, even in the case of things that are possible, advice is not universally appropriate, for they include certain advantages, natural and accidental, about which it is not worthwhile to offer advice. But it is clear that advice is limited to those subjects about which we take counsel, and such are all those which can naturally be referred to ourselves, and the first cause of whose origination is in our own power. For our examination is limited to finding out whether such things are possible or impossible for us to perform, not whether they are possible for angels, or for that matter for foreigners. We are discussing what we in this community can do. However, there is no need at present to endeavor to enumerate with scrupulous exactness or to classify those subjects which men are wont to discuss, or to define them as far as possible with strict accuracy, since this is not the function of the rhetorical art, but of one that is more intelligent and exact, and further more than its legitimate subjects of inquiry have already been assigned to it. For what we have said before is true, that rhetoric is composed of logic, let me say, and of that political science which is concerned with characters. Aristotle doesn't mean by that that there is a political science which is not concerned with characters, but he only wants to exclude any notions that there could be a political science which does not deal ultimately with characters, with good and bad men. So, in other words, the strict discussion would belong rather to political science, but here he has to give at least a sketch because of the overlapping of rhetoric and political art. Now we must say that the most important subjects about which all men deliberate and deliberative orators harangue are 5 in number, to wit, ways and means, war and peace, the defense of the country, imports and exports, legislation. These are the 5 things. So you see, he makes a distinction between the defense of the country, which means the ordinary guarding of fortresses and frontiers, and the question, should we now make war or keep peace, which is a different question. Yeah? And then he develops these themes. Let me only read what he says about legislation. With a view to the safety of the city, it is necessary that the orator should be able to judge of all these questions, I mean food, imports and exports, ways and means, war and peace, and the guarding of the country. But an understanding of legislation is of special importance, for it is on the law as the safety of the city space. Therefore, he must know how many regimes there are, what is expedient for each, and the natural causes of its downfall, whether they are peculiar to the particular form of government or opposed to it. By being ruined by causes peculiar to itself, I mean that, with the exception of the best regime, all the rest are ruined by being relaxed or strained to excess. Thus, democracy, not only when relaxed, but also when strained to excess, becomes weaker and will end in oligarchy. Similarly, not only does an aquiline or snub-nose reach the mean when one of these defects is relaxed, the aquiline, the opposites, but when it becomes aquiline or snub to excess, it is altered to such an extent that even the likeness of a nose is lost. These are the things. But if they would come to the middle, they would have given you a normal nose. That is a perfect regime. As a perfect regime. That's all right, but good. Moreover, with reference to acts of legislation, it is useful not only to understand what regime is expedient by judging in the light of the past, reading histories, but also to become acquainted with those in existence in other nations, comparative government, to learn what regimes are suitable to what kinds of people. For example, for the Persians, their kind of kingship may be much better and they would be lost in a republic. It is clear, therefore, that for legislation, books of travel are useful. Yeah? You see, he doesn't say scientific books on South America. He says books of travel because he thinks intelligent travelers are perfectly good guides for the thing. Since they help us to understand the laws of other nations, and for political debates, historical works, where you find models of political speeches. All these things, however, belong to politics and not to rhetoric. So you have here the framework, really, of what political science even today fundamentally means. The kind of knowledge which man needs for acting wisely in political matters. So there is no reflection on methodology because the methodology is implied. You know how to go about it. If you want to find out about Nehru's India, sure, you may also need some statistics because you can't count the heads and you can't count the amount of food India needs. Yeah, sure, that's easy. It may be technically difficult, but it's not a serious problem, intellectual problem. And so, that's it. Now that is then really a classic statement which should, if there were a good reader, Introduction to Political Science, that would be in it. But what has this to do with our present problem? Socrates. Now, the answer is simple. what Aristotle does here is based on a Socratic statement. Mr. Kendrick, do you recognize him?
No, I missed it.
Huh?
I missed it.
I say Aristotle's statement, which I read in parts, is based on a Socratic statement.
First of Memorabilia?
No. In the Memorabilia, Book 3, Chapter 6, a conversation of Socrates with Glaucon, the fellow whom you know from Plato's Republic. The son of Aristotle, Glaucon, was attempting to become an orator and striving for headship in the polis, so he was less than 20 years old. And none of his friends or relations could check him, so he would get himself dragged from the platform and make himself a laughingstock. Only Socrates, who was benevolent to him for the sake of Plato and for the sake of Charmides, the son of Glaucon, alone managed to check him. For once on meeting him, he stopped him and contrived to engage his attention by saying, Glaucon, have you made up your mind to be our chief man in the polis? I have, Socrates. Well, by Zeus, there is no more honorable ambition in the world. For obviously, if you gain your object, you will be able to get whatever you want, and you will have the means of helping your friends. You will lift up your father's house and exalt your fatherland. And you will make a name for yourself first at home, later on in Greece, and possibly, like Themistocles, in foreign lands as well. Wherever you go, you will be a man of mark. When Glaucon heard this, he felt proud and gladly stayed on. Next, Socrates asked, well, Glaucon, as you want to win honor, is it not obvious that you must benefit your city? Most certainly. By the gods, don't be reticent then, but tell us how you propose to begin your services to the polis. As Glaucon remained silent, apparently considering for the first time how to begin, Socrates said, if you wanted to add to a friend's fortune, you would set about making him richer. Will you try then to make our city richer? Certainly. Would she not be richer if she had a larger revenue? Yes, obviously. Now tell me, from what source are the city's revenues at present derived, and what is their total? No doubt you have gone into this matter in order to raise the amount of any that are deficient and supply any that are lacking. Certainly not, exclaimed Glaucon. I haven't gone into that. Well, if you have left that out, tell us the expenditure of the city. No doubt you intend to cut down any items that are excessive. The fact is that I haven't time yet for that either. Or then we will postpone the business of making the city richer. For how is it possible to look after income and expenditure without knowing what they are? Well, Socrates, one can make our enemies contribute to the city's yes, by Zeus, provided he is stronger than they. But if he be weaker, he may lose what he has got instead. True. Therefore, in order to advise her whom to fight, it is necessary to know the strength of the city and of the enemy, so that if the city be stronger, one may recommend her to go to war. But if weaker, then the enemy may persuade her to beware. You are right. First then tell us the naval and military strength of our city and that of her enemies. By Zeus, I can't tell you that out of my head. Well, if you have made notes, fetch them, for I should greatly like to hear this. But by Zeus, I haven't yet made any notes either. Then we will postpone offering advice about war too for the present. You are new to power and perhaps have had no time to investigate such big things. But the defense of the country now, you see, defense of the country is a different question from war and peace. I feel sure that you have thought about that and know how many of the garrisons are well placed and how many are not, and how many of the guards are efficient and how many are not. And you will propose to strengthen the well-placed garrisons and to do away with those that are superfluous. By Zeus, I shall propose to do away with them all, for the only effect of maintaining them is that our crops are stolen. Apparently here he knows something. But if you do away with the goddesses, don't you think that anyone will be at liberty to rob us openly? However, have you been on a tour of inspection, or how do you know that they are badly maintained? By guesswork. Then shall we wait to offer advice on this question too, until we really know instead of merely guessing? Perhaps this would be better, said Locke. Now for the silver mines, which was a major source of revenue for citizens. I'm sure you have not visited them and so can't tell why the amount derived from there has fallen. No, indeed, I have not been there. But by Zeus, the district is considered unhealthy. And therefore, the people leave the silver mines. And so when you have to offer advice on the problem, this excuse will serve. You are joking at my expense, says Glaucon. But there is one question I feel sure you have not overlooked. No doubt you have reckoned how long the corn ground in the country will maintain the population and how much is needed annually. So that you may not be caught napping should the city at any time be short and may come to the rescue and relieve the city by giving expert advice about food. What an overwhelming task, says Glaucon, if one has got to include such things that in one's duties. But you know, says Socrates, no one will ever manage even his own household successfully unless he knows all its needs and sees that they are all supplied. Seeing that our city contains more than 10,000 houses and it is difficult to look after so many families at once, you must have tried to make a start by doing something for one. I mean your uncles, probably shamans. It needs it, and if you succeed with that one, you can set to work on a larger number. But if you can't do anything for one, how are you going to succeed with many? If a man can't carry one talent, it's absurd for him to try to carry more than one, isn't it? Well, said Glaucon, I could do something for Uncle's household if only he could listen to me. What, said Socrates, you can't persuade your uncle, and yet you suppose you will be able to persuade all the Athenians, including your uncle. Pray take care, Glaucon, that your daring ambition does not lead to a fall. Don't you see how risky it is to say or do what you don't understand? Think of others whom you know to be the sort of men who say and do what they obviously don't understand. Do you think they get praise or blame by it? And think of those who understand what they say and what they do. You will find that the men who are famous and admired always come from those who have the widest knowledge, and the infamous and despised from the most ignorant. Therefore, if you want to win fame and admiration in public life, try to get a thorough knowledge of what you propose to do. And so on. And you see, that is stronger and it is much richer than appears in the first reading. But Socrates gives here a sketch of what, just as Aristotle does, only Aristotle doesn't do it jocularly, what political knowledge is. Revenue, food, war and peace, gardening of the country. For reasons which would be interesting to explore, Socrates does not mention legislation, which Aristotle mentions. But that is, we can discuss it. But to come back to one point, these are the two earliest statements of political science. One thing is striking. Both statements are silent on justice. I mean, I have read only excerpts, but you will see it as you will read. Why then does political science in the original sense have nothing to do with justice? Surely not. As Aristotle makes clear in the Rhetoric, it's a passage I read, political science has to do with legislation, and therefore with the distinction between good and bad laws. And here is where justice comes. Even in the case of war and peace, the question of justice comes in, as you see from any political debates into civism. Yeah, but what's so the true statesman, good statesman, must then have knowledge of justice. And that is presupposed. Yeah, but this knowledge is not far-fetched. Everyone has that. There are current opinions in Athens as well as today which tell us this. For example, there is no doubt that to steal, to cheat, to rob, to murder are unjust actions, regardless of what the law says. Behind it, to summarize it, justice consists in respecting what belongs to others. That is the point. To respect the other's property. Property means, of course, not mere possession. These fellows who collaborated with this young man, the policeman, and had in their possession radios and so that was always not their property. And so property means always lawful possession. So to respect what belongs to others is clear, everyone. That's just true even in Soviet Russia yesterday. The question is not, the moot question is only whether at the limits there may not be confiscatory laws. And there is always a question, is confiscation by law not robbery in the form of law? That's a very important question. But still, for the private man, there is no question. It is also clear that wrongdoing is to be punished, meaning that the guilty must be punished. And this implies proper judicial procedure. That proper judicial procedure may not be available, and that's a bad law. For example, people may think they find out the criminal, the guilty, by torture. And a little reflection shows that this is not the proper way, because by torture, not your guilt or innocence is tested, but your nerves, which is an entirely different proposition. And so that torture is therefore an unreasonable mean. At the beginning of the Republic, you get a crude notion, also what we understand by justice. One part is paying debts, not implied in the very idea. You got something from another fellow with the understanding that you pay back. Clear, if you don't, you cheat. On this rule there is based this grave problem of the relations of creditors and debtors, and which can lead to very grave political problems, as you know from Shea, as well as from Solon in Greek history. Implied is also something, a notion like a decent rate of interest if you loan money. A borrows a horse from B. He's not supposed to return 2 horses. But if he borrows money, an amount A, he may be supposed to return 2A. It's not absurd. Not absurd. So that's really then a problem. It's not interest altogether unjust. Long discussions in Aristotle, but they are based on common sense, on our primary notions. Borrowing cannot possibly mean paying back much more than you took in the first place. Or take another simple rule. First come, first served. The idea being, if everyone is equal, either absolutely or in a certain context, as customers, for example, then not all can be served at the same time. The fairest thing is, of course, to give him first who came first, because he took the trouble of getting up at 4 a.m, and there should be some proper relation between pain taken and reward. That is a simple notion of justice. Or other things. For example, from everyone according to his obligation, and to everyone according to his merits. On this is based that foreigners may have to pay heavier taxes than citizens, because they have a much greater obligation. They are protected without military service, for example. Also various degrees of punishments, that you can't punish petty theft as you can punish murder. And here an important point comes in, important for the argument of the apology. What is the greatest punishment? According to death. So what does the legislator imply by making punishment the greatest punishment?
this is the greatest thing to any man.
So life is a very great good, if not the greatest good. Yeah. Life is a very great good and has to be protected by the laws. And you see how grave, therefore, Socrates' questioning is whether life is such a good. If it is not a good, why should it be protected? Now, is this a mere assumption that life is a good or not? An arbitrary assumption. What does Socrates tell us about that? At least up to the point we have read hitherto. What does he say? Well, his daimonion tells him that the desire for keeping alive is a natural inclination, and therefore the legislator is right in his notion that capital punishment is the greatest punishment. But we must add, the impulse to life is not the only natural inclination. If it were the only natural inclination, virtue would be merely instrumental. There could never be a question of sacrificing one's life being a virtuous action. Yeah? Virtue could only be vulgar virtue, as it is called in Plato's terminology, merely instrumental. Why? But still maybe that's the sound view. Maybe a simplistic utilitarianism is the only right view. Why can one not leave it at that? Why can one not leave it at the equation of virtue with vulgar virtue? At this point we go on. So let us turn to 32c4, where we left off last. Socrates had spoken of his just conduct under the democracy, and now it goes on. You have that? And this happened while the city still was democratically ruled. But after the oligarchy came in, do you have that? Read on. Yeah?
This happened while the government was still democratic, and when the oligarchy came in, the 30 again summoned me and 4 others to the dome, and ordered us to bring Leon of Salamis from Salamis, whom they meant to put to death. Such things those people used often to do to others, wishing to make as many as possible share their guilt. Then, however, I showed again by acts, not by words, that as for death, if it is not too vulgar to use the expression, I cared not one jot, but all my anxiety was to do nothing unjust or wrong. That government,
unjust or unholy. Yeah.
That government did not terrify me, strong as it was, into doing injustice. But when we came out of the dome, the other 4 went to Salamis and brought Leon, but I went away home. And perhaps I should have been put to death for that if the government had not been overthrown soon. You will find many witnesses of this.
Yeah, thank you. He did not refer to witnesses when he spoke of his conduct in the assembly, because that was a public event and this was no problem. He refused to do something unjust again. Now, I mention here only one point. So that it indicates here that he is neither, in these 2 sections together, he was neither a Democrat nor an adherent of the oligarchy. What is the alternative?
Mixed regime.
Yeah, what was that you can say, but there is also a simpler term for that. The primary meaning of this, aristocracy, the rule of the best. Yeah, the rule of the best.
Why wasn't he a Democrat?
You see what he said about the multitude in 31 and 32 beginning. That when the multitude rules, it is impossible to act justly. Yeah, that's democracy.
Even when they propose the laws or make the laws?
Huh?
Isn't he following the laws which were made by the...
Yeah, but what he makes is that this is characteristic of the multitude when it gets hysterical. He disobeys or not. He doesn't go into this matter here, but that is clearly implied. So Aristotle is the right thing. Rule of the best. But what is goodness? What is virtue? This shows the difficulty of the concept of virtue as merely instrumental. Aristocracy means the rule of the virtuous men who do not understand virtue as instrumental, but as choice for its own sake. Now, this, if followed up, which is not done in the Apology, would lead to the broad notion of the political art, of the political science, which starts with the question, what is virtue? I.e., what is genuine virtue? This is Socrates' wisdom. He declines to possess the political art in the vulgar sense, in the democratic or oligarchic sense. He doesn't care for that. But if it were understood properly, then he has it. Now, I mentioned a little curiosity. We know from a contemporary orator that the man who brought Leon from Salamis to Athens was a guy called Meletos. It is not certain whether he is identical with the accuser, but it is an interesting suggestion that he might have been the same fellow. And how delicate of Socrates not to say so.
In this example, is it possible for the oligarchy to make the law in such a way that whatever they say, is he following here a prior law?
That is a very good question. That is developed by Xenophon in his explains where Socrates says he upholds the laws of Athens over against the 30 tyrants. Yeah?
So there was a prior law.
Yeah, but the question is, of course, you see, that is one of, what shall I say, of the delicacies of political life. And you find similar things existed also in Nazi Germany and other places. This notion of the sanctity of the law implies that the laws are higher than any government. But a short reflection shows that laws depend on the government, because our laws are made by a legislative assembly. As a legislative assembly, that is a regime, yeah, or is determined. And that is, of course, underlines the Trito, where the notion of the sanctity of the laws is developed. Yeah? And where the question rises, can the river rise higher than the source? If the laws are the laws of the demos, made by the demos, and the demos is as despicable as it is presented there, where does the sanctity of the democratic laws come from? The only consistent way of doing that would be to make a distinction between the natural law, which intrinsically antedates any government, yeah? And the merely possible. That's one way of doing it. But that is surely. Socrates does not here refer to the laws in this kind, whereas he refers to the law in the democratic, when he's speaking of the democracy. That is rule of laws, which is a very good and persuasive term, it is also a very difficult term. It conceals also great problems, because laws never rule. I mean, there's a metaphoric expression. Laws must be administered and applied, and in the first place they must be laid down, and that is exactly where the political problem is distinguished from the legal problem. Now, here he says, if this immediate sequel, where you left off.
Then do you think I should have survived all these years if I had engaged in public business, and if then I had acted as a good man should, and defended the just, and made that as one's duty my chief concern? Far from it.
Let us stop here. Socrates did nothing unjust that was shown. But was he positively just? You see, he refused to comply with the unjust command of the tyrants, of the 30 tyrants. But he went home. That's all he did. He did not engage in an action to subvert these dirty fellows, as other patriotic Athenian citizens did. Was he not concerned with self-preservation rather than with positively doing the just things? This is a criticism you find developed in the first book of Cicero's Republic, where Cicero, or a character of Cicero, refers to the statement of Socrates that justice consists in not injuring others. It is not too narrow a notion of justice? Does it not also include benefiting others? That's a problem. Now, as Mr. Gilden suggested last time, there seems the context, shortly before the daimonion was, the context suggests this. The daimonion, as stated here, is merely negative. It keeps him from acting, keeps him back from injustice. Does it incite him to justice? And that seems to be denied. But one must also say that there is no explicit connection between the negative character of the daimonion and the negative character of Socrates' action regarding justice. Negative action means avoiding injustice is not the full meaning of justice. He develops then in the sequence this theme, we don't have to read everything. Socrates did not make anyone unjust. He takes here up the theme of corrupting the young. He did not teach anyone anything. This is rich in implication. He did not teach Strauss or Pheidippides in the clouds. Nor did he teach Alcibiades, the great evil under the democracy, or Critias, the great evil under the oligarchy. If someone listening to him became unjust, Socrates cannot be blamed for that, because that cannot be traced to Socrates' teaching. Yeah? There were other sources of corruption around. And now let us read here a point that is in 33b at the end. So Socrates did not corrupt anyone, any young man. But why did the young man come to him and enjoy being together with him? Because if he did not corrupt them, that's a joy. Now, do you have that question? Why do some people enjoy spending much time with me?
But why ever do some people enjoy spending a great deal of time with me?
Yeah.
You have heard why, gentlemen. I have told you the whole truth. They enjoy hearing men cross-examined who think they are wise and are not. Indeed, that is not unpleasant.
Let us stop here. That's not unpleasant. So they are not attracted so much by Socrates' admonitions to virtue, but they are amused. They are unpleasant. You remember the previous description, Socrates buttonholing, all and sundry. Yeah? Virtue. Did you hear virtue? And yet there is a small group of men who are spending much time with him. The others who he buttonholes don't spend much time with him. And they spend much time with him and like it. What did they like? Listening to Socrates' sermons exhorting virtue. Is this pleasant? Then, is this pleasant? No. They like to listen to Socrates' examining, for this was not unpleasant. That is a slight understatement. Yeah. Now let us reflect here for one moment on what this analysis throws on Socrates. The key thesis of the apology. Socrates has only human wisdom, no true wisdom. And this wisdom consists in knowledge of his ignorance. He makes others aware of their blindness. And of course he himself is aware of his blindness. And what does this mean to become aware of one's blindness? That is not naturally meant bodily blindness. Where there was formerly a content, yeah, thought to be true, there is now nothing, a blank. That's it. It's the most important thing. What is the result of that? if the things which you regard as the most important things, of which you were absolutely sure, it appeared, you know nothing about them. The most important things. What is the result on any normal human being of that? Despair. Can't be different. Despair. Everything breaks down. But nothing of the kind is mentioned here. What happens? The activity here is not unpleasant. How come? How can this be? How can this be not unpleasant? How can this be pleasant? Knowledge of ignorance means, as here indicated, to examine this fellow. This is a rhetorician. This is a shoemaker. This is a physician, and so on and so on. What is that? Well, one little thing. This ignorance is not the same in all cases. For example, if you take a pompous ass, but then you take a very simple man, it's not pretentious anyway, but without knowing it, he raises enormous claims. But he all knows. There's a kind, a kind of, there can also be pretentiousness in seeming simplicity, but there are two different phenomena. And you can go on. You discover various kinds of ignorance. In discovering these various kinds of ignorance, you discover the human soul. That is psychology, the original sense of ignorance. But as knowledge of the human soul, it is not knowledge of nothing, obviously. If we enlarge that, knowledge of the human soul, knowledge of the soul, that means, according to Plato, and the highest level, what is soul? Well, soul is that which makes a living being a living being, which enables the being to have the principle, the origination of motion in itself. Let me leave it for the moment. This is not exact remark. But what beings are the most astonishing from this kind of having the principle of motion in themselves, which move not by being pushed and pulled on the common sense level. Thinking about the soul, there emerges a revised astronomy. No longer the astronomy of Anaxagoras, which said they are inanimate things, earth and stone, but they are animate, because they have principle of motion in themselves. But all this, of course, is not even alluded to in the Apology of Socrates. The Apology of Socrates is perfectly compatible with Socrates being the Socrates of the clouds without Strepsiades. Sure. Why is Strepsiades completely incompatible with the Socrates of the Apology? I mean, really in a hard-headed, practical way. What would have prevented the Strepsiades affair according to the Apology, rightly then? The daimonion. The demonic thing in Socrates would have told him, no, that's not good company. But this cautious element in the daimonion of which I spoke before. Aristophanes makes a great blunder of not considering Socrates daimonion. But more than that, so let us assume that for one moment Socrates has a kind of astronomy, whatever that would be. That would not be enough. He must also do something. Socrates could not have merely secluded himself, because then it would have also, of course, never have come to the trial. If he had stayed at home and walked the air there without anyone knowing it, that would not have any consequence. Socrates did not seclude himself. The Apology says with great emphasis. but admonished people to vulgar virtue, to this instrumental virtue. Now, the burden of Aristotle's attack on Socrates was, while astronomy, the study of the things alone, is the basis of wisdom, this is insufficient for full wisdom, because the astronomer falls into the ditch, famous, look at the self-knowledge. It lacks self-knowledge. It lacks a reflection on the meaning of astronomy in its human context. And that means especially also in the political context of political society. This additional thing, which is a capstone of wisdom, is supplied by the Aristotelian comedy, where this blindness of the mere astronomer is corrected. In the light of the apology, one could make the suggestion that Plato's thesis were, no, not comedy is needed, something much better. What Socrates does, or is presented as buttonholing everyone, like Uncle Sam with the posters, but only saying, did you take care of your soul today? Like, did you brush your teeth today? This is extremely comical, this buttonhole. In Greek, what I suggest is this. The very comical suggestion of the apology is this. The astronomy, in quotes, study of the things aloft, which may also mean the ideas, must be tapped by a comical activity, not by comedy. In Plato's laws, we find these remarks on there. They throw out tragedy. Tragedy is thrown out. With this reasoning, we ourselves, legislators, philosophers, are the authors of the fairest tragedy. One can say with perfect justice, throw out comedy, we, Socrates, are the authors of the fairest comedy. What Socrates does to the non-philosophers, that is genuine and that is sincere, there's no question about it. But it cannot but be comical from the highest point of view. Now let us go on from here where we left off. It is not unpleasant, he said. Yes, this activity. So in other words, it is not, he doesn't corrupt the young, but on the other hand, he is also not preaching virtue all the time, yeah? But he does something which is pleasing, which is enjoyable, which is amusing, yes.
And I maintain that I have been commanded by the God to do this, through oracles and dreams and in every way which some divine influence or other has ever commanded a man to do anything. This, gentlemen, is both true and easy to test.
Socrates' case is different from these people who enjoy it. Socrates did not enjoy it. Yeah? Socrates obeys a divine injunction. Not indeed the demonic thing in him, because this is an injunction to act, to do so. But he owes it to oracles and dreams and all other forms of such instruction. Now, and then he goes on, continuing and concluding in a way the corruption charge. If Socrates has corrupted anyone of those with whom he conversed, let him get up and say so. That is what follows in the sequence. And he says, no one will come up. There was never a Phoidippides whose father Strauss must say, you have corrupted my son. It doesn't exist. He mentions 7 of them by name. And that, one thing is, I do not understand all these points, but one thing I would like to mention to you. He mentions first people who might have been corrupted by him whose fathers are. And then he mentions others possibly corrupted by him whose brothers are present. Now, let us begin with the brothers. With the Nicostados, yeah? Nicostados, and then Palladios, and then the last one. And here is Adeimantos, the son of Aristo. The Adeimantos whom you will know from the Republic, yeah? Whose brother here, Plato, yeah? And Iantadoros, whose brother here is Apollodorus. You see what Plato does? He brings himself into a special sort of company. Do you know who Apollodorus was?
A rather silly follower.
Yeah, a silly, enthusiastic follower of Socrates. And that is, so to say, the most silly and the least silly are brought together, but in the form as if they would be exactly the same thing. Yeah, that is very interesting.
Strauss.
Yeah?
I wonder about the soundness of that argument, since the ones he has to stand up are already standing there accusing him. Antus had such a son.
Yeah, but how do you know that the accusers had been, they or their sons had been corrupted by Socrates?
Well, they thought so. I mean,
Yeah, but their own son. They spoke of some young men who had been corrupted.
yeah, Anytus.
Pardon?
Anytus' son.
Yeah, but was he corrupted? I mean, did he have anything to do with so? What was it? Xenophon speaks about it.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, apparently he had spent some time with Socrates, and he ended up a drunkard for some reason.
Yeah.
And, his father,
Sure, he never did well from Socrates.
well, his father attributes that to Socrates.
Pardon?
His father attributes that to Socrates.
Yeah, but you can, what shall we, I mean,
And it's elaborate. Socrates admitted that the father educating the boy in the tanner's trade wasn't doing him justice, and he switches the blame to the father. That Socrates was somehow responsible for the boy's break with the father, and break with the tanning trade, and consequent alcoholism.
yeah.
Seemingly fairly clear.
Yeah.
Even
What should we say then? You know, you would say there may have been quite a few people around, fathers and older brothers, who could have said, you have corrupted my son or my younger brother. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know how
And then
to explain.
specifically here, one was standing there. That this business, if anyone has had such an experience, stand up. And this is the point. I mean, they are standing there already.
I see. I mean, that raises altogether, that's connected with this general question, because Socrates makes this claim that he's walking through the streets of Athens all the time and he's buttonholing people. And somehow that doesn't sound plausible. That doesn't sound sort of fact. How can Socrates be presented to say these things to the jury? Yes?
Well,
That's the real difficulty in the whole work, yeah.
one point I was wondering on is that I could see, how no father would want to come up and say that his son was corrupted.
Yeah, that is one point. You mean for sheer shame?
Yes, he might want to point out someone else's son that was corrupted, but Socrates didn't know he asks for that.
I see. That's a good point.
So would this hold true for brothers?
And,
Would this hold true for brothers necessarily as much as for fathers possibly?
oh yes, I mean, as long as there's a real connection. Do you have a brother?
Yeah.
So, would you like to admit in public that he has been his corrupt? No. Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Strauss. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yes?
There was a question on another subject, the demonium. You said it is a natural capacity, and referred to it as eros. But eros seems to be, on the one hand, a moving principle, and on the other hand, something inherent that is in people. And in the presentation of the demonium, in a variety, it seems, is presented as a halting, a cautionary principle, and it's also presented as coming from outside, a voice of some sort. I'm wondering if you can explain that something.
You know, that is the voice that is meant to be establish some connection with oracles, yeah, coming outside. Yeah. I mean, that is never...
Is it necessarily oracle or merely something divine?
Yeah, but a voice is... a voice would mean something else than the individual addresses him. Yeah, and that connects it to the oracle. Now, as for the other point you raised, it is this. The effect is only keeping back, caution. But what is the root for that? I mean, the desire, as we indicate by the word self-preservation, the self is already there. It has only to be preserved. Yeah? Whereas the case of eros, directed toward generation, is towards something which is not yet there. That would explain it. And it is clear that the other point, which is the third point I should mention, is this. Every human being has natural inclinations, but very few, if any, apart from Socrates, have the daimonion. And I think I spoke of that last time. It means that in the case of Socrates, the natural instincts, as it would be called in modern times, were unusually powerful. Socrates had a physis, a nature, which in every respect fitted him for the philosophic life. I mean, not only the amazing memory and the quick mind and all the other things which he had, but also his whole, the control of the higher of the lower. Socrates could drink infinitely. Yes? The mind was unbreakable. And similarly, the instinct, who is fit and who is not fit, yeah? You know, and also that he has the instinct of finding out who is fit for whom. And this guy should go to Gorgias, and that should go to Protagoras, and this should become a mathematician. Yeah, an intuitive certainty. That is all implied. I think it is not an impossible task to develop the doctrine of Socrates' daimonion on the basis of Plato with perfect clarity. And as I said, the dialogue theages, the despised thing, is a very major source, because it explains the connection, which no other dialogue does, between daimonion and eros. It's the same thing, only different way. But not eros is also a common phenomenon. But to be so radically erotic, to be so incredibly sensitive to the beautiful and ugly in the soul, yeah? That is a kind of miracle. Socrates had that. That's a claim. Which, and therefore Socrates, when he says that he has only one art, the erotic art, that means that. And indescribable sensitivity to human differences.
I still don't think, it seems to me that it's presented again and again. I'm not familiar with the passage in Accusation, so I couldn't comment very knowledgeably on it. It seems that it's presented as coming from outside.
Yeah, sure.
This voice is really a manifestation.
Yeah, but you must not forget the general formula which I suggested. In the apologies, the ceiling is very low. And everything is presented as close to the common understanding as possible. And whatever transcends that common understanding remains in clouds. Yeah. That is not, perhaps not altogether. So this goes on. He speaks of his refusal to beg for mercy, a theme to which he returns more. He is so far from begging for mercy that he incites his judges to anger against them by the way in which he refuses to beg for mercy. That was mentioned in the paper last time. Now let us look only at one, and 34D. Where do you have that? Then if any one of you feels like that, yeah? Do you have that?
Then if any one of you feels like that, I do not in the least expect it, but if he does, I may fairly say to him, my good sir, I too have relatives of my own somewhere. For to quote Homer, no stick or stone is the origin of me, but humanity. So I have relatives and sons too, gentlemen, 3 of them. One a young man already, 2 still children.
Yeah, by the way, I do not want to go into the question of Socrates' sons, because that is a test case for Socrates' concern with educating to common virtues. Socrates, they were not in any way outstanding. You see, in the famous argument which Socrates uses, if Pericles had the political art, you know, he would have, his sons would be excellent too. You know, and this applies, and his sons were notorious nobodies. The same applies identically to Socrates himself. That would lead us too far, but this quote from Homer, who says it to whom? That says, you are not, what is your origin? You are not a descendant from an oak, nor from a rock.
According to the quote on the bottom, this is where Odysseus came back and was guard and described as a shepherd and spoke to his wife.
Penelope, his wife, says it to Odysseus. So in other words, Socrates appears here in the role of Odysseus. At this point. I wanted to make this clear only because Socrates is Achilles, you remember? Earlier, and is a Crichton again. But here, for a second, without any reference to the name of Odysseus, reveals himself as Odysseus. Then, a little bit later, speaking of the disgraceful character of begging for mercy, and so he says, now, if those of you who are reputed to be outstanding in wisdom or in manliness or in any other virtue would be such and such, it would act in such a way, it would be a disgrace. You see, wisdom and courage are here mentioned, and they are also mentioned in other passages. As far as I can see, moderation is never mentioned in the apology, and that would require some understanding. And I think also not in the Crichton, but I have not a complete statistics, so I can't say that. Now let us read a bit later, the next paragraph here in the edition of the original, and it will probably be here too. Where was it? 35. Page 441, top.
Apart from reputation, gentlemen, it does not seem to be right to entreat the judge, or to be acquitted by entreaty. One should instruct and persuade him. For why does the judge sit? Not to make a gracious gift of justice by favor, but to decide what is just. And he has sworn not to show favor as may please him, but to judge according to law. Then we must not get you into the habit of breaking that oath, nor must let you yourselves fall into that habit. One is as bad as the other in the sight of heaven. Then do not demand, gentlemen, that I should do before you such things as I hold neither honorable, or just, or permissible, most especially by Zeus, for one was prosecuted for impiety by Meletos here.
You see, the charge was impiety. But the other point which I would like to mention, there are three grounds to which it refers. The honorable, as it translates, the noble or beautiful, the just, and the pious or holy. Yeah? Where does the noble or honorable come in? Well, that is to which it referred at the beginning of what you read. Apart from the reputation, it is unworthy to beg. Where does the pious or holy come in? That's made very clear. The oath, they have sworn. So the central consideration is justice. And this we must keep in mind to understand the secret. Justice is the central thing of the secret. But before, I will mention only this point in advance so that you will, in the sequel, Socrates, namely after the condemnation, when Socrates is asked to make a proposal regarding his punishment, He states first what he regards is just, a just retribution to him. And then he deviates from that in deference to the opinion of the jury that he must not be rewarded but punished. So it deviates from the just, openly. That comes later. One word about the question of Socrates' science on moderation. Last time in the paper, Mr. Sandringer emphasized the provocative character of Socrates' speech, the insolence of that speech. Insolence, hubris, is the opposite of moderation. So that is the connection. Now, that's the end of the apology proper. Then he is condemned. He's declared to be guilty, and the question is only what punishment. And otherwise,
he again reiterates his belief in God in a sense in which none of my accusers does.
absolutely. Yeah, but the question is belief is not knowledge. Yeah. And in addition, what the God means is absolutely undetermined. That may very well mean Apollo in Delphi.
Well,
that is undecided. I mean, the translator, as I say, they put God into, capitalize it or put it with small letters as they see fit. But there is no such distinction for religion.
Since it's ambiguous, and it's ambiguous earlier too in references to God, when he says he assists the God, isn't it possible that he's referring not to Apollo, which might have been taken by the average person listening, but to the God that he really
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but the question, absolutely, but the question is then this. Surely, I mean, and that was often understood in post-classical times by Christian writers and so on. And Socrates could not speak of the one God in the pagan world. Yeah? And therefore, there is a certain circumlocution. I mean, there are many passages where he suddenly goes over from the plural to the gods to the one God. Yeah, but the question is, apart from beliefs, how does he know? There is one developed argument. There is also a clear indication in the Sophists, but one developed argument in Plato's writing. How he knows that there is a God, that there are gods, is a tentacle of the laws. And that is taken from the phenomenon of motion, just as in this respect, just as in Aristotle. There are the demonstrations in this world are part of motus, part of motion. Only the arguments, the details are greatly different. And that means leads first to the cosmic gods, the stars, and beyond them to a center, beyond them, yeah? The one God. But there is, Plato was not a monotheist. He may have been a henotheist, that we would say. No, there was one outstanding one, but it was not a monotheist. Yeah, but they are the cosmic gods. And the apology is perfectly compatible with this. You remember when the discussion of Aristophanes, of Anaxagoras came, and the question of the Olympic gods, the gods worshipped by the city, is left open. Because Melancthus said, fool, says you are complete atheist. And then somebody says, well, then you mean that I do not even recognize the gods which are recognized by all men, sun, moon, and star. And then he says, no, you have said there are fire and there are storm and earth. And said, well, who said that? Anaxagoras said that. I never said that. This is not excluded, that Socrates of the apology estimated the cosmic gods.
Well, then could it have been...
And at the top of the cosmic gods, the rulers.
Could it have been then the ruler and the cosmic gods who commanded him, as he says in a number of places, to do what he did?
Yeah, but what he said that the commandment of which he speaks is traced to the Delphic Apollo, not to
Since he refers ambiguously to the God,
then
does he have in mind?
all right, but then how would that highest cosmic God command him? By the soul. Yeah? By that the soul is so constructed that it tends toward knowledge. That you can say. But one point I must emphasize, throughout the apology, Socrates says he is ignorant of the greatest things, that he does not know the greatest things. That is compatible with believing. Yeah? But we are knowledge. That remains. Now, as I said, we are here at the end of the apology proper. Socrates, the question guilty or innocent is answered. The question is guilty. And there is some little thing which is quite interesting at the beginning of that, if you will read that.
You are voting for my condemnation, gentlemen, of that. And if I am not resentful of this which has been done, many things contribute to that, and particularly that I expected this to be done which has been done. Indeed, I am much rather surprised at the actual number of votes on either side. I did not expect the voting to be so close. I thought there would be a large majority, but now, as it seems, if only 30 votes had been changed, I should have been acquitted. Even now, to my mind, I have been acquitted of Miletos. And not only have I been acquitted, but this indeed is clear to everyone, that if Anatos and Lycon had not joined in accusing me, he would have been liable to a fine of 1,000 drachmas, as he did not get the fifth part of the vote.
Yeah. Now, that's a little arithmetical problem. And as far as I can see, the commentators started their interpretation from a report in Diogenes Laertius, according to which 281 condemned Socrates and 220 acquitted him. But that is not obligatory, Diogenes Laertius. We have to figure that out ourselves. We must do. Now, I try to figure it out, and in the following way. Now, the question is how many votes altogether. That's not set. Let us call it X, and then figure it out. How many condemned and how many acquitted? In other words, we must try to get an equation with one unknown, and then figure it out. Who is particularly trained in mathematics here? 30 makes a difference, yeah? Yeah?
Half x plus 30 and a half x minus 30.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one part of the equation. But so x times 30. Or if you can, on the other hand, x times minus 30. But that doesn't do the equation. We get the equation if we take into consideration the other observation. What does it say? The Melitors, yeah? They got only 1/5. About, it's not quite exact. Now there are 3 accused.
3/5.
So I think one must, that's an equation, yeah? You know? Now figure it out. See what you get. Yeah?
Well, I get 300 as a maximum.
Yeah, well, I mean, it cannot be quite exact because he says something, yeah? He qualifies it a bit. Where he says something which qualifies it, the numbers are not quite exact, but you arrive on the basis of the equation of 300. And as far as I have been able to look up, it's perfectly compatible that the jury could have consisted of 300 people. I cannot solve this problem, but Plato gave us this little arithmetical problem here. I cannot solve that, but it is clearly not 500. Essentially, we didn't try to figure it out. I note only this as for the moment it's a mere curiosity, but I have never seen that Plato He makes curiosities meaningful. It's the least chosen as good as could come and could present an arithmetic problem. Although they did not choose the unknown, the x as we do. If they would have done it probably in some form of proportion, I do not know that. Yeah, let us leave it at this curiosity. And let us, we will not be able to finish our discussion of the apology, but let us read only the sequel a bit.
Well, a man asks for the penalty of death. Good. And what penalty shall I propose against this gentleman? The proper penalty is for sure. But what is that? What is proper for me to suffer or pay for not having the sense to be idle in my life, or for neglecting what most people care about, money making and housekeeping, and military appointments and oratory? And besides, all the posts and plots and parties which arise in the city, or believing myself to be really too honest to go after these things and survive.
Too honest is perhaps a bit weak. The term can mean equitable. It means also too noble. The reason why Socrates led an entirely unpolitical life was not self-preservation, according to this statement, but contempt for the political life. It's a very strong statement, and it is perhaps not an accident that he says this after the condemnation.
This wouldn't be limited to a democracy alone. I mean, like in the other stage, he speaks about the multitude.
I think that in any except in aristocracy proper, which is a question whether it ever existed. The function, we can perhaps link this up with the daimonion, it's a self-preservation remark in the earlier. The function of the daimonion is not so much self-preservation, that is on the lowest level, as eros. And eros, according to the Platonic understanding, is vertical, goes up to the highest, and therefore it implies the contempt for the law. Now you can go on.
I did not go where I thought I should be of no use either to you or to myself, but I went where I hoped I might benefit each man separately with the greatest possible benefit, as I declared. I tried to persuade each one of you to take care for himself first, and how he could become most good and most wise before he took care for any of his interests, and to take care for the state herself first before he took care of any of her interests. That and other things also, this was the proper order of his care. Then what do I deserve, since I am such as that? Something good, gentlemen. Why I am to make the estimate what it ought to be in truth, and further something good which would be suitable for me.
Something good, and we must add, and therefore not dead.
Then, what is suitable for a poor benefactor who craves to have leisure for your encouragement? Nothing
for your encouragement to virtue.
Nothing, gentlemen, is so suitable as that such a man should be boarded free in the town hall, which he deserves much more than any one of you who has gained the prize at Olympia with a pair of horses or a foreign hand. For this one makes you seem to be happy, but I make you be happy. And he is not in want for food, but I am.
Stop. You see, Socrates always takes his need for food considerably, doesn't he? He lives in 10,000 words already. But look at this fantastic claim. Socrates is the one who makes the Athenians blessed. Happy is a bit weak a translation with the Greek word oidanon. He is responsible for the greatest benefit. No wonder that he looks down on the political life. The general is in between this prize winner and Socrates, that's not as high as he is. What would then be a just retribution for Socrates? Yes, And he says this to be entertained in the Britannia, saying the town. Yeah? Go on.
Perhaps you think that insane is very much as I spoke of appeals for pity.
No, before you didn't.
Oh. Well, then if I must estimate the just penalty according to my deserts, this is my estimate. Freeborn in the town hall.
Yeah, that's a just, that would be a just retribution. Yeah, now.
Perhaps you think that insaneness, very much as I spoke of appeals for pity, I am just showing off. No such thing, gentlemen. I will tell you what I mean. I am convinced that I never willingly wronged anyone.
Now let me stop you for a moment. Strauss has first stated what is a just retribution. And then he says, in almost so many words, that he will deviate from the just in deference to the multitude. In a very strict sense, he commits an unjust act. He deviates from the strictly just. Yes?
But I cannot convince you.
No, yeah, I am convinced that...
I am convinced that I never willingly wronged anyone, but I cannot convince you. For we have conversed together only a short time. If we had a law, as other people have, that the trial for life or death is to be spread over many days...
excuse me, we have not conversed a short time. We did not have a conversation, a dialogue, except for a short time. The apology is a dialogue. A dialogue with the demons. The only dialogue with the demons. But it is as dialogic, in the deeper sense of the word, as any other platonic dialogue. A dialogue being a conversation where the speaker adapts his speech to the capacity of the address. Yeah? And then, yes?
If we had a law, as other people have, that a trial for life or death is to be spread over many days and not confined to one, I think you would have been convinced. But as it is...
I know this point, and I think we leave it today. Strauss suggests that the opinion law is bad. Criticize the opinion law. In a crude way, that's also an act of injustice. You ought to comply with the law, you know, to criticize it. At least not, certainly not on such occasions. Yeah, I think we have to stop here. Because it is clear that the true retribution is unacceptable. And so it must therefore postpone a punishment. And therefore the question arises, what is an evil? What is an evil? This question of the greatest things, knowledge of the greatest things comes up again. We will see here that in the sequence we learn that prison is a true evil. Whether death is an evil has remained uncertain, but prison is a true evil. And why is it a true evil? According to that statement, because freedom is a good, and that is connected with Socrates' earlier remark, this proud remark. It would be beneath me to do that. Freedom in the simple sense, where it means that you are not prevented from circulation, is akin to freedom in the inner, higher sense. Not to be dependent in your thoughts on the opinion of other people. And therefore, freedom is really freedom, and this kind of pride on that comes out in this, especially in this part. But we have then, next time we will discuss the rest of the apology, and if we have still time, as I'm reasonably sure, we will read the paper, and it wasn't so that I will read it, and the three other gentlemen will hand that paper, and in their papers. with the discussion of the Crito. There are 3 famous views of Crito. That's one. Good. And then there is Mr. Strauss, who's not yet here. And then there is Rabbi Weiss, who's supposed to read the paper. But at any rate, that still has some time. Now let us first conclude the discussion of the apology. We were in the middle, or towards the end, of the second speech after the condemnation, but before the precise punishment was established. That was the procedure. Now, where is that? That would be on page 442 or thereabouts. Yeah, in the second paragraph of 442. The context to be so is condemned. The punishment proposed by the accuser is death, but that is still to be decided. Suarez is allowed, according to Athenian law, to make a counter-proposal. And the counter-proposal first was what Suarez deserves according to justice. That would be a signal honor and not punishment. But then, of course, Suarez knows that this is not feasible. And so he deviates from the just. And he makes proposes what is something which would be generally regarded as a punishment. And this is at that place we stopped last time. Now, I think someone will just begin on page 442, the paragraph. So that you know.
Perhaps you think me stubborn and arrogant?
Yeah.
Perhaps you think me stubborn and arrogant, what I am saying now, as in what I said about the entreaties and tears. It is not so, Athenian. It is rather that I am convinced that I never wronged any man voluntarily, though I cannot persuade you of that since we have worked together only a little time. If there were a law at Athens, as there is elsewhere, not to finish a trial of life and death in a single day, I think that I could have persuaded you, but now it is not easy in so short a time to clear myself of great prejudices. But when I am persuaded that I have never wronged any man, I shall certainly not wrong myself, or admit that I deserve to suffer any evil, or propose any evil for myself as penalty. Why should I? Lest I should suffer the penalty which Miletus proposes when I say that I do not know whether it is a good or an evil. Shall I choose instead of it something which I know to be an evil, and propose that as a penalty? Shall I propose imprisonment? And why should I pass the rest of my days in prison, the slave of successive officials? Or shall I propose a fine, with imprisonment until it is paid? I have told you why I will not do that. I should have to remain in prison, for I have no money to pay a fine with.
So prison and fine would be the same as prison, yes? Yeah.
Shall I then propose exile? Perhaps you would agree to that. Life would indeed be very dear to me.
Now let us perhaps stop here for the time being and then go on. So to repeat then, the reward which Suarez proposes is unacceptable. He must propose a punishment, evil. He cannot propose death for the simple reason that he does not know whether death is an evil. You see? And so he must propose something which he knows to be an evil. Suarez knows that prison, fine, and banishment would be evils. First of all, prison and fine would be, fine is reduced to prison, yeah, because he can't pay. So why is prison an evil? Answer, because it means deprivation of freedom. Freedom. Freedom, wealth, and exile are, freedom, wealth, and being at home are good things. And it is made clear in the case of prison why that is an evil, because to be subject, a slave to someone else, is an evil. Now, from here we understand also why death is not simply good, because life without freedom and of complete destitution and in exile may be more miserable than death. That's another consideration. But there is another point which we must understand. Socrates says, first, I have never voluntarily injured or hurt or done injustice to a man. And later on, a little bit later, he says, I have never injured or done injustice to anyone. The latter is a much larger claim. He is not even involuntarily or unwittingly injured or done injustice to another man. Yeah, but what about Socrates' famous claim that no one does voluntarily do evil? You remember that all sins are due to ignorance and therefore involuntary. That creates a certain difficulty. What solution would you suggest? Well, there is one very simple solution, that Socrates very frequently shifts from one level to the other. And there is, of course, a common sense level in which one can and must speak of deliberate murder, let me say, yeah? And malice aforethought and an involuntary homicide. So that is always possible to say that Socrates speaks sometimes simply commonsensically, but also sometimes on a deeper level where the two levels are that of the political life, which stands and falls by punishment, and a deeper reflection which makes questionable the political life, because if punishment is impossible, if all errors, all sins, all crimes are involuntary, there cannot be punishment. There can only be instruction. Yeah? You see, that throws light on our present discussion, because present-day liberalism is an attempt to bring out on the political level what, according to Socrates' point of view, cannot be brought out of the political level. You know? Do you see it in this case? Or is this intelligible, what I said?
You mean liberalism and social science?
Yeah, well, let's forget about, liberalism is a much broader thing than social science. It's not simply identical. No, but you know, the people who really, in fact, deny responsibility and try to trace any criminal action or criminal inclination to something beyond the control of the individual. Yeah? You know that, and that is, of course, underlying all attempts to reduce punishment or to make it less and less punitive and more rehabilitative, if I may say so. Yeah? There is something which that has in common with Socrates. Yeah? But only for Socrates, there is this crucial difference between, Socrates implies that if you make an application of a profound truth to political matters, you have to modify that profound truth. It cannot be politically true, that I use now Burke's well-known expression, in proportion as these things are metaphysically true, they are politically untrue. That is, I think that's really a crucial difference, because the whole notion that there can be a wholly rational society, all of whose members are enlightened men, yeah, is the background of liberalism. I mean, there are very few liberals who would assert it in this way, but that's somehow the background. For Socrates, that's impossible. A polis, a society, is necessarily not enlightened. Only a very small part of it can be enlightened. The polis as a whole is not enlightened. And therefore, the metaphysical truths, if we can call it that way, are not susceptible of being directly, immediately, politically relevant, politically true. That is, you know that the Apology is one of the favorite documents of a certain generous liberals, yeah? And that is not entirely unfounded, but we must also see the difference. Mr. Kendrick?
Why does he should?
Pardon?
Why does he make the should? Why does he cover himself with that?
As in this argument, if he never voluntarily harmed anyone, he can't be punished. If he never harmed anyone, he can't be punished.
Yeah, that is a different question. Yeah, because that is not a question whether regarding all men, but Socrates in particular. Is it? I mean, that's an entirely different issue than the one we discussed up to now. Is this clear to you? Because someone one doesn't have to say that no one voluntarily does evil in order to say this individual never voluntarily did it. That's clear. That's a special case. Now, so what was your question then?
Why does he need both arguments?
He makes use here only of one argument, namely regarding himself. In this connection, where the question is of his punishment, he says, am I guilty? He has to answer this question. And he says, no, I'm not guilty.
Strauss teaches them something, and something that at least that they were sure of before and were not sure, so sure now. But this, in a way, places them under tutelage, which could be translated as a deprivation of liberty, could it not? And in this sense,
You are very liberal, I believe. I mean, then in other words, to become more reasonable is a deprivation. Pardon?
that's how I stand.
I know, but it sounds so. But I believe very few people have implied before you that to become more sensible is a deprivation of liberty.
This is the way these people react. I mean, they're angry about something, and it not be this.
Yeah, but is it not, I mean, you may be right, but that would need some argument. What is their first reaction? I mean, if we take seriously what he said, that's an accusation of impiety. And Socrates, therefore, is accused not of having interfered with the freedom of anyone, but with having violated the most sacred. Yeah? How do you go on from here? Where does the interference with freedom come? Freedom is understood by these people in a very simple way, that anyone who would deprive them of their voting rights and their other civic rights would be, he would be accused of being a tyrant or potential tyrant. That was not suggested in any point. Or do you mean to say that to the extent to which Socrates implies that the only one who really deserves to have civic rights is a wise man, to that extent he makes an attack on their liberty? Did you mean that? In other words, that would be defensive position. Also, if you think of the other Platonic dialogues, to the extent to which Socrates says only the experts can judge. Yeah.
Well, there's a problem because it was along the same lines. He says that he is also under a tutelage. I mean, at least from the gods and the kings.
Yeah, but still, this tutelage is the same. Is a very high freedom. I mean, what do you imply then? What do you understand by freedom?
Well, all I can say is that it's sort of a negative description. If there is such a thing, it is not any good.
No, but honestly, no, I think what you say is very important. Although I believe the formulas which you have found here too are not clear enough. I mean, does not every freedom presuppose a previous bondage, to say it quite clearly? Can freedom be the first premise? Can it? That's a great question. You see, I mean, in order, for example, if you take a very common overview, then there are certain natural rights of man, basic freedom. Now, there are the rights, I mean, I'll take now not certain extremists, but more commonly, there are the rights from a previous natural you have these freedoms as a gift. Not something that you can claim. And I know that modern libertarianism has a tendency to conceive of freedom as the beginning, as the absolute beginning of any moral argument. But that creates great difficulties. Sooner or later you have to make a distinction between freedom and license, for example. Now you can of course say, you can try to make the distinction as follows. And what you try to say, freedom implies the obligation to recognize that same freedom in every other man. Freedom means an order in which the freedom of all is there. License means a claim to freedom not limited by the recognition of the same freedom of others that one can try to do. But is it not so that if man is a free being, has he made that freedom? Has he made it? Is this freedom not? And even if you say, as some people say, we conquered freedom, originally we had roots, and some sort of higher monkeys, and we made ourselves free by our own efforts. But even examining that for argument's sake, was this capacity which the monkeys do not possess, and not something which made him started, which he did not acquire? Must you not always presuppose some, quote, gift? I mean, you can take this as an another expression as the basis of anything which man can then do, acquire, etc. I would like to know maybe what was the specific point in the psychology of the words which introduced you raised the question?
Well, the question deprivation of freedom being truly a punishment, and it's hard, given freedom in the extent, it's hard to see.
That Solis, I see now, what Solis means is not so very deep. It's something very simple. I mean, he says this, whether death is an evil or good is really a difficult question. Some people are better off when dead. And Solis includes himself, of course. But that a sensible human being is worse off if bossed around by a vicious fool. Because that fellow in jail is not likely to be an enlightened sage. That is worse off than if he can circulate and decide what is he going to do today. It seems to be commonsensical, true, and I think if the sort of us who don't believe it should experimentally try it in a jail, and I think they would come up with that. They would see that. But if you want to go into a deeper stratum, then you can of course say this, what Solis here means by freedom in the simple sense, in the common sense sense, is linked up indeed with what he claims. The highest thing for man, according to him, is the philosophers. But that is the highest form of freedom. But this freedom has its inner law. Six truths, I mean, that's not just say what anything which comes to your head, that's not or saying as relatives. That is an impudent assertion and not philosophy. Surely, to that extent, it gives the sense of this freedom. And this freedom is, of course, denied by the police. We have seen this passage where Solis says, you might acquit me with a proviso that I give up my philosophers. Now, in the clearest case, there will be now a formal law enacted. Philosophizing is strictly forbidden. And Solis says that I would not comply, because he couldn't live without. Philosophizing is, as Solis understands it, something which cannot be regulated by the polis. And that is not quite the same thing as modern liberalism means. Because others would say there is no question that tragedy and comedy can and ought to be regulated by the polis. It says very clearly. Yeah. We have the case of Jack Parr. And so this is something which is susceptible of being regulated by the police. I think it's clear that it was in this particular case one an opportunity for the matter. But philosophy cannot be. I mean, in other words, think of Stalin's decision regarding the Lysenko. It's wholly irrelevant, completely immaterial. The idea that the governor as such should be able to speak competently about biology. But he can very well speak competently about what is conducive to public morality in such performances as those of Mr. Parr. So, you can say the common freedom, which Soros claims to be good, is related in his mind to the highest form of freedom, and that's philosophers. Because that freedom, which means not only the freedom to circulate, but it means also the freedom, the innermost freedom. You see, the freedom to circulate doesn't mean much if you are a slave of the own opinions of your fellow citizens. Then you are in one sense free, in other sense you are a slave. But the true freedom is, of course, that which freedom of mind. To that extent, that is linked up, but the explicit argument deals only with this commonsensical thing that to be jailed is surely, generally speaking, an evil. There are extreme cases where this must be good. There are cases where people try to go to jail. For example, that was a safe place in Nazi Germany for some people, because they were there as common criminals. They were not suspected of conspiracy against the regime, it was safe. And there were also other cases in Germany, I remember, in pre-Hitler times, when the, say, shepherd committed a minor misdemeanor in order to spend the winter well fed and well housed in the jail, you see. But still, that doesn't do away with the fact that, generally speaking, jail is undesirable. Now let us continue where we left off, because we should really try to finish the discussion of that. Where was we?
Shall I propose imprisonment?
No, shall I propose exile? Yeah.
Perhaps you would agree to that. Life would indeed be very dear to me if I were unreasonable enough to expect that strangers would cheerfully tolerate my discussions and arguments when you who are my fellow citizens cannot endure them, and have found them so irksome and odious to you that you are now seeking now to be relieved of them. No, indeed, Athenians, that is not likely. A fine life I should lead for an old man if I were to withdraw from Athens and spend the rest of my days in wandering from city to city and continually being expelled. For I know very well that the young men will listen to me wherever I go, as they do here. If I drive them away, they will persuade their elders to expel me, and if I do not drive them away, their fathers and other relatives will expel me for their sakes.
That is, of course, a description to the Athenians, what they had been doing to him. Yeah? Yeah, so exile, that is a sketch of the argument of the Crito, as you can see, why exile is not a possibility. Now, we have to read the immediate sequel.
Perhaps someone will say, why cannot you withdraw from Athens, Socrates, and hold your peace?
Withdraw from Athens? There's nothing. Withdraw from Athens? No. I mean, if you, after you got out, meaning from jail, in other words, could you not, after having been acquitted, could you not keep silent and still, yeah?
It is the most difficult thing in the world to make you understand why I cannot do that.
Some of you. Yeah.
If I say that I cannot hold my peace because that would be to disobey the God, you would think that I am not in earnest and will not believe me.
No, that you would not believe me thinking that I'm speaking ironically. I'm speaking ironically.
And if I tell you...
In a way, some of you will not believe that Socrates cannot remain silent and keep rest. They regard his assertion that he obeys a god as irony. Therefore, Socrates has to give an other reason, which no one can regard as ironical. You remember, this suspicion that this might be ironical has also occurred to some contemporaries, some of us when we read it. Yeah? Just like the theurgist, which I mentioned to you, when Socrates gives first the reason for not accepting a certain young man as a student, say, well, I'm an the only thing I know is eroticism. And then they say, it's crazy. And then he says, no, the daimonion. That prevents me. That's a terrific thing, you know. That they believe in. Now here the order is inverted. What does he say? What is the reason which no one can regard as ironical?
And if I tell you that no greater good can happen to a man than to discuss human excellence every day and the other matters about which you've heard me arguing and examining myself and others, and that an unexamined life is not worth living, then you will believe me still less.
So in other words, that is, so Socrates is compelled to refer to the Delphic god because the true reason is wholly unbelievable. That's rather the point he makes. Yeah? The true reason is the philosophic life is the greatest good. And in what does it consist, the philosophic life, as described here?
So knowledge first.
Here. No, here is the other description. To make speeches on virtue, about virtue, not admonition to virtue, but raising questions regarding what is virtue. That is the point. That is the reason why Socrates cannot change, because he is certain that philosophic life is the best life, the highest good. How does he know that the philosophic life is best? How does he know that? You remember, we came always back to this question. What does Socrates know? How does he know? I would say gives his answer. He knows it fundamentally in the same way in which he knows that freedom in this crude sense, not being jailed, is in principle preferable to being jailed. By starting from this obvious phenomenon and reflecting then on the meaning of freedom, whether this freedom as mere absence of external impediments to motion really exhausts what we mean by freedom. And then we come to certain observations, for example, that men who are other-directed and can circulate are unfree people because they are directed by someone else. And then we see that there is a kind of freedom which is much higher. I think we leave it at this point and go then. Now, there is the deliberation of the jury. Socrates is condemned to death. Socrates makes then a speech first which is addressed to the condemners, and then a speech addressed to the acquitters. I summarize what he says to the condemners, and he makes 3 points. First, it would have been wiser for you to wait a bit, for I'm close to death, in 70. Second, I have not been caught by the condemners on account of lack of speaking ability, of speeches, but because he lacked daring, impudence. Namely, I didn't dare to say or do things which would disgrace me. In other words, I was afraid of badness rather than of death. And the third point he makes is a prophecy. I shall be avenged by people younger than myself. Now, the crucial point is, I think, what is Socrates' lack of daring? What does it mean? We can use a better term to make the problem clear. What is Socrates' sense of shame? What is the shame? If we look at the apology as a whole, what is Socrates' sense of shame? How does it show? I mean, surely also that he doesn't do these disgraceful things, crying and appealing to the compassion of the judges. But the book is in a much more profound sense a document of Socrates' sense of shame. You remember I said more than once that the characteristic of the book is the low ceiling. The true meaning of philosophy does not appear. It appears only to the extent to which it could be intelligible to the average Athenian citizen. That is a kind of sense of shame. He conceals the true character of philosophy. We must see whether this is not of some pertinence for the later discussion. Then he addresses the acquitters. And here he makes it clear that he will tell the myth. He didn't say anything of this kind when speaking to the condemners. Why does he tell the myth? Because they believe in myth. But you must always remember that this is addressed to the acquitters. Do the condemners not believe in myth? In the speech which he addresses to the condemners, he doesn't say a word about the gods nor of Hades, whereas the speech to the acquitters, at least 4 references to the gods, and of course of Hades. So Socrates creates here an impression which is borne out by an explicit remark. The condemners are the unbelievers, the acquitters are the believers. But in what sense? Surely in this sense that the condemners do not believe in Socrates' belief, whereas the acquitters believe in Socrates' belief. They are the friends of Socrates, whereas the condemners are his enemies. Now we begin to read in 40c, that is on page 445, the paragraph.
And if we reflect in another way, we shall see that we may well hope that death is a good. For the state of death is one.
No, there is only a little bit before, if you will read the preceding sentence. Well, he mentions the fact that the daimonions did not resist Socrates, did not oppose, A, his going to the trial, and B, to his making the speech in which he made it. From this, it would seem to follow that here, now read this last sentence before the sentence you began, please. A great testimony of that has occurred to me. Yeah?
This thing that has come upon me must be a good. And those of us who think that death is an evil.
No, before.
Before that?
Yeah, at the end of the preceding paragraph.
But now in this matter,
yeah.
It has never once opposed me, either in my words or my actions.
If I wanted to do something, if I was not about to do something good, this seems to imply that here the daimonion is presented as inciting to good actions. You remember that before it was only presented as preventing bad actions, never inciting. Yeah. Now let we go on where we started.
And if we reflect in another way, we shall see that we may well hope that death is a good. For the state of death is one of 2 things. Either the dead man wholly ceases to be and loses all consciousness, or as we are told, it is a change and a migration of the soul to another place.
Let us understand it. Death is no evil. That's the thesis to be proved. For either it is perfect absence of sensing, he says consciousness, of any awareness, or else it is transmigration of the soul. In both cases, he's going to prove, death is a good. So Socrates is no longer ignorant as to whether death is good, as he has claimed throughout. Now he claims to possess knowledge of the fact that death is good. And now let us see how the argument runs.
And if death is the absence of all consciousness, and like the sleep of one whose slumbers are unbroken by any dreams, it will be a wonderful gain. For if a man had to select that night in which he slept so soundly that he did not even dream, and had to compare it with all the other nights and days of his life, and then had to say how many days and nights in his life he had spent better and more pleasantly than this night, I think that a private person, nay, even the great king of Persia himself, would find them easy to count compared with the others. If that is the nature of death, I for one count it a gain. For then it appears that all time is nothing more than a single night.
Yeah, stop here. It's a proof that death is a good, the one alternative. Yeah? Complete unconsciousness, complete unawareness is a good. What do you say to them?
Isn't he denied his philosophical?
I should say so. I mean, if philosophizing is the greatest good, then this is surely the very opposite, because that is even lower than the awareness of the most stupid fellow. Sure. That's one. And think also of the gadfly. The gadfly is, that is a good activity. The gadfly is awakening Athenians. Yeah? Arousing them from their sleep. Yeah?
But could this not be brought on by the suffering that life is, and beyond life, with no suffering, sleep, no awareness? There is no need for philosophy.
Surely not. But the question is whether it is not for this reason, because there is no need and no possibility of philosophy, whether it is not entirely inferior to life. Otherwise?
Well, he doesn't say that it's the greatest good. It's just that it's...
No, he says compare this night with all days and nights, with all other days and nights, meaning also those days and nights where you philosophize. This is still better. Now, let us first see how he argues out the other alternative, the secret.
But if death is a journey to another place, and what we are told is true, that all who have died are there, what good could be greater than this, my judges? Would a journey not be worth taking, at the end of which, in the other world, we should be delivered from the pretended judges here, and should find the true judges, or as said to sit in judgment below, such as Minos, Radamanthus, Nicus, and Triptolemus, and the other demigods who were just in their own lives? Or what would you not give to converse with Orpheus, Musaeus, and Hesiod, and Homer? I'm willing to die many times if this be true. And for my own part, I should find it wonderful to meet there Palamedes and Ajax the son of Telamon, and the other men of old who have died through an unjust judgment, and to compare my experiences with theirs. That I think would be no small pleasure. And above all, I could spend my time in examining those who are there, as I examine men here, and in finding out which of them is wise and which of them thinks himself wise when he is not wise. What would we not give, my judges, to be able to examine the leader of the great expedition against Troy, or Odysseus, as Cepheus, Sisyphus, and countless other men and women whom we could name. It would be an inexpressible happiness to converse with them, to live with them, and to examine them. Assuredly, there they do not put men to death for doing that, for besides the other ways in which they are happier than we are, they are immortal, at least if we are told what we are told is true.
So in other words, that would be much better. It would be better because why? Because you don't have to fear death anymore. The indication is less than evil. Now let me develop that. In the latter case, we go into Hades, yeah? in the company of the just demigod, in the first place. Although Socrates only alludes to that, he is very delicate, that since all dead men are there, also the unjust one, so there is, in other words, also a compartment for the unjust, a hell. But he doesn't speak of it because he's absolutely sure he will not go to hell. He has led a just life. But for him, for those, death would be worse than life. Yeah? For those going to that compartment. But that is not, the accusers will be punished there. See, they go there. And of course the poets. The poets are naturally a different class than the just demigods. Whether he also means they are different from the just men. That is left entirely over. And the third class are the unjustly condemned. Whether any of these individuals mentioned here is wise or not is a question. Socrates wants to find out. Yeah? And with a view to this question he mentions in particular Agamemnon, Odysseus, and Sisyphus. Agamemnon he does not mention by name, but he is obviously meant. The perfect happiness, oidaimonia, bliss in life after death, consists in examining. Yeah? It says so. I.e. in doing exactly there what Socrates has been doing here. This life, which he leads as a living being, is then capable of perfect happiness. Only he doesn't have so many terribly bright fellows around as he would find there. That's some difference, but otherwise it's the same. Yeah, and of course there is this additional boon that death is no longer to be feared, which implies to the belief that death in itself is an evil, yeah? There is another point. The only objection to this, why does he not say that's it? That is a proof that death is not to be feared. Why does he not leave it there? Why does he say that? You see, he has a two-pronged argument to prove that death is not an evil. Why does he not, this is a very much stronger proof, isn't it? You are in the best company, and you can do the finest things you did in this life still better, because you have no longer to fear any interruption by death. Why does he not leave it at that? If the stories are true. If the stories are true, he always says. So, therefore, he cannot really know in which way death is good. Is it good because it is complete senselessness? Or because it's the opposite of complete senselessness, namely complete awakeness? But since this is undecided, the question of whether awakeness or senselessness is undecided. And since awakeness is philosophy, the question of whether philosophy is the greatest good or it is not is also left over. That is, of course, a big job. Now, the argument here reminds of a later argument in Plato's dialogues with statesmen, where the story of the Golden Age is presented in glowing pictures. And yet, the philosophers there, as not Socrates says, we don't know whether this is a desirable condition, where men had everything in abundance, because we don't know what men did with that abundance. If they used it for philosophizing, then it was really wonderful. But if they merely were sitting around and told each other jokes, then it was, or played bridge, then it is nothing to be admired. So that is of course what goes through. Socrates knows somehow that philosophy is the best thing. From this it follows that life is good and death is an evil. What would this mean? Who acted on this premise that life is good and death is an evil? Most clearly the condemners. They could not be persuaded that death is a good. Socrates doesn't even try to persuade them. There is then in this point an agreement between Socrates and the condemners, as distinguished from the acquitters. Strauss was ashamed to admit that death is an evil. That death is not the greatest evil, he was sure, but that it was an evil, he was only ashamed to admit. He presents himself as ignorant as to whether death is good and evil. He presents therefore his wisdom as mere knowledge of ignorance, and therefore he conceals the true character of philosophy. Now let us read the conclusion.
And you too, judges, must face death hopefully, and believe this one truth, that no evil can happen to a good man, either in life or after death. His affairs are not neglected by the gods. And what has happened to me today has not happened by chance. I am persuaded that it was better for me to die now and to be released from trouble. That was the reason.
You see, what Strauss now, that's an important point. That's a different thesis. Death may be a good, but that doesn't mean it is a good for all men, for every man, however circumstanced. Death is an evil. But now for Socrates, it is good, because he is an old man. Death is not simply good, but good for Socrates. That is this two different theses. Death simply good, and death good for Socrates constantly play into one another and create one of the great difficulties of speech. Now go on.
That was the reason why the guide never turned me back. And so I'm not at all angry with my accusers or with those who have condemned me to die. Yet it was not with this in mind that they accused me and condemned me, but meaning to do me an injury. So far I may blame them.
In other words, if they wanted to really in order to help Socrates to get over that hump, then it would have been good. I mean, the hump of the fear of death. But they did it in order to harm him, yeah.
Yet I have one request to make of them.
Read clearly. Read that sentence.
When my sons...
No, before, what you read now.
Yet I have one request to make of them.
Of whom?
The accusers.
Or condemners, yeah. Keep this in mind, yeah.
When my sons grow up, punish them, my friends, and harass...
Not friends, he would not. Men, yeah. Men, gentlemen, yeah.
And harass them in the same way that I have harassed you. If they seem to you to care for riches or any other thing more than excellence, and if they think that they are something, but they are really nothing, reproach them as I have reproached you for not caring for what they should, and for thinking that they are something when really they are nothing. If you will do this, I myself and my sons will have received justice from you. But now the time has come and we must go away, I to die, and you to live, which is better is known to the God alone.
Yeah. The only, but it ends in the Greek, is immanifest to everyone except to the God. The God is the last word. It's the only Platonic dialogue which ends with the word God. And there is only one Platonic dialogue which begins with the word God. Do you happen to know what that is? Laws. There is a connection. But that would it as well. But this is not, what does he say in his final remarks? You see, the final speech is tripartite. First to the condemners, the center to the acquitters. And this acquitter section has approved that death is good. And then again to the condemners. What does he say to the condemners in the end?
That if they treat his son in a certain way, then they will have done justice to both him and to his son.
Yeah, first, what does it mean? Yeah, first, step by step, first.
Well, in the sense, all of the condemners to treat his sons the way he has treated them.
Yeah, good. Can you restate it in a bit more forceful way without affecting the substance.
This first part of the statement?
Yeah.
Make his sons care about virtue.
Yeah, but who has been doing that before?
Socrates.
And the condemners? Well, let us take that up later. So he's asked his condemners to take up his mission. But what part of the mission? Or what aspect of that mission? Less the examining than the admonishing to virtue. Okay? But what was the admonition to virtue as presented by Socrates explicitly? When he made this, when did you take care of your soul today? You remember that passage, yeah? What was the crucial point there? Mr. Johnson, you were the one who saw it at that time.
Well, in the sense that they didn't.
What was the argument by which he really...
Virtue is simply utilitarian.
Instrumental virtue. If you want to be wealthy and honored, then you have to practice virtue. Vulgar virtue in the Platonic language. In other words, he says his condemners should encourage the practicing of vulgar virtue. But that, I would say, is not such an outrageous demand, because in a way they had been doing it all the time. Yeah? I mean, that is... but that he asked not his acquitters, but his condemners to take up his mission. Now, if they do this, he says, for example, if they instruct Socrates' sons in that vulgar virtue, they will have done justice to them and to Socrates. How will they have done justice to Socrates' sons?
Sons are not capable of a higher further virtue.
No, but it is so that our orphans, and that's an affair of the city to take care of the orphans. By instructing them in vulgar virtue, they take the place of the father of whom they have been deprived by an unfortunate accident. But in what sense would they have done justice to Socrates?
Perhaps they would show that they've learned something.
But that's a no. I mean, that is really a common. All citizens, with few exceptions. It depends a bit on the circumstances. In certain districts of Chicago, the percentage is low. But generally speaking, the majority of citizens encourages their children to be decent. That's nothing far-fetched.
Well, the terms of it are to scorn riches and so forth.
Let me see. No, he is careful. He says, if they seem to you to care for money and something else before they take care of virtue, they should not discourage taking care of money. Only virtue first. As any normal father would say, if the son cares for money without considering the penalties attached to embezzlement and other things, that he doesn't wrong. It's the same position as stated in the text. How would they have done justice to Socrates, these fellows? It's difficult to say. But let us leave it open then. I would like now to discuss very briefly the apology as a whole before we turn to the title. Socrates is accused of impiety. That is a crime. But he believes in the gods, especially in Apollo. And if he believes in Apollo, he believes, of course, in Artemis and Zeus and Hera. That's clear. Through obeying the god's command, he comes to see that all men are ignorant regarding the greatest things. That human wisdom is just knowledge of ignorance. But what does this mean? If men are ignorant regarding the greatest things, what do they not know? For instance,
Well, the death is really good. Whether death.
Yeah, but most, yeah, sure, we come to that. But something else which Strauss never says, but which is clearly implied, he connected with that. But more simply, if men are ignorant regarding the greatest things, sure, they don't know whether the gods are or not. This is, of course, now there was a man who wrote a book beginning with that proposition. Whether the gods are or are not, I do not know. The aloofness of the subject and the brevity of human life prevents me from knowing it. Do you know that? Pardon? No. Protagoras, whose book was burned for this reason, in Athens. You find the discussion of that in the Theaetetus. So, in other words, what I'm talking about is that Socrates, that is very paradoxical, that this terrible assertion of Protagoras is not contradicted by Socrates. Yeah? He doesn't say it. What he says is only, indeed, as you, Mr. Kennedy, mentioned, Socrates does not know whether or not death is an evil. That is, so to speak, the reflection of this more basic question of the gods. The pro and cons regarding the gods are not discussed, but the pro and cons regarding death are discussed. Now, what is the situation? Who says that death is an evil, and who says that death is no evil? I mean, ultimately. You know, Socrates himself says throughout the dialogue he doesn't know. Only in the speech addressed to the Acquitters does he say, in effect, he knows. But in Strauss always doesn't say. I would say this. The Delphic Apollo suggests that there is no evil. For one must serve the god despite of arousing hatred, i.e. despite of bringing about one's own death by that. The Delphic god demands of Socrates that he should examine his fellow citizen, and regardless of whether that leads to death or not. Socrates' daimonion suggests that death is an evil, as I have shown when we discussed it. He says in so many words, one ought to be cautious. It keeps him back from the dangerous life of politics. There is a connection between the daimonion and self-preservation. And self-preservation by itself leads to vulgar virtue. The argument of Hobbes, if you want to have a geometric argument regarding self-preservation. No, really, because Hobbes' beautiful argument, if that is the greatest evil, then you must prefer peace at all costs. Because in war, the danger of violent death is really there. The life of a soldier, how does this Conrad Blimp say? The life of the soldier is hard and not without real dangers. And so then you must choose peace. But if you want to have peace, you have to behave peaceably. And the habits of peaceable behavior are the virtues. That's a very good argument, and which didn't require the genius of Hobbes to discover. Only Hobbes made of it the whole morality. That was his genius. Now, the Delphic Apollo thesis is proven by the alternative in the speech to the Acquitters. Either death is one night without dream, or else death means to examine people in Hades. This, however, is based on what people say there is no certainty. So it knows that death is not evil. Only that would be, that Socrates would, or Plato would put it somewhat differently, but all right.
No, I don't understand this kit. That is it unique to few individuals, or is it a natural capacity for all men?
That depends. I mean, if you mean philosophizing, yeah?
That would be part of the gift. Or that would be
Yeah, the
part-
I is the most important. Now, you have read, I know, a dialogue in which Plato discusses this problem at much greater length and on a much higher level. I mean the Republic. How does the discussion of philosophy in the Republic begin? I mean, after it has been introduced as a subject, yeah? In the fifth book. First subject, when he speaks about philosophy.
The education of the
No,
body.
before. Before he speaks of education.
In the cave,
No, that's later. In the fifth book.
The difference between philosophers and non-philosophers.
That is too vague. The nature. No, that is the crucial, the subject of the end of the fifth book, which is the beginning of the discussion of philosophy, is the nature of philosophers. And only after he's discussed the nature of the philosophers does he discuss the education of philosophers, just as he did regarding the guardians in the second book. What is the nature of a guardian? You know, the mixture of, like dogs, yeah? The mixture of kindness to acquaintances and harshness to enemies. That's the nature of a guardian. And then the question is, how is to be educated? So the nature of philosophy. What is the crude result of the discussion regarding the human race as a whole, of the discussion of the nature of philosophy? They are very rare. Yeah? Very rare. So, on the other hand, it is also clear, I think, from common sense, that moronic people are also extremely important. Most people are able to walk around and to prevent their being run over by cars and other dangers of this nature, and somehow come safely through life if they are not killed by diseases and so on. In other words, they're a kind of medium range, which is supra-moronic, but also sub-philosophic, is a fate of the large majority of men. And there are, of course, considerable differences there, you know. Someone can have an extremely good practical wisdom, yeah, and shrewdness, and breadth, and so, and still not be a philosophic mind. That is a Platonic scheme. Now, therefore, if the highest form of freedom is philosophy, it would be that highest freedom would be preserved of a few. But another kind of freedom, capacity to take care of their own affairs, capacity to take care of the affairs of the polis in a not extremely demanding sense, would not be too infrequent.
Well, any man could conclude on the basis of reflection of what freedom means for him, that life as such is good. I mean, it doesn't have to be Socrates' reflection on freedom to conclude that the philosophic life is best, but the political man, the businessman, or whoever else reflect on
You're sure, no, sure. In the apology, that is, I think, fairly, the basic question is whether life as such is good or an evil. It's a basic question. And it is, of course, linked up in Socrates' case with the assertion that the philosophic life is the best life. Yeah? Life as such being good, the philosophic life is the best life. And what was your question? How does it prove that?
No, my question was the nature of this so-called gift. But I see it's a gift only in an extended sense, that is, when applied to Socrates.
No, excuse me, let us go back to the basic point. Life is a good. That is a gift, and therefore the love of life is a gift, if you call this word, which every man has.
So in what way is it a gift? And if all men have it.
Then let me use a somewhat more cautious expression. a natural inclination, the law of life, self-observation. Yeah? So that I think cannot be denied that this is so, and we see therefore whenever a man commits suicide, the question arises, why did he commit suicide? You never raise the question, why did Mr. Cohen not commit suicide? No, because you are wrong. You take it for granted that not committing suicide it doesn't involve a question. Committing suicide involves a question. The normal and natural thing is not committing suicide. And the ordinary explanation is that he had particular misery. I don't mean you now. He lived in particular misery which induced him to do this unnatural thing, to take his own life. Yeah? Or he may also have been demented or so. Now the fundamental question would be this. All arguments of this nature, which are underlying the traditional natural law doctrine, presuppose that nature is good. I mentioned this before. Yeah? It means that the natural inclinations are as natural inclinations good. And quite a few people have said, at least in the beginning of modern times, that's a dogmatic premise. I believe I mentioned this problem last time or so. That raises that question, sure. And the question is, how does Plato or Socrates meet that? One can speak of meeting it, I believe, is proved by the fact that the alternative, namely that life, and therefore also the inclination to life, is evil, is brought up here. So he knew the issue. Whether he met it adequately or not would require a fuller study. A, of Plato, than we can afford now. B, of the arguments of those of the other side, you know. Say the implicit argument of men like Descartes and Hobbes and others, and Melville, whom I mentioned, and so one would have to go into that. Whether it is simply stated, I think the implication of Plato is that it leads to a simple self-contradiction, to deny the goodness of nature.
You also put a great store in this natural inclination of Socrates as...
Yes, Socrates was a special case. Now, let me elaborate this. The natural inclinations are, of course, not alone effective in man. They are always affected by opinions, yeah, which cannot be so in the case of the brutes. Brutes are incapable to opine. But in the case of men, we are always influenced by opinions. And there are certain opinions which are opinions against nature. That's the implication, destructive of nature. When Socrates is characterized by Plato as a man in whom the natural inclinations on all levels, not only self-observation, on all levels, and especially on the higher levels, were unbelievably healthy, powerful, so that the false opinions could not affect him. One way of stating is that Socrates, even if he had no knowledge, always had right opinion. It's only a reflection of his physics, which was so well ordered.
But not only well developed and healthy, but correct.
Yeah, sure, that is the meaning of it. So that the opinions to which he adhered, as it were, even prior to reflection, only divining, not knowing, were the correct opinion.
Yeah, but I'm puzzled about the falling back on natural inclination as the source for one, Socrates' knowledge or wisdom, and two, the in general source for people's
but all right, let us try alternatives. Let us say, all right, the predominant view today, of course, is absolutely what you say. And not only the positivists, but very great thinkers, for example, Kant. Kant said it is impossible to build moral teaching on a reflection on human nature. And he used all kinds of arguments. One of them, for example, this, that says the doctrine of justice is based on the consideration of human nature. The concept of justice thus emerging is inapplicable to God. So you cannot speak of, in any strict sense, of God's justice. And that has grave consequences, for human life. So we must understand justice, or morality, in such a way that its meaning is in no way dependent on the nature of man, but must be related to the nature of any rational or intellectual being, man or higher than man. The reflection, a complete divorce of ethics from the understanding of man's nature. That was probably the most radical attack. But what was the consequence? The consequence was Kant's formal ethics. The problem of the matter, the content, was Kant believed the form as he understood it would generate the matter. But I think one can show that this doesn't work. And therefore the content has to be gotten from somewhere. And merely formal ethics, which tells you, that is exactly in practice, although Kant did not mean it, the position which I sketched on our occasion, the people who say the men to be respected are those who adhere to an ideal, whatever the ideal may be. I mean, in other words, people who would say consideration with one's comfort and belly and self-preservation and so, that is of course not morality. That we share with the brutes. Man's dignity depends on his being dedicated to an idea. Which idea? Any idea. That is not what Kant intended, but that is a strictly formal ethics. You have a description only of the how, dedication, however you call it, but not of the what. And the how does not generate a what. And that is, one can try, but that I think leads also to absurdities. Although it is practically, as a rule of thumb, within certain limits, possible, but only within certain limits. Think of those people who say, as has been frequently said, think of the really best type of communists. You cannot deny that they have an integrity, that's the word which is used, meaning the dedication, which the ordinary man does not possess. His integrity is something, it's the only thing which ultimately counts. That is much too abstract. You have to go into the content of the ideals,
But where do you make a distinction between the goodness of the natural inclinations per se and the need for the natural inclinations to be remolded and directed?
As natural inclinations, they point towards something. They are directed towards something, and that gives you the end in the most general sense. I mean, now show me the concrete difference.
No, Socrates' whole endeavor is to change the course of men in political life. They went into political life because presumably their natural inclinations combined with their opinions said this was the best life for them. So since you don't change natural inclinations, but you know
I don't know whether I understood you. I mean, all men have the natural inclination to live, except if perverted by certain forms of goodness. For example, the Indian widow, a young woman of 22, who has as her birth one Socrates, I think, would say, and not only Socrates, that is based on a wrong opinion. that she commits suicide for that reason. Yes? Yeah? Good. Now, so all men, when not perverted by wrong opinion, desire to live. And out of this there grow such things as an art of medicine, the art of the shoemaker, and so on. And above all, the political art. Because man is not only mortal, but also killable. Yeah? And therefore, he needs a police for protection, both against criminals within society as well as against enemies without. Yeah? So then, thus, political life is developed on this level for the sake of self-preservation. Good.
Maybe I can state more succinctly. If Socrates' inclinations lead him to have opinions which differ radically from the opinions of most men, these opinions cannot themselves be defended on the basis of his natural inclinations. That is, at many places in the course of the dialogue, you seem to say, how does Socrates know this? He knows this because he's eros.
Yeah, sure. No, that is not sufficient knowledge. That is, you can say that's an inference from the fact that it is a natural inclination. He is directed, not only he, everyone is directed by his natural inclinations, but knowledge consists in realizing there's a natural inclination.
Yeah, well, how can this particular natural inclination of Socrates be defended against all?
Yeah, but what is the objection? The objection, which is the objection? That the striving for the desire for self-preservation in itself is a natural inclination. What is the objection?
No, there's no objection to that.
All right. Now, where does the difficulty? I thought you meant this difficulty. The desire for self-preservation, to take the most interesting case here, leads to the polis. And therefore, it requires that men are citizens, with their duties as citizens. And some even more than that, lead an active political life. Socrates does not do that. Yeah. How can he? That is this something. As a practical proposition, how would you state that? I mean, if everyone would do what Socrates did, no polis could exist, isn't it? Self-preservation would become impossible, irrational.
No, although that may be a true practical consequence. Can this position of Socrates be defended by argument apart from any reference to his peculiar inclination for philosophy?
Sure, I mean, it must be defended, otherwise that would be a mere idiosyncrasy which is not worthy of any respect.
All crucial points, it seems, you just referred to.
No. I mean, let us take this seriously. How could Socrates, in a developed argument, which he doesn't give here, defend himself against the proposition he neglects his duty? He admits that the polis is necessary. And that means that people must be not only law-abiding, but at least those sufficiently gifted, must take an active share in political life. A perfectly good argument. How does Socrates defend it? That is a real accusation, Socrates. What would he say? If someone says, as you by your action contribute to the destruction of the polis, what would he say?
Then he harps upon his not knowing, so therefore he's not caring.
All right, but let us forget now this point, because we must be able to discern this really serious argument behind that, and then we can also try to link it up to the argument explicitly given. Did Socrates' non-participation in political life destroy the city of Athens? As a matter of fact. No. It was before it went on. So, let us draw an inference. There are plenty of people who are eager to be politically active. Number one. There is no need of that. Now, the question is, of course, those eager fellows may not be the best ones. Yeah? And therefore, the argument of the Republic, why good men should go into politics, not because they like it, but lest the bad men would take over. And then the question becomes really a practical question as it is in itself. What are in a given case the chances that how did civilians do more good by not going into politics or by going into politics? And then his serious judgment was he did more good by not going into politics. Not only because it preserved his life, because that argument is of course fallacious. One can make an equally good argument on the grounds of self-preservation for going into politics, for having powerful connections which will get you out of any fix into which you might come. Remember the argument of Caligula, to which is alluded to. So that is a sensible problem, a necessary question. Because that is exactly the argument of Aristotle's against Solace, that you, people like you, in fact, destroy what is the basis of your own activity, namely the polis. And so that is, and that I think this argument goes through the Platonic work, the denial of that. That's not true. The private life, as if you can call that a private life, is led by Socrates of Plato, is so far from being destructive of the polis, is even contributing, if by indirectly, to the polis. The polis needs philosophy, such as the position which also is, I think, but it doesn't need the rule of philosophy. I mean, officially, of course, that's the argument of the Republic. So the polis needs the rule of philosophy, but that's practically impossible. It's made very clear in the Republic. A good society, if you use modern terms, requires that there be men dedicated to the life of the mind. But as such, they are not the rulers. And because there is a certain disproportion between what they are doing and what political life requires. The 10th book of the politics, of the ethics now, so this beautiful description of that problem. That there is what Socrates, Socrates is very far, Plato is very far from having a simplistic view of the harmony of the natural inclinations. There are tensions between them. Yeah, tensions. For example, take the very simple thing, without going to philosophy, the social life of man requires a polis, requires therefore the willingness to die for the country. What's it? Yeah? A clear contradiction to self-preservation. That cannot be helped. There is no simple harmony. One can state the simple, stated in very general terms, there is a harmony. Self-preservation is a basic and noble. Social life and the qualities demanded by that have a higher rank than mere self-preservation. Empirically easily provable. We do not admire a man for the mere fact that he preserves himself. Yeah? The classic case of the mere self-preserver is, of course, the valetudinarian. We can say he's a shrewd fellow. He takes well care of himself. But that's not admiration. But a public-spirited man, a thoughtful man who exposes himself to dangers, not only in war, but the other, perhaps, more difficult dangers, for the sake of the good society, is an admirable. That's fine. And on the other hand, according to the Platonic scheme, the life of the mind is still high. And there are also tensions between the social life and the life of the mind, which correspond in a different way to the tensions between society and self-preservation, to which I spoke before. Mr. Faulkner?
Where is the contribution of philosophy to the polis made clear in the apology? I thought that, as far as I remember from previous discussion, it was merely established that Socrates did not harm, but he except for the argument concerning the gadfly, which is discredited. There's no statement that he contributed.
Yeah, that is very good too, what you say. But what the Jesus said is answer to that question. The purpose of the apology is not to prove that the polis needs philosophy, but a decent defense of a philosopher who is no longer concerned with living, one which a defense so phrased that it would not make philosophy utterly unpopular. In other sense, it's much more lenient. And to say nothing of the fact that if Socrates had to talk to the political cream of Athens, he would talk differently than in such a speech addressed to 300 men, more or less arbitrarily, at random. Sure. Mr. Gilman?
There was one thing that puzzled me. In an earlier part of the dialogue, he seemed to maintain that it was the paradox that no man harmed another willingly. Here at the very end, he seems to say the opposite, that they do not harm him, but they intend to harm him. And I wondered if there were anything there.
Yeah, that is a long question, and I'm sure I have not solved this difficulty, but still, as I can suggest at the moment only one step for clarification. Strictly speaking, Socrates doesn't say that no one voluntarily commits injustice or no one voluntarily harms another. I come back to that later. Strictly speaking, Socrates says no one voluntarily chooses the bad. Yeah. Every choice, no one chooses evil as evil, meaning for himself. That is true. But I know what you mean, this passage where he said at the link of the two theses between, what was that passage? There is a contradiction which made it more.
What I was thinking is when he refused Miletus,
yeah,
with this very paradoxical argument, how could I be harming anyone else? And then at the very end, he said,
but what was the more specific thesis? I don't remember at the moment. It gets Miletus. What was it? What did he say most more precisely than you stated it? No, you stated it more clearly before.
No one wishes to live with bad neighbors.
Oh yes, that's it. No, yeah, yeah. Now, why is, that is true, of course, why is this an overstatement? Everyone wants a good for himself. That's true, but only the question is, which good? And some people, believe it or not, think that certain very low goods are the highest good. So take a miser. Yeah? He doesn't want to harm himself by say, not eating, and by living very badly in every respect. He thinks he is acquiring for himself the highest good being cash in a box. Yeah, good. So now this fellow, of course, now how would Socrates argue against him? You want to, that's the highest good for you. Therefore you are very anxious that there are no robbers, no housebreakers and so on. Yeah? And therefore he will go around and tell everyone how wicked it is to enter houses. Yeah? That would be the, yeah? But what about, he would of course also have to say, or at least to act on the maxim, that contribution to charity is wicked, because it would contradict his good. Yeah? Now, in other words, what is the mistake of Socrates in the argument? Well, it is much too general. It doesn't go into the fact that the goods which people desire and with the preservation of which they are concerned, there is an enormous variety there, And the famous fact that there are quite a few people who corrupt their fellow men. I mean, you get reports of it every day. For example, Mr. Morrison's activity with the policemen is a good example, if you don't believe me. Now, what he corrupted his fellow men. Why? He made life more miserable for himself. That was not the motive. Yeah? He thought he makes life more comfortable because if the policemen cover up for his robberies or whatever he did, he will not be punished. Yeah? Now, what was wrong in the calculation? I mean...
Somebody slipped up.
Now, that's the point which would make on the lowest level. The danger of slip-up is so considerable that a prudent man wouldn't do what he did. You're sure that is a honesty as policy that is good, surely good as far as it goes. Now, I think I will only say a few words regarding the Crito, which we will discuss next time on first read the paper. Now, the apology and the Crito are, in a very, very superficially, very different in spirit. I remember having read in Paul Shore, you know, he was a professor of classics at this university about 40 years ago. He says somewhere, no, in his book, what Plato said. What Plato said, not what he thought. And I think it is even not quite adequate for regarding what he said. But it is a useful summary, by the way, of the dialogues, and it has one quality, one helpful quality, and that he gives you parallels. You know, when you read a passage, say, in the Crito, and his report, he gives you parallels in other dialogues, and that can be helpful. Now, and in it he makes this remark, he loves the Crito and detests the apology because the Crito is a conservative book, law-abiding, and the apology is a book of a rebel, a revolutionary. You know, when Socrates says, regardless of what you do, I will philosophize, yeah? Even it's a law publicity. He challenges the whole policy and its laws. And he accepts the laws en bloc and says you must not disobey them under any circumstances. As a provisional statement of the difficulty, it is interesting, and it shows also how this so fashionable distinction between the conservatives and the liberals today don't work out when you go to interesting cases, yeah? You know? I mean, there is a long, you must have read some of this discussion now going on, what conservatives and liberals are, and where each of them gets into. That would not be, by the way, a bad subject for a doctor's thesis, to take up these two positions as presented and see that it is a way of blind men fighting against each other. Although it has a certain, I mean, I don't say that the distinction is meaningless politically, very far, but it is only relevant in a very crude political sense. You know, those who wish to abolish progressive income tax and those who wish to increase it. That is a clear practical issue, and there are others of the same kind, and also loyalty oaths and this kind of thing, which are divisive issues. But if you trace it beyond the politics of this very moment to principles, it is really impossible to find any principle. Now, in the apology, Socrates, we may say, appeals from the law of Athens to something like a higher law, although the term never occurs. But there is an equivalent of that. Because you can say what he says about the oracle of Apollo, that has a function of a higher law. In the Crito, he says implicitly, he rejects implicitly any such appeal. You have to abide by the law. That seems to be a clear contradiction. But is it necessarily a contradiction? Can these two positions not be reconciled, at least in the way in which Socrates understands it? An appeal to a higher law in the one dialogue, and the refusal to make such an appeal is the other. Because then we would have to establish the precise meaning of the appeal on the one hand and of the refusal to appeal in the other. Yes?
Well, I think that he assumes in Credo that the laws would have to be good laws. He does make a distinction between...
Oh no. And then it would be easy. That is the best excuse for any revolutionary action. No, that he does not do.
Well, he says that Sparta and Crete have, for example, have good laws. He singles out two cities, and the implication is that some...
that is a very good point, but that is already on a much deeper level than I now take it. You are already indicating the difficulties of the argument of the criterion. I'm speaking now really of the obvious surface, accessible without any reflection. What does the appeal to a higher law mean? In the apology, let us get this straight. What is that higher law? It's a very specific one. The law imposed on an individual called Socrates, and perhaps on people akin to him, the claim of Socrates and people akin to him, to philosophers, nothing else. There is no appeal to a higher law against loyalty or something else. Philosophy and philosophy alone. And what philosophy, the trouble is, and the inevitable trouble in the argument, is that it is not very clear what philosophy means. Yeah? I mean, walking around and examining. That seems to be the meaning. What does he do in the Crito? I mean, it's the most obvious thing. He refuses to run away from jail. I mean, to commit a flagrantly illegal action. I think one could suggest this formula. Man has no right to transgress a law, even if it hurts unjustly his body. And the greatest hurt which could be done to the body would, of course, be capital punishment. But there is the right to transgress a law which hurts the soul. What was done to Socrates, the capital punishment, did not hurt his soul. Therefore, no right to transgress. But the law which would forbid him to philosophize would hurt his soul, and therefore he could not obey. That would be a possible, an easy way of reconciling the distinction. The problem has a certain similarity with the problem of passive and active disobedience as it was developed in the 16th, 17th centuries. Do you know what that was?
One has to obey an action, but not necessarily in conscience.
No. Passive disobedience would mean you never rebel, under no circumstance. Even if the government is heretical and God knows it. Never. But active obedience would mean to positively do what the government commands. Well, take a simple case as it was situations there, Protestant countries or Catholic countries. A Protestant government commanding Catholics to deny certain principles of Catholicism by deed or speech, that would be active obedience. Yeah? And that the Catholics in this case said no. Passive obedience merely meant not to rebel. Not to rebel. Was it clear what I said? Okay, take another example. The crucial point was that under no circumstances has a citizen or subject the right to rebel. But he does have the right to disobey commandments of the government which are incompatible with his conscience. That was the moderate, the most moderate position. The alternative was, of course, that under certain conditions you may rebel. Socrates' position has something to do with that, but I believe the formula which I suggested comes closer to what he says. But if I say man has a right to transgress the laws which hurts his soul, he means that in a very precise sense. Only a law which forbids philosophizing can hurt the soul. A law which would, for example, forbid him openly to question the existence of Zeus, he would not think that it would hurt his soul, because that would clearly, in his opinion, belong to the competence of government to do that. Yes.
So why doesn't a law, which needs to be killed in the process, presumably is, so I don't think the distinction between laws against the soul and the law, against killing the body, laws against the body. Presumably you're dead.
So in other words, I see, your difficulty is this. There might be cases, and this is exactly a case, which hurts both the body and the soul. Yeah, but so what's the answer? Why, on what ground does he deny that there is a contradiction of the two-pronged law here, of the two prongs of that law? Sugar says his soul is not hurt by accepting punishment, capital punishment. That's so not hurt. I mean, you say in certain cases, and especially in our case, the two provisions of that law, as I described it, contradict each other. His body is hurt, obviously, but we know the hurt of the body is no reason. But you say his soul is hurt. But the whole argument of the apology was that his soul is not hurt. Did Suarez become a meaner man by accepting the punishment? That would mean hurting the soul. Yeah, but still you've got a point. It's the fact that Suarez mentions so frequently in both words, the fact that he is 70 plays a role. That is a relevant circumstance. Take a young man of 25 instead of a man of 70.
I know this is I don't know what you do.
Yeah, that is, I think, the problem, really. That is the great problem of the Crichton. Is, as it seems to be at first glance, the statement that under all circumstances you must not disobey a law which hurts the body, universally valid for every man, regardless of circumstances? Or is it only valid under certain circumstances? For example, age. Socrates' useful life was practically an end. It was his opinion. And therefore, it is a special case. Yes.
The question is, how valid is the age argument? He makes this argument to Crito, who is presumably almost as old as he is. I would say, and Crito brushes it off. Says, but other people, their age doesn't keep them from resenting it when they find themselves in your position.
Yeah, sure, I know that.
So it's the specific circumstances of the philosopher.
No, not only that, but also whether these other men are not rather foolish. We take that up next time. Whereas, by clinging to life and would wish to live even 150 years if they could, even if they were completely decrepit and the burden of anyone.
It's not a question of clinging, you see. Crito doesn't make it a clinging, it's not an active.
Yeah, but why? We go into. What I say now is only this: there is not obviously a contradiction between the two things. Between the two dialogues, and that we must keep in mind. We must also keep in mind another thought. The thesis of the apology was that Socrates knows nothing, and that his wisdom consists in his knowing that he knows nothing. We must keep in mind the problem of Socrates' knowledge or his ignorance regarding the gracious things. On what is the argument of the Crichton based on knowledge? Is this thesis under no circumstances must you transgress a law, or more specifically in this form that you legally condemned, you make a jailbreak. Is this a universally valid law? Socrates says so. But does he know it? Or is it merely not being? That's the question. We must investigate that. Yeah, as for this passage to which Mr. Berger referred, that is, where is that? Near the beginning. Yeah, 43c. Where he says, but others of your age are caught in such disasters, but the old age does not in any way induce them not to worry or not to be angry at the present calamity. And so that is so. Sure.
And then he just leaves the point.
Pardon?
And then leaves the point, goes on.
Yeah, sure, yeah, but we still, is it not possible? Socrates is not perturbed at all by his approaching death because he is old, he says. Yeah? And the argument of Crito induces to add, this is not a sufficient reason, because there are other old men who, when death approaches, are perturbed. Socrates is, apart from being old, he has another quality, which we can call, he is a sensible man. He is old and sensible. He acts his age. He acts in accordance with his age. He acts in accordance with nature. Therefore, he is not perturbed. He knows that he has to die and that he will be no longer, not for very long, the same Socrates that he was before, and that he doesn't see any benefit in being a decayed Socrates. That is a point which he wasn't aware of, but which is not so difficult to guess. Yes. Well, I think the other points, it's of no use to continue the discussion of the Crito. Is there any point you would like to bring up now? A few minutes we can still have here. The naive questions are always the best questions.
I always thought that from the point of view of Socrates, the passions were really not so bad and had to be commanded by the reason. But you seem to develop the theme that the natural inclinations are good.
Oh, that's easy. That is not naive, but if I may use the word, it's ignorant.
That's what I would say.
That is different than information. National information is not passions. That in modern times they became identified. But there is in itself that you strive to answer the national inclination. A passion becomes only when it becomes a kind of obsession. That a national inclination is perfectly compliant with passion, with having a clear mind. Yeah, education could still be right. And that is the same in Greek. What the polis gives you, that I think is the meaning, is an average, mediocre kind of formation, not the highest formation. Mr. Faulkner?
Could you discuss the nature of Socrates' injustice? That is, or rather, the nature of the injustice that is done by the laws to him. On the surface, it seems it was perfectly just that he was convicted. After all, he didn't believe in.
Yeah, that I'm afraid is so.
Yeah. But previously, you distinguished between two sorts of facets, if you will, of justice: law, justice of the city, law, and something a little deeper, and that is hurt. Is the injustice done to Socrates bound up some way with the fact that thereby the city is harmed Or
Yeah, but-
Socrates was doing good to the city even though he was disobeying the law?
We must make some distinctions in order to answer your question, and I don't know yet which distinctions. So let me think aloud. Now the first step is, of course, is it possible that the law is unjust? Yeah? I think there is no question that Socrates thought that so, and we try to live without that. And you will see no one can live without, from time to time, saying, even the most extreme legal positivist can't say it. For example, if there should be a law according to which all those whose second name begins with an A have to pay 10 times the taxes, then those whose names begin with another concept. Another letter. Now, everyone in his senses, everyone will say that's an unjust law. Why? Because the ground of the discrimination has nothing to do with what is relevant for regarding unequal taxation. Yeah? So they are unjust.
But is this law unjust? And Socrates may think so, but it seems to me a reasonable sort of law that a city should require belief in.
Yeah, all right. If you, then what is then Socrates' crime? Given, let us assume that there must be gods, and these gods must be defined in terms intelligible to the meanest capacities, and then Socrates cannot believe it. Yeah? What? All right, but Socrates can't believe in it. He does not believe in it. He is a criminal, but qualified and involuntarily criminal. Involuntarily. And I think it is a general principle of justice that someone who commits a crime involuntarily has to be treated a bit better than those who commit a crime with malice aforethought. Yeah? And so this was, that is possible. You must not forget this. Some of you, and perhaps all of you, have read the Republic. So the Republic is the only theoretically complete answer to this problem. The only solution for Socrates is a polis in which the philosophers rule. And therefore, of course, philosophy is permitted without any strings attached.
Looking at it from the point of view of this polis, in spite of the fact that Socrates acted, let's say, committed a crime involuntarily, it still may be a crime, and he may be treated differently. But the treating differently does not go to the extent of not treating all activity as a crime, in spite of the fact that the punishment.
Sure.
So that
that is one of the troubles, one of the inconveniences of human life, that the highest type of man can appear in the company of criminals. Yeah? That is.
But isn't the problem really deeper? That in fact Socrates' activity did harm the polis.
Yeah, that is really
one story. Actually, did harm the polis. That is, it might help to engender unbelief in the gods.
Yeah, but if that would only be done if he spread that unbelief, and that he denies. He says there is not a word of truth that he ever had intercourse with such fellows as Strauss.
But it's possible to say that his unbelief might spread, even if not by his intention. That is, the news that Socrates is a very intelligent man.
Yeah, but then as you can also say, all right, let us then make it a strict rule that not only is the utterance of the public utterances of philosophic statements prohibited, but anything of this kind, in other words, in the moment, what will you do? The suspicion that this guy philosophizes suffices for killing him. That is a very bad legal principle. Suspicion is sufficient ground for condemnation. Really, very bad. Because that will spread too to other fields. The suspicion of murder will then be regarded as a sufficient ground for condemning an innocent man. So what can you do? But you can also argue as follows. The complete prohibition of philosophy, to complete that unparalleled prohibition of philosophy could do harm to the polis. The simple examples from the military sphere which I gave on a former occasion. Yeah? The soldiers getting panicky because of an eclipse of the sun. And then a bright general who has talked to Anaxagoras tells him, oh, it's easy. There's nothing, that doesn't mean divine punishment, it means simply a certain a relation of sun and moon, and that is all there is to it. Don't worry. And the soldiers fight, win the battle. Good for the police. So that is, no. If I use seemingly, how shall I say, flippant language, I do not even apologize for that, but it is sometimes good not to talk in highfalutin words, you know. The problem is of the utmost gravity of things. All thought, in all classical thought, was haunted by this problem, that there is no elegant solution to the problem of the relation between polis and philosophy. There is no elegant solution. There is a kind of, they need one another, and yet also they repel one another. It's a complicated marriage. And, but there must be a marriage. I mean, if you that you can't live without policies, everyone will admit that. But that you can also show that you can't live without philosophy. The polis needs philosophy, because otherwise it will become a savage tribe. And with certain great inconveniences which that entails. And so the polis needs philosophy. That's proven all the time by Plato and others. But that doesn't mean that the relation is unqualifiedly harmonious. That is not possible. The modern liberal doctrine, and I mean, for the time being, I merely restate the classical doctrine. I don't say that it's true. But for our better understanding of the whole political problem, I believe it is important to realize that modern liberalism is great and impressive attempt, not what now is called liberalism. I don't mean that. It's great movement of the last centuries to bring about a perfect harmony between philosophy and society by conceiving of philosophy as or science as unqualifiedly beneficial to society. In the words of Bacon, the function of science is to relieve man's estate. Now, if that is a function of philosophy and science, that is perfect harmony. But that is modern prayer, and you know it from John Dewey and others. I mean, it's clear there is no problem, and even to suspect the problem is a sign of a deplorable obscurantism. But there is a problem we after the death of John Dewey, have come to realize that it has 29 52. Well, I had one of his drawings last year. But so that is atomic forms, the family says. Atomic forms and all its accompaniments have shown that there is a real problem. Now, if science tries to become simply beneficial in the sense in which every ordinary citizen understands beneficial, then science becomes a social power. And if again I refer to a famous liberal principle, power corrupts. And don't think that science cannot be corrupted by power. It comes into the service. Science doesn't dictate. You know that story. The scientists were against the bombing of Hiroshima. Whatever the merits or demerits of the national opinion. But they didn't have it. The government decides, of course. And so the modern solution is only elegant on paper by saying science is absolutely free because there is no possibility of a conflict. That is not so if you look at the facts. And as I say, up to a certain point, the modern solution had a great plausibility. The abolition of the plague, of all the plagues and of polio and I don't know what. And the enormous infant mortality, enormously reduced and all this kind of thing. And yet, what the other side, the Marxist variant, which is still with us, in spite of the Marxists. So that is not so simple. I mean, one has to understand the classical notion, if only because the modern solution is not so elegantly perfect that we do not need some further light on this subject. Mr. Johnson, you want to say something?
I was just wondering about a statement where the laws were complementing the love of the city, showing that you really demonstrated this by never going out of the city on a holy festival. I was wondering if that really literally was.
Not to theoria, to procession. You can say that. Theoria means a procession, a holy procession originally, but takes on then the meaning any spectacle, anything at which you look. Give it once a distance. Yeah. And what was this?
Well, if the holy aspect of it was.
Yeah. Perhaps. I mean, I was not quite clear about this in something. Perhaps you are right. But I would have to know more than I do about the practice of pious Assyrians. Yeah? Whether it was regarded as a sign of piety that a man joins frequently. If you said it's true, then you are right.
I wonder if you could clear up something for me. The distinction between the polis and the laws, as they appear here.
Yeah.
Because they both appear supposedly in an interchanging role.
Yeah.
And he says, both in war and in the law courts and everywhere else, you must do whatever your city and your country commands, or else persuade it in accordance with universal justice. That's about 50.
51 B and
It doesn't say you have to persuade the laws.
But later on.
And later on, it says also, that you will leave this place when you do as the victim of a wrong done, not by us, the laws, but by your fellow men.
Yeah, but that is that. But we have. But the laws also say we make the decisions. Yeah. In other words, we are not merely the laws in 51E. Yeah. And we administer the polis in the other respects too. The point is this. As long as he speaks of the Athenians or of the polis, yeah, and even of the fatherland, he means the human beings. But when he speaks of the laws, he hypostatizes, something which is only by virtue of human beings. But this hypostatization is not completely senseless, because in a way, the laws are, after they have been established, above the human being. Yeah? I mean, that is a famous, therefore, did you ever hear of the pure theory of law by Kelsen? Where that plays a certain role in legal discussion. And that is an attempt to take this absoluteness of the laws, absolutely literally. Yeah? And then infinite troubles arise, because then the question arises, what is a law? Well, it must of course be not merely on the statute book, it must also be in fact enforced, i.e. by human beings. And then you in other words, the mere validity, regardless of facticity. Yeah? Human beings are facts, what they do. The laws are odds, not facts. But these odds, which if there are other odds, is a question. But the positive laws are not mere odds, they are also facts. Otherwise there wouldn't be valid laws which are actually enforced. Yeah, and so the absolutation of the laws serves the function to ascribe the laws as sanctity, as supremacy, which they cannot have, which they could have only in one case, if they were simply perfect. Now, two laws are examined. The laws regarding marriage, if you call that examination, they are at least alluded to. The laws regarding marriage and the laws regarding the education of infants, you could almost say, of children. But there are other laws which have to be considered. For example, the implicit law not to philosophize, against philosophers. Yeah? This is of course not mentioned here. The only law which counts, as far as Socrates is concerned. The argument is meant to convince Crito, and that it succeeds. We must now go on, gentlemen and ladies. Where were we? In 51 to C 6 to 7, I believe.
Further in the court itself, it was open to you.
Well, then maybe. No, I'm sorry. Where were we in 52?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
And now, are you not ashamed of that talk?
No.
When you do not respect us laws, trying as you are to destroy us, but you do what the communists...
No, only a little bit before. We didn't finish that, I believe, yeah?
Then you gave yourself...
Very aware, I'm sorry. And you are not ashamed of those speeches, yeah?
When you do not respect us laws, trying as you are to destroy us, but you do what the communist slave would do, you try to take to your heels, contrary to the agreements and contracts by which you consented to live as a citizen with us.
You see, the funny thing is the slave never contracted, of course, yeah? The slave never contracted, not running away, yeah? And the running away of the slave is a most dastardly act from the point of view of the masters. But if you think of a decent slave, yeah, I mean of a fellow, a tough and honorable fellow taken prisoner in a war, he would not regard this as such a grave thing, yeah? As a dastardly thing. Yes. No?
First then, answer us even this. Whether we tell the truth when we say you agreed to live in conformity with us, in fact, although not in word, or whether that is not true.
You see, yeah, it's indeed, but not by speech. Socrates never said that the laws of Athens are simply perfect. By deed, by his action, as his action is interpreted by the laws. But the action, I mean, Socrates staying in Athens all the time, it can be interpreted also in different points of view.
Does the grammar permit the interpretation to be governed in deed, though not in speech?
It must be.
Which I mean, agreed in deed, not in speech.
Even but not in speech is there. That you would live according to us in deed. I mean, you agreed to live according to us by deed, but not by speech. But is in the original.
Yeah, but which I mean is the agreement. Is it to the agreement that the distinction of deed and speech refers, or to the governing? Or to the being governed?
That could be, both is possible. Both is possible, but it is more simple and to understand in the way in which I did it. I believe that's everyone's saying. But it's of course that ambiguity exists, yeah. Yes, now go on. What shall we say to that, Crito?
Must we not agree? We must indeed, Socrates.
You see, Socrates doesn't answer. Crito answers. Yes.
They would say then, and so you are breaking your bargains and agreements with us, which you were under no compulsion and not deceived. You were not compelled to decide in a short time, but you had 70 years in which you could have gone away if you did not like us, or if the agreements did not seem to you just.
You see, yeah, the laws don't claim to be just. Only the agreements were just. The laws are in a way very honest, you see. Yeah? Yes?
But you did not prefer Lacedaemon or Crete, which you always declared to be under good laws, nor any other city, Hellenic or barbarian. But you were less out of town than the lame or the blind or the others who are maimed. So much more remarkably than the other Athenians, you liked the city and us the laws. That is clear. For what city could please without laws?
Yeah. You see, you know the absurdity of the argument here. That lawlessness is worst doesn't, of course, prove that any given laws are good, are pleasing. That anyone would prefer life in a policed country, or almost anyone, to live in a desert, yeah, it doesn't mean anything that he is pleased with his particular laws. Yeah, go on.
And now then, will you not abide by your agreements? Yes, if you obey us, Socrates, and do not make yourself ridiculous by leaving the city.
Yeah. So this is the argument, the proof of that justice demands that Socrates stays finished. And yet there is an appendix. Now let us read the beginning, why there is need for any further argument.
For consider again, suppose you do thus break and violate any bit of them. What good will it do to yourself or your friends?
Yeah, let us stop here. Now what does this argument, which begins now here, mean in the light of the preceding? The issue is settled, because the only question was whether it was just or not. But perhaps not. The fact that you commit an unjust action perhaps does not decide the issue, because the grounds of justice are not so clear as they seem to be if you read only superficially. More generally stated, there are profitable crimes. What would be the profit of your crime? In other words, we get now a discussion of the subject independently of justice, entirely on the basis of expediency. That begins here. Yes?
It is plain enough that your friends themselves also will risk being banished and deprived of their citizens' rights, or losing all their property. And you yourself...
that is the answer to you all will be the friends. Yeah? Socrates takes up the argument of Crito. You are right. You all will be ruined. Yeah? You all will be ruined if I escape. That's it. Now, that's all he says about the friends. Then there comes a long argument, relatively long, about the good to Socrates. Yeah? What would be the profit for him? And then in the last section, the children. 3 arguments, the children. And the center one is the profit for Socrates. I mean, how a criminal would argue, his own profit would be the most important. No? Yeah. Yes?
And you yourself, if you go to one of the cities nearest, Thebes or Megara, for both are under good laws, you will come as an enemy, Socrates, to their constitution.
To their regime, yes.
And why, except in his role as philosopher, would he come as an enemy?
No,
if the agreement is here.
There is nothing said about Socrates as a philosopher.
Why then would he come as an enemy?
That is not considered. I mean, there's the fact that there were in Thebes a Pythagorean colony, a colony of Pythagorean philosophers, who would have enjoyed having Socrates with them. 2 came to Athens, Simmias and Capys, and stayed with him when he died. They would have been delighted to have him in Thebes. Yeah? It's not considered.
Yeah, why then do they say he would be coming as an enemy to those governments?
Yeah,
wouldn't he be, under the previous argument, be making an agreement with those governments since he comes in?
Yeah, but let us first finish that. The laws have some argument. Now let us see.
And whoever have care for their own cities will think you a destroyer of laws and look askance at you, and you will confirm the judges in their opinion, so that they will believe they decided aright in their judgment. For whoever is a destroyer of laws would surely be thought to be a corrupter of young men and foolish people.
Yeah. Now you see, this is a long story. He says you will come as an enemy of the constitution, as he translates. The Greek word politeia has a variety of meanings. It means also of their citizendom, if you could coin that word, of their citizenship, because the word citizenship has another one now, of their living as citizens, of their civic life would be one translation. But politeia means also the regime. Now, this, to which say the regime which is a democracy, an oligarchy, aristocracy, monarchy, whatever it may be. Now, that is, of course, a subject which is completely eluded by our fine absolutized laws. That the laws are essentially related to a regime. The democratic laws differ from the oligarchic laws, and so on. These laws which I here speaking are, of course, democratic laws, and no word is said about it. Now, Thebes and Megara were not democratic, and the whole phenomenon of political exiles who were accepted with delight by the corresponding cities, say democratic exile, was accepted by democratic city naturally, and vice versa. And so, even if whether he broke a law or not there, of these, didn't make any difference. I mean, not ordinary crime, but if he was in prison because of his democratic convictions in an oligarchic city, and he got out of that by hook and by crook, that of course was considered as we would consider now someone who would get out of a Soviet jail. Would we say, you broke out of a Soviet jail, you will destroy all American laws? No. That's an allusion to this thing. So exiles were not such an uncommon thing. I mean, even exiles who illegally eluded the regime of their city, is a gross simplification of the problem here. A disregard of all relevant considerations regarding law. That was a point the lady made last time about the political criminals. Yeah. I mean, the Greeks didn't have this concept of the political criminal, which we have. But it, of course, affects the situation because those on the side of these criminals didn't regard them as criminals, and so on. Yeah? There was no absolute concept of political criminal, I mean, regardless of whether you are communist, fascist, or democratic. But if you were a Democrat, you did not regard a man who was technically a criminal in an oligarchic city as a criminal, but as a lover of freedom. And the other says as lover of decency, oligarchs or aristocrats. And you see also another point which comes out here. They will suspect you, they will think badly about you. Respect for the opinion of the many is indicated. You will confirm the judges in their opinion, he says. This also, it may allude to the fact that you, in their opinion, that you were disloyal to the Athenian democracy. A point never mentioned otherwise. Yes? Now, if you think of ordinary criminals, so well, this is of course perfectly right. I mean, a fugitive from justice because he has stolen or robbed, he's not a respectable man anywhere. That's perfectly true. But the question is whether that is what you meant. But the point is, as a philosopher, that didn't exist. But if Socrates had a reputation of not being 100% sound regarding democracy, came to a non-democratic city, there were plenty of people, that Socrates was regarded as a laconizer, a man who admired Sparta and Crete. Here, the laws themselves say that. Now, if he would go to an oligarchic city, that would, what in Athens would make him suspect, would make him commendable in that other city.
Given his statement before, given his statement before that he would be for death and exile, and coming in the light of that statement as an exile to another, be utterly disgraced.
Socrates gives now the reasons. I mean, or rather, makes the laws gives the reasons why he didn't want to go to exile. But these are the true reasons remains to be seen, because we are not yet through. But first of all, I mean, quite superficially, but massively, he's a fugitive from justice. And that is surely not a recommendation for anyone. But if, however, it is specified, he is a fugitive from the Cheka, or however they may call it now. Oh, that's no longer fugitive from justice. or the Gestapo. Yeah? You see, the political element affects it immediately. And of course, if he would say he's a fugitive from justice because he didn't believe in the gods of the city, yeah, as a philosopher, that would also be not a recommendation, as became clear in my discussion with Mr. Faulkner. But if he would say, if he would appear, and without any untruth, that there was some passionate democratic reaction. You know that the ordinary interpretation of Zoroastrianism now is that this had nothing to do with impiety, but was an act of revenge on the part of the radical democratic party against all these things which had happened. There was the story of Alcibiades, there was the story of Critias, and they had all been related to Socrates. That is the official view now. I think that is wrong because it massively contradicts what Xenophon and Plato say all the time, but it has an element of truth, as Xenophon indicates.
Well, I'm still wondering, the agreement and contract theory, his theory earlier, forward here, hold only in the case of a democracy, and
No.
No, I didn't think so. In that case,
that's exactly the point. It is a universal theory of legal obligation, which sins by virtue of its universality. You know, you had these famous doctrines of the grounds of political obligation, yeah, in the 19th century. Green and others. Yeah, but these states, the duty of obligation to the state, but what Plato would say, to which state?
yes, but
Which state? Because this obviously makes a difference whether it's a reasonable state or an unreasonable state. And there are various kinds of unreasonable states. There is a degree of unreasonableness where there cannot be any question of obligation, but mere ceding to force. But if it is reasonably unreasonable, then it is already a matter of serious concern. Perhaps it is one should protect it because the evil of a change might be worse. But if it is simply a reasonable state, of course, obedience.
when Socrates were to escape, he would be said he was given liberty to choose, given the conditions here. He had funds from friends, and he could probably prevail upon them to send him anywhere. If he goes to a city, his map is going. A tacit assumption that he plans to obey the laws there. He's agreeing to, he's choosing that city out of many, that constitution. What then makes him unacceptable to that force?
According to the reason stated, because he comes as a fugitive from justice, and therefore as a man who has broken.
Fugitive from another city of justice.
Yeah, well, and this other city is probably also has a different kind of political order, different regime. Surely, but that is only what I say. The argument of the laws, with a capital L, suffers from generality. The problem of obedience to the laws cannot be so simply decided. On the other hand, and that is why Plato, one reason why he wrote the dialogue as he did, as a crude rule of thumb, it is a sound teaching. People should really be law-abiding, by all means. There are cases where it is not possible to be law-abiding, but don't teach people what is true in extreme cases, because that has a bad effect. That makes them extremists themselves, and that's not good for any society. But there are extreme cases, and in these extreme cases, and I think any one of you can find examples, or I hope fictitious examples, where he would not obey law. Mr. Anastasio, I don't know, some of you will know him, has not been admitted to the bar here, because he stated this principle. He stated, I think, very soberly, but it is, of course, an undeniable principle. But it is also a principle which is, how shall I say, which is not, which one shouldn't teach in the first grade of elementary school, because it is also a disconcerting point. Yes, now go on.
Then will you avoid well-governed cities and the most decent man? If you do, will your life be worth living? Or will you approach these, and will you be shameless enough to talk? How, Socrates? The same sort of talk as here, how virtue and justice is most precious for mankind, and law and order.
You notice the distinction between virtue and justice here. Yeah? That's important. But let's go on first.
Don't you think that the whole business of Socrates will be a notorious, nasty story? You must think so. And suppose you decamp from these places and go to the friends of Crichton and Thessaly. The greatest disorder and laxity is found there. And perhaps they would like to hear from you how comically you played truant from that prison with some disguise on, how you changed your looks with a rough cloak or some things as runaways wrapped around them. Won't someone say, you, an old man, with probably only a short time left for life, did you dare to break the greatest laws, and do you still shamefully desire to live? Perhaps no one...
But let us stop here for one moment. You see, again, the reference is opinion. You know, what bad a figure will you cut? Yeah? Will you cut? Not the, and the other point which he makes here, Crichton had said the condemnation and everything else was a comedy. You remember that? This was a disgracefully mismanaged, the whole thing from the start. A ridiculous affair. Now, so that's this, but if you talk of ridiculousness, what is more ridiculous than if I would put on a disguise, say, as a woman? And would exist absolutely ridiculous, so someone would recognize me out. But you see, there's also opinion of the many here, the ridiculous. And you see also the importance of Socrates' old age is mentioned here again. Yes? Perhaps, he says. Yeah?
Perhaps no one will, if you do not make yourself disagreeable to anyone.
Yeah, if you do not, if you do not pain someone, if you do not irritate someone, and that is impossible. It's impossible to live without giving pain to other people. That's important, very important for the argument here. Because it is unjust to do evil to men. But how do people judge of evil, generally speaking? By the pain done to them. And that is, crudely speaking, also the view of the laws. Now, if this is so, that of course creates a great problem. What is the value of laws which take such a crude, merely subjective criterion instead of the true criterion? Because what is truly good and evil would have to be defined by experts. Again, the old story. The laws I have not been trained by experts. Yeah? But if not...
If you do, Socrates, you will hear plenty of ugly names to your disgrace.
You see? A reputation.
So you will live, at every creature's beck and every creature's slave. And what will be your business? Eating and drinking in Thessaly, as if you had traveled abroad to dine in Thessaly.
Yes, so dine. Dine is the Greek word can mean all kinds of meals, but it means also the dinner or supper, the evening meal. Yeah, to have an enjoyable evening of your life in Thessaly. Yeah, good, because they were very hospitable, gangster type hospitality. Yeah.
Where will your talks be? Our talks about justice and all the other virtues.
You see, here justice is subsumed under virtue. Formerly it was distinguished from virtue. Yeah?
Suppose you want to live for the children's sake, to bring them up and educate them. Will you take them to Thessaly and bring them up and educate them there and make them foreigners, that they may enjoy that too?
In other words, the implication, exile is such a terrible thing that that is the worst thing you could do with children, contrary to what was said in the apology. Yeah?
Perhaps not. But if they are brought up here while you live, will they be better brought up and educated better while you are separated from them?
Yeah, that depends on the very grave question, what kind of a father Socrates was. About 200 years ago, a German theologian, I believe, wrote a treatise. Socrates was neither a dutiful husband nor a laudable father of a family. And I suggest that unfortunately it's written in Latin. They bring together all things, probably also much gossip, that about Socrates. Socrates, was never at home. That appears perfectly from the dialogue. He went home to sleep. That is at the end of the bank that comes up with it. Yeah? He went home for sleep, but he left the education of the children. Occasionally he had one conversation with one of his sons who complained about the nagging of his mother. That was the only support we have in Plato or Zeno. So maybe they would have been better off without it. We don't know. Yeah. Yes?
Perhaps not. Yes, for your friends will care for them. Will they care for them then if you migrate to Thessaly, but not if you migrate to Hades? Oh yes, we must believe that they will, if there is any good in those who say they are your friends.
So in other words, there is no ground, no ground of expediency, yeah, why you should leave prison. He leaves his children here to the friends. The word friends, the Greek word is not the ordinary word for friends, but that other word, epithelioi, which means the serviceable or the useful ones, not those to whom you have affection. In the apology towards the end, you will recall, he left his children in a way to his condemners, yeah, at the end of the apology. And there is, of course, perfect agreement, because these kind of friends, as Crichton, and the condemners have one thing in common. They will bring up Socrates' children, I mean, at least the decent ones among them, in vulgar virtue, in common decency. But this vulgar virtue is a virtue which understands virtue instrumentally. Virtue, you remember that in the argument in the apology, you have to be virtuous if you want to have money, because otherwise you will not get it and you will not keep it, you remember? That Socrates' children will learn both from the condemners and from Crichton. But this vulgar virtue is a thing of which Socrates doesn't take care and cannot take care. So maybe it's really better for him, for the children, if Socrates is not around. Yeah?
Then listen to us, Socrates, who reared you. Do not value children or life or anything else above the right, so that when you come to the world below, you may have all these things to plead before the magistrates there. For if you do what you intend, things clearly do not seem any better for you in this world, and you will find no more justice and piety here, nor will any of your people. And when you come to the next world, it will be no better. As things are, if you depart...
You see, there is no reference to justice and piety in the next world, because your doing just and pious acts is limited to this world. In the next world, you will be assigned your place according to what the just and pious acts you did in this. Yeah? Yes.
As things are, if you depart, you will depart wronged not by us, the laws, but by human beings.
This is the laws of the, they are live in the cloud. They are immune. That was a misadministration of laws. Misadministration of the laws, not an act of the laws. Contrary to what the very laws themselves we said before, that they administered, the laws are a product of the Athenian citizen body, i.e. of the majority. And the same majority which established the law condemns the way. So there is no, that is just as in the apology, the distinction between the first accusers, you remember, and the jury was such a fiction. So it showed the jury an image of itself by describing the first accusers. Here he turns it around. He makes the Athenians forget themselves. Yeah?
But if you escape in this ugly way, after equating wrong with wrong and damage with damage, and after breaking your own bargains and agreements with us, and doing evil to those you least ought to wrong, yourself and your friends, and your country and us, then we shall be angry with you living, and in the next world, our brothers, the laws in the house of Hades, will not receive you as a friend, for they will know that you tried to destroy us as far as you could. But do not let Crichton persuade you to do what he said. Let us rather persuade you. This, I assure you, my dear comrade Crichton, is what I seem to hear, as the mystic revelers think they hear the pipes. So in my ears the sound of these words keeps humming and makes me deaf to other things. As far as I can see, you may be sure that whatever you say contrary to this, you will say in vain. However, if you think you can do any good, speak. But my dear Socrates, I have nothing to say. Then let it be, Crichton, and let us do in this way, since in this way God is leading us.
You see God, really. Where one cannot, the question how to understand this expression we have discussed before. That's it. Yes. Now, what then is the problem? What do we learn about justice from this discussion? I think this distinction between justice and virtue, which is made near the end in 53c, is of the utmost importance. What is virtue when it is distinguished from justice? Of course, Socrates sometimes presents justice as a subdivision of virtue, for example in the Republic. But then justice means something very different from it, what it means now. Then there justice means to mind one's own business. More precisely, to do one's own work well. But this is not possible except in the best regime. Because in an imperfect regime, you may not do your own work. You may have gotten the wrong kind of work, not the one which is truly fitting for you. So that's another story. That's not the justice of which he speaks here. Now, what is a virtue of which he speaks here in contradistinction to justice? We have seen it. What is the greatest good?
Philosophy.
Yeah, or wisdom. So virtue is wisdom, virtue is knowledge, as I always say. But what is justice then? Justice would then not be wisdom or knowledge proper. Do we have any alternative suggested here? That is not the highest meaning of justice, but an important one. What is the most simple notion of justice, which we understand and which was to obey the law? That's it. To obey the laws. And what does it mean, however, in the light of the analysis given in this dialogue? To obey the laws, regardless of what the laws are. Regardless of whether the laws are sound or unsound, just or unjust.
Wisdom is united with justice.
No, this kind of justice, which is identical with obeying the laws regardless of the character and the quality of the laws, complying with the opinion of the many. That is, even on a higher level, something necessary. Not in this simplistic, crude sense that you have to obey any law regardless. From this point of view, justice is identical with humanity in the sense of being kind and friendly to people, especially to people inferior to a man. That is not identical with the human perfection proper, but it accompanies it. Because if you go, one could show that by going into any detail. For example, justice means, that was the broadest statement, to inflict evil on human beings. Murder is one form of inflicting evil on human beings. But is death objectively, scientifically, an evil for every human being? Think not only of a man who is suffering from an incurable disease and is incapable of thinking for a moment because of pain. Not only that, but there can be someone who is not bodily sick at all. He may be an absolutely corrupt individual who cannot be legally caught by the rules of evidence or whatnot, and who does an infinite mischief to every human being he comes in contact with. Death would be good for him. What does the law say? The law says no, under no circumstances can you kill such a man. Because what would happen? The law must speak crudely and universally. This permission would be necessarily abused. Necessarily. It is much better to err on the side of this unqualified prohibition than to err on the other side of lust. That, I think, is what sovereignty means. And yet, so while good is crudely defined and no sophistication is permitted, yet the alternatives are impossible. In other words, it's really an opinion which is frozen into law for good reasons. I think that is the status of law in the Plato's opinion. And therefore one must really distinguish between justice and wisdom. And there is a connection, obviously, because there are good reasons for this complying with opinion. But it is complying with opinion. This is, I think, what it means. So the question of, but for the understanding of to return to the general question and to conclude this remark, in studying the Credo, we must never forget one simple thing. There are two questions which must be kept separate, and so there is only one answer given to both. Is a jailbreak unqualifiedly unjust, or is it unjust in the case of Socrates, as simply as a practical deliberation? They mean, of course, the case of Socrates, and we must distinguish between the universal principle and the reasons applying to Socrates' case in particular. Something of this kind happens, of course, in all Platonic dialogues, because in all Platonic dialogues, no Platonic dialogue is a treatise. In every Platonic dialogue, individual human beings, in an individual situation, under individual circumstances, meet, and where these individual elements affect the discussion of the universal. But here I think it is in a way particularly striking. Now, this is, I compose this seminar with that, unless there is one or the other point you would like to raise. A few more minutes I could still be glad to spend with it. Mr. Johnson?
Oh, it's just a side question. Because remember, this has been noticed in the last order, when the question of philosophy being a private thing was brought up. Philosophy being, Spinoza, philosophy as a private thing in which philosophers pronounced any regime could philosophize, is private.
Yeah.
Compared with what has come out of the apology as Plato, in which it is construed, some sense as a public thing. I mean, that there must be, seen more than one person that does this.
I don't understand your question. Do you mean to say whether Plato would have agreed, or so is with Spinoza's view, that as far as philosophy is concerned, the difference of regimes is negligible?
Yeah, I couldn't imagine him agreeing with that. I mean,
No, I think he would not have agreed with it.
but what seemed to me was just the contemplation of God as the highest thing that can be, and then that this can be a private thing, and once this is reached as a decision, it seems to be left entirely from the whole political doctrine is still how the fact, because the two could be separated, and the other question is coming together.
Yeah, but still, is this ascent, to say nothing of the end of the ascent, is this ascent not affected by the character of the society in which men live? And I think even Spinoza would say that ultimately, otherwise he wouldn't have been interested in politics, so interested in politics as he was. But surely in the case of Plato, I mean, even in the Apology we find a trace of it when he says that, when he describes what happened to him after the Battle of Saldinusa, you know, the trial of the generals, he disagreed with the whim of the majority, and they didn't like it, but nothing happened to him. But when he disagreed with the whim of the 30 tyrants, you know, then he said if that regime had not been so short-lived, he would have been killed by them. And so the democracy in Athens lasted almost as long as Socrates' life, and it took some 70 years to hurt him. Whereas this tyranny would have taken less than a year. So there would be a difference, surely. But that is also, incidentally, that is one point which I should have mentioned, but I have spoken of it so frequently in other classes that I thought I could not mention it. When Socrates discusses exile in the expediency argument, yeah, not justice argument, where should he go? To well-ordered cities like Thebes and Megara, or to Thessaly. Now, these, but there are two other well-ordered cities were mentioned, Sparta and Crete. Now, there are two different, the distinction would be this. An ill-ordered city is undesirable. Yeah, I mean, Thessaly. So only well-ordered cities. Thebes and Megara, when he would go there, everyone would know him. Why? Because they are nearby. Sparta was so xenophobic that it wasn't a good place to go there. I mean, unless you had deserved so well of Sparta as Xenophon did that they gave him an estate, it was not a healthy place for any foreigner. But Crete would be well ordered according to the text, and it is far away. No one would know a stranger from Athens arriving there whether he was a fugitive from justice or not. That, I believe, is the ironical background of the laws. What Socrates would have done if he had accepted Crito's suggestion. He would have gone to Crete and there taught the Cretans the rudiments of civilization, because they were well ordered in a crude way, had certain habits of law-abidingness, but the laws were very bad. And then in the laws he's presented as, an Athenian stranger. An Athenian stranger teaches the Cretans how to establish a really good order. And this good order is the Athenian order, not the democratic Athenian, the older one, the ancestral polity, which you may remember from when we discussed Aristophanes, the old order prior to Cleisthenes' reform. The rural squires were predominated. That is the alternative. And the practical problem for Socrates was, stated in theoretical generality and precision, either to leave Athens to a place where his whole past did not count and use his faculties for the benefit of those people, this he could have done, even as a man of 70, or die in Athens. And I think what the true deliberation of Socrates is, what is better for my fellow man? And they felt it was better for his fellow men, and more particular for his fellow citizens, if they did this and lived to regret it, which they did very soon afterwards. And therefore, in a way, that marriage between philosophy and the polis was consummated by Socrates' death. From now on, somehow it was possible, as is shown by fact, to establish academies. What Socrates should do is still open. The question is it just to escape from prison? Is it just for Socrates, circumstanced as he is, to escape from prison? Obviously, two different questions. This question turns around the more fundamental question as to the knowledge of justice. Does Socrates possess such knowledge? Socrates says he follows only the Logos, and yet he acted in the past, and he's going to act now. So he must possess knowledge of justice, would say. But this knowledge is not presented as knowledge in the Criterion. That knowledge is taken over and presupposed from earlier acts of reasoning, from earlier agreements between Socrates and Criterion. But agreement is not the same thing as truth. Two people may agree on something without being satisfied that it's the truth. The agreements these earlier agreements, however, are here said to be open for reconsideration. Strictly speaking, they are, however, not re-examined. They are only reasserted, especially the crucial premise. To live well is identical with living justly. Now, hitherto, the case for Socrates' position, for staying in prison, i.e. dying, was this: for an old man, life is not worth living. In this argument, the point of view is the good life, without any regard to the just life. Simply for the point of view of good living, you don't live as well as if you are very old. Against this, Criterion had said, it is your duty to escape. By dying, you Socrates are taking the easy way out. The easy way out because death might be that dreamless sleep, you remember, which is such a very pleasant condition, much more pleasant than to raise these children of Socrates, you see, who are not so attractive objects of education as some other people were. It was Criterion who said one must do the just thing. And the just thing is not to take the easy way out, in this case, to die. This point has to be stressed more than I have done last time. It is Criterion who brings up the question of justice. But the question, of course, is this: is Criterion understanding of justice correct? What is justice? Is there knowledge of justice? Are there experts in justice, just as there are experts in bodily health? Now, if there is an expert in any field, one must follow his opinion, as distinguished from the opinions of the many. And the laws are opinions of the many. If there is no expert, one may or may not follow the opinion of the many, i.e. the laws. But a prudent man, a practically wise man, would consider in that case the power of the many, their power to kill. He would not consider it if there is knowledge of justice, if there are experts in justice. By obeying the opinion of the many, i.e. the laws, Socrates will be killed. But there is another opinion of the many which plays a great role here, which is public opinion, to which Plato referred. By obeying the opinion of the many in the sense of public opinion, Socrates will not be killed, because public opinion approves of one's escaping from prison under these conditions. So Plato is surely right if there is no knowledge of the just. In other words, if there is nothing by nature just, if justice is entirely conventional, entirely opinion, then why should you respect that opinion? Merely because the opinion of many doesn't make it more, does it not make it more respectable? Therefore, to contradict Plato, Socrates must prove that there is something by nature just, which is not mere opinion. And this is the function of the appearance of the laws. This personification of the laws is a substitute for the proof of natural justice. It is, of course, not a proof, but within it we see the nature of justice. Now, two suggestions were made at the end of it, what we read last time, regarding justice. First, but it is rather a clarification of what injustice means. To act unjustly means to hurt human beings. That was the first suggestion. The second suggestion was to act unjustly means to break promises or engagements. That is clear because by the modern doctrine as started by Hobbes is implied in that, in the latter point. Nothing is by nature just. I exaggerate a bit. But justice means performance of promises. The only principle of right is that if you have agreed to something, not deceived and not under duress, then you have recognized something which you then have to act consistently. Now, these two principles, these two understandings of justice, injustice means hurting people, and injustice means breaking promises, can conflict with one another. That makes it interesting. In certain situations, you hurt people by keeping your promise. As the beginning of the Republic, you promise to return the gun, and the owner has become a madman in between. You hurt him and anyone exposed to him by returning the gun. So, in other words, not hurting people is a higher principle. This much, I think, we should remember before we continue. And now let us continue immediately, because it is my firm intention and our hope that we finish our reading of the Traito today. We begin now at the point where the laws come up. 58:6. Now look at it, so it says in the following manner. Yeah? If we are about to run away from here, if you are about to run away from here, or however one has to call that action. I mean, maybe there is a more delicate expression for what we are doing here. The laws and the community of the polis would appear to us and asks. Do you have that? Now this term appearing, yeah, is used of dreams and visions, as I learned from Burnett. You see here also two different things. The laws and the polis appear. And they would ask, you see, what do they say? Tell me, O Socrates, who is then speaking? The plural or the singular? And what is the singular here in this particular case? Polis. So to begin with, it is not the laws speaking, but the polis. Now the polis consists, of course, of human beings, the citizen body assembled. The laws are not human beings. The polis cannot be superhuman. The laws may be, because they are not human beings. You see here, now let us go on from here. Yeah? Tell me, Socrates, what do you intend to do? Do you have it? Whoever has it, raise it. Let us not be formal.
Tell me, Socrates, what have you in mind to do? In trying to do this, can't you see that you are trying to destroy us, the laws, and the whole state as far as you can do it?
The whole policy. I mean, that we don't have to correct each time. Yeah?
Or do you think it possible that a city can exist and not be overturned, where a sentence given has no force but is made null by private persons and destroyed? What shall I say, Crichton, to this and other such things? For one could say much, especially in orator, in pleading about the destruction of the laws, of the law.
Of this law, that's important.
Of this law, which lays down that sentences given must be carried out.
Let us stop here for a moment. All laws are destroyed if the law regarding the enforcement of punitive sentences is destroyed. Yeah? What does this imply regarding law? This law. In other words, that's the key law. Yeah? That's the law of laws. What does it tell us about law in general?
There's a force where it's enacted, not
All laws depend on sanctions. Yeah, on sanctions. Now, if this principle of sanctions is denied, all laws are denied. All laws are lost by virtue of having human sanction. Law is essentially, no, I exaggerate, but for good reason, law is essentially punitive. Without that punitive appendage, the law is not law. And if the laws are destroyed, the city is destroyed. By fleeing, Socrates would be the most unjust of men, because he would hurt the whole polis, not only this or that individual. This seems to settle the issue. But it is not yet asserted. It's only still a question. Why? Why does this not settle the issue? How does he go on? Or shall we say to the laws, yeah?
Or shall I answer the laws?
Not I, we. Oh God, he is very unintelligent. It's very important who speaks, whether Socrates speaks or Socrates and Crito jointly. Yeah? And that's easy. I mean, that is not...
Why does he say, tell me, Socrates, and then he says, you are trying to destroy us? Why is the number changed?
Yeah, that is... Yeah. Plato was a great man. Yeah? The translator is almost certainly not a great man. So if Plato does something strange, it is worth considering. But if the translator commits a simple blunder in translation which no second-term student of Greek would commit, yeah? So, good. That is...
What does it say? What does the Greek says? You would destroy me.
No, the Greek says, that's in the Greek, amos.
Yeah, then, you see, there is first not the polis speaks, and then the polis is replaced by the laws. That is the whole thing. First you have the Athenians, yeah? The Athenians, well, There are all kinds of Athenians, you know. It's not necessarily something impressive. Then you have the polis. Yeah. Now the Athenians in an official capacity. That's something impressive. But still, by no means infallible. Because they go by majority vote and so on and so on. And then you get the laws. And the polis disappears. The laws are somewhere in the clouds. Yeah.
But this transition takes place in one sentence.
Why not? To make it still more. Yeah. Sure. That is clear. But the point is that although the polis addresses Socrates, Socrates does not answer, but asks Crito, what shall we answer? You know, you see, that brings it out out most clearly that Socrates does not answer, but Crito answers on behalf of both Crito and Socrates. So Socrates is really ironic, and as I always said, you always raise questions and don't answer them. Yeah? He raises questions and Crito answers them on Socrates' behalf. Yeah. So do you see that it makes sense that Plato, the sage Plato does these strange things, as he thinks of the unsage translator, who is not aware of these things. Yes?
It is absolutely clear in the Greek that the polis and not the laws are speaking.
At the beginning.
At the beginning, that's
sure. Tell me. Yeah. Tell singular me. Or Socrates. The addressee is the singular, Socrates, of course. Yeah. And the speaker is also in the singular. So it cannot be the laws. Now, what then does he say? What does the law say? No, what do we say to the law?
The reason is that the state wronged me and did not judge the case right.
And wronged us. It's also important, because it's a joint action of Crito and Socrates, and preceded by an action of the polis against both of them, because Crito too is hurt, he loses his friend. Because the polis did wrong to us and did not decide the trial correctly. Is that what we shall say? That by Zeus, O Socrates. That's it, the whole issue. In other words, the city has no right to do wrong. And if it does wrong, it ceases to be respectable. You must have heard that argument in more highfalutin terms very frequently. The city acted unjustly against us, and it did not decide the lawsuit correctly. These are two different things. Why did the city act unjustly against us? Not by deciding the lawsuit, that's the second point. What is the primary injustice of the city, independent of the decision of the lawsuit? The trial. The accusation itself was unjust. Meaning it was based on the irrational demand that one must believe in the gods of the city. The law itself was unjust. And secondly, the trial was incorrect because the accusers did not prove that which they were supposed to. You remember the argument against Meletos. Socrates proved that he believes in the gods of the city. Yeah. So, in other words, that is the question. Must you obey not only the laws, but unjust laws? And that is what the laws themselves have the nerve to raise this question. Now, let us see. What then will the law say? Yeah?
Was that the agreement between us, Socrates?
Between us and you. Yeah.
Or was it to abide by whatever judgments the state may make?
Yeah, let us stop here. The first issue is altogether dropped. Yeah? The issue of the justice of the laws. One cannot question the law. One can question only the application of the laws in a given case, where the laws properly apply. But this cannot be questioned by you, Socrates, because you agreed not to question these legal decisions as distinguished from the laws themselves. This is a surprising assertion of the laws. Where did Socrates ever say that? And then, how does he go on? Now, if we were surprised when they say this, they would perhaps say, no, let me see. The laws reply only to Socrates, yes, you see. Although both Socrates and Crito are presented as addressing the laws. Why? Well, perhaps they know that is sufficient for them to persuade Socrates. You see, if Socrates is satisfied that he can't go out of jail, Crito has to take the decision. Socrates deliberates with himself, His discussion is a kind of deliberation of Socrates with himself, not with Crito. Whether that is sufficient or not remains to be seen. Now let's go on here.
Socrates, do not be surprised at what we say, but answer, since you are accustomed to the use of questions and answers. If you please, what do you complain of in us and the state that you try to destroy us? First of all, did we not bring you into life, and through us...
Did we not generate you? Yeah? It's an unnecessary brutishness. Yeah?
And through us, your father took your mother and begat you?
Yes.
Tell us then, are the marriage laws those of us you find fault with? Do you find there is something wrong with them? I have no fault to find, I should say.
Now let us stop here. You see, the laws imitate Socrates, Since Socrates is so well known for his questioning and answering, the laws adopt Socrates' procedure. But the crucial point here, the laws generated you, What does this mean? What would you say if someone would say, who generated you? And you would say the laws. Yeah? I mean, look at it from a practical point of view. Yeah?
Generate the conditions which...
Yeah, but that he doesn't qualify it. He simply says he generates it.
Which in turn influence...
Yeah, sure, that is defensible. But that is, says they generate you. They generate you. That's important. This is the laws magnify themselves. They claim to have done something which they couldn't possibly have done. Who did the generating? Man. Yeah. Man, as Aristotle in his wisdom says, man and the sun generates man. Sun meaning the whole natural conditions, without which man couldn't be. Here, the laws say the laws generate man. They push aside nature. They push aside. And that is of the greatest importance. Since the question is nature, natural justice. Yes, now let's go on. And Socrates, you see, doesn't blame these marriage laws, he thinks they are perfectly all right. Now?
I have no fault to find, I should say. Well, the laws about feeding the child and the education in which you were brought up.
In which you too were brought up. That's important.
Did not those which had that duty do well in directing your father to educate you in mind and body? Yes.
What in mind and body? In music and gymnastics. Yeah, because that's a long question whether musical education is not an education of the body, dancing, or whether gymnastic education is not education of the soul. Long story. So you see what criminal is. What's the name of that fellow? Is this one?
Strauss.
Yeah, then you should get a severe reprimand. High crime and misdemeanor.
I think
if that were punishment, that we don't know. we have learned. So that is translation. Now go on.
Yes, I should say. Very well.
Now let us stop for a moment. So the education which you too got, yeah? Namely, which everyone got, everything. The laws are silent about what we may call higher education, which not everyone gets. This higher education which Socrates got, he did not owe to the city. These laws are decent enough to admit, yeah? by implication. Yes? And after you were generated and fed, nursed and educated?
Yes, I should say. Very well. When you had been born and brought up and educated, could you say in the first place that you were not our offspring and our slave, you and your ancestors also?
Let us stop here. You see, Socrates puts the emphasis now at the crucial point. Socrates became, by his generation and education, the slave of the city. Why is he a slave? How does a man become a slave?
Well,
yeah, but that is presupposes an earlier act. Haven't you are not familiar with the technicalities? You may know it part of American history, but where did you buy the slave? Probably at a slave market. And where did they come there? Yeah, so in other words, the ground of slavery is coercion. That could also be, but that's derivative.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you come back to acts of coercion. You had no choice in the matter. Well, no one has a choice in being born, as you know. So this wasn't asked. There was no agreement between him and the polis. You will see later on there are two opposite arguments. Part of the argument is based on agreement between Socrates and the city. And other part of the argument is based on the opposite of agreement, namely coercion. So here, slave. Yeah? Now go on.
And if this is so, do you think you have equal rights with us? And whatever we try to do to you, do you think you also have a right to do to us? Your father, you had no equal rights, or against the master, if you had one, so that you might do back whatever was done to you. If you were scolded, you could not scold back. If beaten, you could not beat back. And there were many other such things.
So let us stop here. The relation of the city to the citizen is despotic. In the strict sense, despotic means the relation of a master to a slave or paternal. It does not make any difference, as is shown by the fact that the examples are used equally. There is no agreement between masters and slaves, between parents and children. Children and slaves have no right to resistance, regardless of what the parents and masters try to do to them. They have no right to use force against their superiors. But does Socrates plan to use force? No, but he plans to use deception. I mean, in case he would escape. But may not a child-slave use deception against his mad father-master in the interest of his father-master, or the father-master's equal fellow citizen? For hitting back is permitted in the case of equals, as the laws tacitly admit. Hitting back is only forbidden when the two partners are unequal. And you know that's a great question whether that may not be. We have discussed in connection with the past, but it's also clear for the result. But another conclusion, Socrates is a slave of the city. He belongs entirely to the city. He could have no private life, of course. Slaves have no private life. He could do nothing but the affairs of the polis, as the polis understand them. Socrates himself says, I'm the only true politician in the gorgeous. But that is not a slave can't define his duties as he sees them. He has to do the duties as a master imposes them. Same applies to children. Now, and Socrates obviously did not do the political things as the polis of Athens understood them. The conclusion, at any rate, is that the laws are to be obeyed even if they are unjust. But remember the discussion in the Apology on a possible law which forbids philosophy. And Socrates says he will not obey such a law. Will Socrates resist such a law by force? Will he do that? Will he make a picket, and in case the police comes to run away, he will throw stones at them? No, but what will he do? Pardon? Yeah, but even I would raise one question. You remember what Socrates said in the Apology about his famous simile which he uses regarding his relation to the polis? He compares himself with it. But another conclusion, Socrates is a slave of the city. He belongs entirely to the city. He could have no private life, of course. Slaves have no private life. He could do nothing but the affairs of the polis, as the polis understand them. Socrates himself says, I am the only true politician in the gorgeous. But that is not a slave can't define his duties as he sees them. He has to do the duties as a master imposes them. Same applies to children. Now, and Socrates obviously did not do the political things as the polis of Athens understood them. The conclusion, at any rate, is that the laws are to be obeyed even if they are unjust. But remember the discussion in the Apology on a possible law which forbids philosophy. And Socrates says he will not obey such a law. Will Socrates resist such a law by force? Will he do that? Will he make a picket, and in case the police comes to run away, he will throw stones at them? No, but what will he do? Pardon? Yeah, but even I would raise one question. You remember what Socrates said in the Apology about his famous simile which he uses regarding his relation to the polis? He compares himself to a rather small beast, an unpleasant beast. Remember? What beast? What does a gadfly do to the horse? Force. What? So there is a kind of force used by Socrates, yeah? But still, that is, you can say that's only a symbol. But if Socrates will never use force, why will he never use force against the polis? And
He's outnumbered.
in other words, he would use force against his mad father. If his mad father would rush out and try to kill his neighbor, he would of course use force against the father. But he wouldn't do that against the polis if it is rushing out to do some bad action. Because the polis is too strong for Socrates. Now, if we could stop here, which is of course impossible, we could say the one expert regarding justice, Socrates, advises against the use of force when confronted with such opinions of the man as are backed by overpowering force or coercion. But let us see how it goes on. Up to now, we have not yet, he has used only the examples of father and master. Now we come to the case of the polis again, where we left off.
How do we know that the reason is the force of the polis, that he wouldn't use deception? What you just said.
No, I didn't discuss the deception. Would be not, deception is not discussed. Yeah?
Oh, well, why wouldn't he use...
Deception is not discussed. So if you draw from these remarks which we just read the conclusion, he might use deception, as Mr. Schock suggested. That is not excluded.
Well, what about force? Why wouldn't he words it?
No, the principle stated here is you must not use force against your father or master. Now that is true in case the father or master merely hurts you. But what if they hurt other people? Yeah? If they hurt other people, then of course he would use force, even as a child or as a slave. Yeah? And he would be praised by everyone for doing that.
The reason that he doesn't use force against his parents isn't because they're stronger or against the master. Isn't there a natural relationship with
Yeah, sure, but that is not so simple. Is this not universally true? There are cases in which you may use force against your father and against your master, namely if he is mad, takes the simplest case. And the madness may, of course, be also a highly emotional state, yeah, which is not technically insanity, and yet has the effects of insanity. Now let us go on.
But against your country, it seems.
You know, the word used here and throughout is fatherland. That has, it is not so familiar, the word in English, as it is on the European continent. But we have to translate it literally because it has a certain, it's important, fatherland.
But against your fatherland, it seems, and the laws, you shall be allowed to do it. So that if we were to destroy you because we think it right, then you shall try to destroy us, the laws, and your fatherland, as far as you can. And you will
Let
say,
us stop. All right, yeah. Go on.
And you will say you do right in this, you whose care is set on virtue and very true.
Yeah, let us stop. The laws, as they admit, attempt to destroy Socrates. They admit that, in the belief that they act justly. Yeah? In other words, it is not merely a matter of misinterpretation of the laws by frail human beings. The laws refer here also to Socrates' special case. Precisely Socrates has to be a slave of the laws. Precisely so, because he talks all the time of virtue. And the irony is very great, because precisely Socrates cannot be a slave of the laws. Those who are completely the products of the city, if I may say so, no, of course not in their body, but who are completely molded by the bodies, they, of course, are the slaves of the bodies. But Socrates is not molded by the city, he has something beyond it. You see, just turn it around. The laws disregard, in this very statement, the difference between vulgar virtue, which is a product of the bodies, and true virtue. Yeah? Now, how do we go on?
Are you so wise that you failed to see that something else is more precious than father and mother and all your ancestors besides, your fatherland, something more reverend, more holy, of greater value, as the gods judge, and any man that has sense? You must honor and obey and conciliate your country when angry, more than a father. You must either persuade her or do whatever she commands. You must bear in quiet anything she bids you bear, be it stripes or prison, or if she leads you to war, to be wounded or to die. This you must do, and it is right. You must not give way or retreat or leave your post. But in war and in court and everywhere, you must do whatever city and fatherland command, or else convince her where the right lies.
Literally, how the right is by nature. Or persuade her as what is by nature just. Yeah. Now, you see first, when you begin to read, the mother comes in, yeah, who was completely disregarded in the first. There's a beautiful discussion of this topic in Locke, Civil Government, when his adversary, Filmer, had always said, honor thy father, that's the highest command. And then Locke simply says, but look what the Bible says, honor thy father and mother. You see, and that destroys immediately the argument in favor of absolute monarchy, which Filmer had by the people. Yeah, but that is of course not what Socrates is in mind. The mother, you remember the mother in the clouds, where the difficulties came with not with beating the father, but with beating the mother? Yeah. Now, the dual domestic authority. If you have the dual authority, you have necessarily the possibility of conflict. Yeah? And that applies, of course, also to the interesting case of father and fatherland. Yeah? The father may be a traitor, for example. Yeah? Maybe a traitor. And whom do you obey in that? I mean, whom do you respect in that case? Now, here it is, of course, decided simply in favor of the polis. The polis takes precedence of the parents, on the basis of the presumed omnipotence of the laws, because it was not your father who generated you or your grandfathers who indirectly, but the fatherland which generated. Now, why is this statement about the most venerable, after the gods, I take it, is the fatherland? But earlier, when he had almost mentioned the soul, but he really didn't mention it, he walked around it. He said that was in 48a3. Is that X, which is not the body, more venerable than the body? By far. That leads to the very interesting question, what is more venerable, more worthy of honor, the fatherland or the soul? A problem with which you are familiar on the basis of the Christian tradition, the soul and the stated from the anti-Christian point of view by Cosimo de' Medici. How did he say? He was more concerned with the salvation of the fatherland than with the salvation of the soul. Yeah. Now that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Here indicated. Is the soul more venerable than the fatherland? There is a full discussion, or fuller discussion of the subject at the beginning of the 5th book of the laws. You may try to persuade the laws how the just is by nature, which means, in plain English, the laws as laws don't know it. They don't know that. No claim is made at any point that the laws are divine, of superhuman wisdom. It's not made. It's very important. Although they appear like gods, no such claim is made. Someone wanted to say something. Was it Mr. Cohen? No. Okay, go on, that's where you left off.
Violence is not allowed against mother or father, much less against your country. What shall we answer to this, brethren? Shall we say the laws are speaking the truth or not? I think they are.
You see, in the first place, he drops now the master-slave thing, which is very good to do because it's a very odious thing. Yeah? If the country, if you are simply the slave of the person. But what is the implication? What's the difference between master-slave and parents-children?
The parents rule for the benefit of the children.
Exactly. The master-slave, that this is a rule for the benefit of the slave, is a questionable assertion. But that the parents rule for the benefit of the children is a plausible assertion. So, in other words, if the laws have any leg to stand on, it must be not their power, but it must be their beneficial character. And that we must see what comes out of that. Crichton, you see, not Sovereign says, one must not use violence against the fatherland. And of course, that is also not the practical question. They are not going to use violence as we have seen before. It would be only a matter of a minor deception. Yes. Go on here.
The laws might say, perhaps, see then, Socrates, whether we are speaking the truth when we say that you do wrong to us now in this attempt. We who brought you into being, who brought you up, educated you, gave you and all the other citizens a share of all the beautiful things we could.
Yeah, yes, we could, yeah, of which we are capable.
Yeah.
You see, only the laws make clear the limitations of their gifts. Yeah? They gave a lot of things, but they didn't give everything. The beneficence of the polis or of the laws is limited. What did they not give? What could they not give? They gave many wonderful things. They gave him wonderful military training, and they gave him training in propriety and good decent conduct and so on. What did they not give him?
Wisdom.
You remember that passage near the beginning? The many cannot give us wisdom, sensibility. Therefore, the silence on philosophy in the Crichton, severely observed, is crucial. If philosophy were considered, the whole thing would have to be reconsidered. Socrates would still arrive at his conclusion to stay in prison and to die, but not on these grounds. What these grounds are, we must see. Yes?
Yet we proclaim, by granting permission to any of the Athenians who wishes, that when he has passed the muster and sees the public business and us the laws, anyone who does not like us has leave to take what is his and go where he will. None of us laws will stand in the way or dissuade him. If one of you does not like us in the city and wishes to go to a colony, or if he prefers to emigrate somewhere else, he may go wherever he wishes and take whatever is his.
Yeah. You see, now the laws formally repudiate their despotic character. No compulsion is asserted. Slaves do not have this permission to go away if they don't like their master. But the Athenian has this right. The ground of obedience, you see here now, but this is not only a distinction between the city or the laws and the master, but also a distinction between the laws and the father. You cannot repudiate your father. So your relation to your father is entirely involuntary in its character. But the ground of obedience to the laws is entirely voluntary. And that leads to grave consequences. The relation of children to fathers is not voluntary. Therefore, the partners are unequal. But if the relation between city and citizen should prove to be entirely voluntary, the partners would be equal. It would be a contract, as it later suggested. The movement of thought here is a movement from one ground of obedience to an entirely different ground of obedience. The first based on involuntary compulsion, the other based on perfect voluntariness. If voluntariness is a basis of reasonable obedience, if you are obliged only by virtue of a free agreement which you made in full possession of your mind, not under duress and not deceived, if that is the essence of reasonable obedience, then of course what becomes of obedience to parents? That has to be reconsidered in each case. In other words, one may, if this is true, if voluntariness is the basis of reasonable obedience, one may resist to rulers whose rule is based on force alone. And if one would read this more carefully, this passage which we just read, you will see there are two formulations of that. First, a very broad permission. Every day the hero appears in the market and says, every Athenian who doesn't like it here may leave. And later on the much more cautious formulation. By the way, the first formulation, which is very funny, has nevertheless a very important theoretical backing. I don't know whether you know Rousseau's social contract. According to the strict teaching of Rousseau, which in practice he did not maintain, fortunately, every meeting of the citizen body has to begin with the question, do you wish to preserve the constitution which you established before, or do you wish to introduce a new one? Perfect reconsideration of the whole legal order. That is absolute voluntariness. But the two cases are different. Here it is the citizen body. The individual citizen has no choice. No. For Rousseau, he has a choice. The right to emigration is essential if the social contract is to be just. Otherwise it would be compulsion. You see that the fundamental principle of the so-called contractual doctrine is here stated. That is, of course, well known in the literature. But the opposite principle is also stated. You know, where the analogy with the father-child relation. Yeah, but is it really so absolutely voluntary? Let's look at it. Is it, or is this a question? Why not?
Or just economic consideration, might make it very hard to do.
That's one part, yeah, and also, yeah, and has all kinds of friends and so on. Yeah, but good. What did you want to say, Mr. Evans?
Ideas and so forth.
Sure, yeah, but so.
By the poets, and one has been educated to obey the laws and to think that those laws are the law.
Yeah, but Suarez is not an intellectual, and so he has a certain inner freedom from that. Yeah?
If he went to Oxford, he wouldn't be a citizen.
Yeah, but he made clear in the apology that exile is not a great evil. It is an evil, but not a great evil. What are the alternatives? What would he do? I mean, what is the alternative? He doesn't like the laws of Athens. What does he do?
Yes, another state. Laws may be worse.
Yeah, or even living in a city is not voluntary. That's it. So there is no simple, 100% free contractual relation. It is necessary for him to live in the city. Yeah. Now go on.
But if any one of you remains, when he sees in what manner we decide lawsuits and manage other public business.
You see, nowadays laws reveal themselves to be the Athenians. Yeah? Laws do not administer the city. It is done by human beings. Yeah. We must never forget that the laws are, how shall I say, glorified Athenians, that's all. But that doesn't come to sight. Yes?
We say that he has now agreed in fact to do whatever we command. And we say that the disobedient man does wrong in three ways when he disobeys us. Firstly, because we are his parents. Secondly, because we are his nurturers. And thirdly, because he agreed to obey us and neither obeys us nor convinces us if we do anything not right. Although we give him his chance, and we do not savagely command him to do what we did, but we leave him a choice, either to do it or to convince us, and he does neither.
Yeah, you see, we do not savagely command. We are not masters of slaves. Complete repudiation of the first case. If the ruler is a savage who commands savagely, without giving the ruled a say in the matter, there is no ground of obedience. The ground of obedience, we can say, is a combination of compulsion and agreement. Compulsion is there. And not only because the laws have these punitive clauses, but because man has to live in a city. And at the same time, agreement. That is beautifully presented. That is the secret of justice, as Plato says. That is indicated very beautifully at the beginning of the Republic, in that scene where Socrates said, Polemachus, I do believe you are starting back to town and leaving us. You have guessed right, I answered. Well, he said, you see what a large party we are. I do. Unless you are more than a match for us, then you must stay here. Yeah? Compulsion. Many fists against two fists. Isn't there an alternative, said I? We might convince you that you must let us go. Persuasion in opposition to compulsion. How will you convince us if we refuse to listen? Here, how will you convince the laws if they refuse to listen? We cannot, said Glaucon. Glaucon gives in to force, superior force. Well, we shall refuse. Make up your minds to that. Socrates says, no, I don't bow to force. Here Adeimantus interposed, who is a much more sophisticated young man than Polemarchus. Polemarchus meaning the warlord. Don't you even know that in the evening there's going to be a torch race on horseback in honor of the goddess? On horseback, I exclaimed. That's something new. How will they do it? Are the riders going to race with torches and hand them on to another? Just so, said Polemarchus. And so on. So please stay and don't disappoint us. It looks as if we had better stay, said Clown. Well, said I, if it seems, we must do it. If it seems, meaning if it is a decision of the citizen body, we do it. So, you see, compulsion and persuasion that combined brings about political justice. Where are we? Go on, yeah.
These charges will apply upon you also, Socrates, if you do what you design, and on you more than anyone else in the whole body. Suppose I say...
you not the least of the Athenians, but rather among those who are obliged to the highest. Yeah?
Suppose I say then, why so, pray? Perhaps they might retort that I have made this agreement with them more completely than anyone else in the city.
You see, the obligation to abide by the laws, which is based on agreement, is a matter of degree. There is no provision for that in the modern contractual doctrines, that you contract. Some is more obliged than someone else. So that is perhaps under a greater obligation to obey the laws than the most others, or even than all others. Now, why is Socrates under such a special obligation to obey the laws? Why has he made a stronger contract than the others? You see, the contract is not such a simple legal instrument that you can say, a stronger or weaker contract, yeah? The author is given as a secret.
Socrates, they would say, we have great proofs that you are pleased with us in the city. You would never have been so remarkably more constant in living here than the other Athenians if you had not been remarkably more pleased with us. You never went out of the city to a holy festival or anywhere else at all, except sometimes on campaign. You never made any other journey abroad like other people. You had no desire to see other cities or to know other laws, but we in our city were enough for you. So completely you chose us and agreed to live as a citizen under us, and indeed got your family in the city, which obviously pleased you.
Yeah, no, you see, the proof is of course not a problem, yeah? Socrates, he says you had no desire to know of other laws. In the secret, that's clearly contradicted. Socrates had knowledge of other laws, and he wouldn't have acquired it except he had a desire to know of them. Or else, it could also be, Socrates was not interested in any laws, and therefore, there was a whole reasoning collapses. If he has no interest in any laws, then of course also not in the Athenian laws. Yeah? Now go on.
Further, in the court itself, it was open to you to propose a penalty of banishment, if you wished, and to do with the consent of the city what you now attempt to do without it. Then you gave yourself airs and pretended that you did not object to die, but you chose death before banishment, as you said.
Yeah, let's stop. Now let me capitulate the argument. Socrates was not obliged by compulsion, this much is clear. Socrates was obliged by benefits, because gratitude is the natural reaction of a decent human being to benefits. But he was, that is true, but he was not obliged by the city by the greatest benefits. Therefore, the greatest obligation is not to the polis. The soul is more venerable than the fatherland, and the soul gets its proper food not from the city. Thirdly, Socrates was not obliged by agreement with the Athenian laws. He stayed in Athens, since there was no trouble on account of his philosophizing, and as long as there was no trouble, he had no reason. When the trouble started, he was too old to leave. The practical question is that he should flee from prison now, to go into exile now. That is the question. But then the laws make an absolutely sensible point. Socrates could have gone into exile with the consent of the laws. He merely should have said, when the accuser said the punishment should be death, he should say, give me exile. They would have accepted it. So Socrates states the true ground of his decision now is because he preferred death to exile. Yeah, I think Mr. Gilden, you wanted to say something?
I don't know what this means, but it puzzled me. In addressing Socrates, they, on two occasions, put nursing him in the center. And then at the very end, they say, listen to us, Socrates, who nursed you.
Yeah,
I wondered if, I don't know why, but I wondered if...
Yeah, we read that just a short while ago, when he says it's 340, in 51 E6, yeah? So we generated you, we nursed you, and you made the agreement, yeah?
And also earlier, we generated you, do you object to our laws about nursing, do you object to our laws about...
Yeah, sure, you see, now, first of all, it's really a temporal sequence, yeah? But secondly, it is central because nursing, trophy,